Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
The last word falls. Li Feng's eyes suddenly shot out a black light, and a terrifying storm of momentum spread out from the bottom of his feet. An oppressive force that made everyone breathless, like thunder descending from the nine heavens, instantly wrapped everyone inside. Then a pair of black inverted triangular pupils nearly 3 meters high looked at every mutant in the underground garage. Then, what is that? Help, help, quick, run! A flood of fear from the void poured down. Roar. A deafening wolf howl circled around. The storm rages and fear descends. Everyone under the gaze of these pupils could not move an inch. And Li Feng, with cold eyes, walked up to Magneto step by step, stretched out a finger and pressed his forehead. He casually dropped 2 words. Goodbye, click. The helmet on Magneto's head was broken, followed by the skull, and then even the body was torn apart and turned into dust. He didn't react until the last moment before his death. And Mystique, who was standing behind Li Feng, didn't have this ability at all even if she wanted to do it. Those inverted triangular pupils drilled out of the void just stared at everyone in the underground garage. An extremely strong sense of fear occupied every inch of blood vessels deep in their hearts so that the heartbeat lost the courage to beat at this moment. Hurrah! A cold wind blows. The red robe on Magneto also turned to ashes and disappeared from sight. Everything is dead silent. The hero of a generation, the leader of mutant Magneto who has been in the world for decades, died just like that. It happened so fast. None of the hundreds of mutants on the field reacted. But Li Feng's face remained unchanged, as if he was crushing an ant casually without any extra emotion. Killing Magneto was not the slightest psychological burden on him. It's not that he didn't give this guy a chance, but he didn't cherish it at all. Li Feng is not a nice guy, and he has no intention of putting Magneto on trial. Squeezed to death directly, it's easy. As for these mutants, Li Feng looked at their fearful appearance. The coldness in his eyes didn't dissipate. He heard clearly what the group of guys shouted just now. You asked for it. Words fall. Li Feng raised his finger and swiped lightly. Hiss, hundreds of mutants fell to the ground, just a swipe of the finger. Not even blood was sprayed out, and there was not even a scream. In front of their corpses, black vortexes suddenly appeared, and some kind of monster's hand that only appeared in the living hell apocalypse star stretched out, dragging them in one by one, satisfying their appetite. In Li Feng's eyes, there was no mercy at all. Perhaps among the mutants there are some kind, good people. But these guys who follow Magneto are all lunatics who hate humans extremely, and there is no reason to forgive them. As a human being who has fully integrated the Steppenwolf template, he can mobilize the power of the Apocalypse Star at any time. Not to mention the whole universe, at least Li Feng has no opponent on Earth who can cause him harm. Maybe an alien creature with infinite gems could, but in Li Feng's eyes, these mutants are all ants who can be crushed to death if they want to. Suddenly there was a faint trembling sound behind him. Li Feng turned his head slowly, looked at Mystique who was already limp on the ground and said coldly, "Oh, I forgot about you, sorry." After speaking, he raised his finger and aimed at Mystique whose eyes were full of tears. Don't. Mystique's eyes were full of horror and her body kept curling back. She thought that if she became Natasha Romanoff and tricked Li Feng here, Magneto and the others would have an absolute advantage. Even if Li Feng could resist, they would not be able to make waves. But what she didn't expect was that what she brought was not some lamb to be slaughtered, but a demon. Slay Magneto's demons with one finger. From the beginning to the end of the action, in less than 30 seconds, more than 100 mutant elites as well as Magneto were all wiped out by Li Feng. Not even a single cent of the body was left, and she is the last survivor. At the moment, Mystique has completely lost her ability to think and her brain is left blank. Her variant ability is shapeshifting, which is an agility skill, and it is impossible to escape from Li Feng's hands. What to do? Beg for mercy? Is that useful? Please let me go. Let me go, okay? I know Emma, I'm good friends with Emma, we used to grow up together in mutant school, she likes to play with me. Mystique's voice was hoarse, almost begging, but Li Feng's eyes were full of indifference. Facing his enemies, Li Feng never shows mercy. Last time he relented and let Griffin and Angel go, giving these two guys a second chance to make trouble. But this time he won't. Just imagine if he hadn't been keenly aware that Natasha Romanoff was Mystique. If he didn't have the template of Steppenwolf, then the only end of being tricked here would be death. At that time, if Li Feng begged them for mercy, would they let him go? Obviously no. With Li Feng's finger pointing at her, Mystique suddenly felt an indescribable suffocation in her heart, and then every inch of blood vessel felt like being squeezed, and there was an unimaginable tingling sensation. But just then, a strange blue light flashed, and the scales floating all over Mystique turned into a white queen appearing in front of Li Feng. "Honey, don't kill me, okay?" This white queen had a pleading face, and the expression was exactly the same as in Li Feng's memory. It is charming and sympathetic. Unfortunately, Li Feng's face was still icy, without any wavering. He is no fool. But Mystique obviously took him for a fool, just when Li Feng was about to wipe Mystique's neck with his hands. Suddenly, there was a strange laugh behind him. Jai jai jai, a strange black mist descended slowly, blocking between Li Feng and Mystique. Apocalypse. Seeing this figure, Li Feng couldn't help but sneered. "Why, I thought you would never come out. I didn't teach you enough last time, so you came out in such a hurry to seek death. You can't kill me." Apocalypse smiled sullenly and said, "Because my body is not here." Hearing this, Li Feng couldn't help frowning, and the perception spread around. 2 seconds later, he was full of murderous intent and suddenly roared, "Apocalypse, you are courting death." An extremely cold, killing intent boiled over, and the entire underground garage was overturned. Li Feng raised his hand and grabbed Apocalypse's neck and said in a cold tone, "I warn you, stay away from my wife. Don't worry, I won't hurt her." Apocalypse smiled slightly and said, "I just want to use her in exchange for something." "In exchange for what?" Li Feng's face was gloomy and his killing intent couldn't stop leaking out. He overlooked one thing: it is the White Queen. When he activated perception earlier, he did find that the body of Apocalypse was not here. But what he didn't expect was that the guy had already gone to his villa. Although White Queen is also a powerful existence among mutants, she did not resist ability at all in front of Apocalypse, who has lived for 3,000 years. "Gene, I need your genetic sequence." Apocalypse took 2 steps back and forth and said to Li Feng with a greedy tone, "I have lived for 3,000 years. I am one of the earliest mutants. But it is not enough as long as you can give me your gene sequence. Then I can become the most powerful existence in this world. I can get everything I want, and I can even control the entire mutant group." When Mystique on the side heard this, the fear in her eyes was even greater. "Oh." Li Feng looked at him and sneered, "Is this your purpose?" "Definitely, as long as you cooperate with me, I guarantee that your wife will be safe and sound." Apocalypse said with a weird smile, "Otherwise, I will try my best to deprive her of everything, including her strength." Before he finished speaking, Apocalypse suddenly froze. His eyes widened, his face was full of disbelief, and he muttered in his mouth, "How? How would it be like this?" After a second, whoosh, Apocalypse's whole body turned into dust and disappeared into the air. Li Feng was also taken aback for a moment and frowned slightly. What happened? He launched perception detection again, and all signs of life in Apocalypse had disappeared. "This," Li Feng narrowed his eyes, not too concerned. He glanced at Mystique, intending to kill her directly and then go back to see if the White Queen is safe and sound. But at this moment, Mystique beside her suddenly trembled, looked at Li Feng calmly and said, "Mr. Li Feng, please let Mystique go. She is just bewitched by others and her heart is not bad." "Professor X." Li Feng instantly recognized the source of the tone. 9 times out of 10, Professor X controls Mystique through his own psychic powers. "It's me. I'm sorry for the unpleasant things that happened to us before. I sincerely apologize to you again. But Mystique is the child I grew up with, and I can't watch her die and not be indifferent. So I sincerely beg you, as long as you let her go this time, I promise she won't remember anything about you, and she will never trouble you again. I will take the initiative to clear her memory and let her return to her original nature. And I know you killed Magneto, the mutant differences, and that's the end of it." Professor X's tone was very sincere, and when it came out of Mystique, there was a hint of pleading. In fact, Professor X knew what was going on here as early as when Magneto was killed by Li Feng. There is a connection between him and Magneto. And there are more than 100 mutants gathered here. How could he not know? Definitely, Magneto died. Professor X is also very distressed. After all, he is his good friend. But Li Feng acted too quickly. Even if Professor X wanted to plead, it was useless. At the same time, Professor X also understands that Li Feng cannot be blamed for this incident at all. It can only be said that Professor X has a bad life and has found a problem. Magneto has gone astray, and it's not like he hasn't persuaded him. If this guy, like himself, stayed in the mutant school and lived to train those mutant children, the ending would definitely be different. At least the government won't target mutant that way. But it was too late. What Professor X can do is to reduce the death of more mutants and save those mutants who are on the verge of death, pulling them out of the shadows. After listening to Professor X's words, Li Feng just sneered, not agreeing at all. "What is your Professor X?" Tell me not to kill or not to kill. If you are the one who loses in the end, who knows if you will come out to save others? So even with Professor X's intercession, Li Feng's killing intent towards Mystique has not weakened in the slightest. Only a dead enemy is not worthy of being called an enemy. Only the weeds that are cut off will not grow again. And Professor X obviously also found that Li Feng's killing intent has not weakened. He pleaded again, Mr. Li Feng, I know it's useless to beg you, so I'm willing to take out my chips. I know that your film company is in the development stage. When I was young, Magneto and I won a large amount of gold from the Nazis and even bought an island in Fiju from the United Nations. The gold was buried in the island down below. Their combined value is nearly 1 billion. If you want, I can give you all of these. I'm old, I just want to raise mutant offspring well, and it's useless to ask for this money. I'll also wipe Mystique's memory to make sure she doesn't remember anything about you and won't cause you any trouble. For Mystique, Professor X is even willing to give up a sky-high fortune, which shows that Professor X still attaches great importance to feelings. This matter is actually no secret to Li Feng. As he is familiar with Marvel plots, he naturally knows that Professor X and Magneto have collaborated in their youth and also participated in World War II and won a lot of wealth. After all, Professor X has the ability to control the mind, and Magneto can control metal. The two can live for so long and they must not lack wealth. Even the current Li Feng and Professor X can only be regarded as poor. Regarding Professor X's proposal, Li Feng thought about it and was really moved. An island in Fiju has countless gold, which is a sky-high price. Who wouldn't be tempted by such wealth? Moreover, Professor X also promises to erase Mystique's memory and won't trouble Li Feng again. This also reduced a lot of Li Feng's killing intent. And what kind of storms can a mere Mystique stir up? If Professor X is smart enough, he should not provoke him again, otherwise there will only be a dead end. Thinking of this, Li Feng had a plan in mind. Charles, I have to say you're a smart guy. I love talking to smart people. Your condition, I agree. After speaking, Li Feng glanced at Mystique lightly and walked towards the entrance of the underground garage. I'll have my manager contact you and I hope you will walk the talk and not play tricks. After leaving this sentence, Li Feng's figure gradually merged with the night. He didn't bother to care about the next thing. As for how Professor X cleans Mystique's memory, that's not Li Feng's business. This trip not only eliminated the potential threat of the Mutant Brotherhood, but also reaped a large fortune by the way. Li Feng was quite satisfied in his heart, but he didn't relax his vigilance and ran towards his villa immediately. Honey, I'm back, you must be fine. As for Mystique, she was lying on the ground with blank eyes at the moment, and the memories in her mind were being rapidly deleted. Although Professor X is a nice person, he will not be soft when he should be ruthless. Otherwise, how could a good old man be able to protect so many mutants? Do you really think those military and politicians are easy to deal with? Although he chooses to forgive Mystique for the mistakes she made, he doesn't want her to continue to provoke Li Feng beyond her control. Otherwise, the end of Mutant is really coming. If Magneto had known they would end up in 797 games, Professor X would have stopped them no matter what. It's a pity that there are no ifs in the world, and everyone has to pay the price for their own choices. If Magneto hadn't set his sights on Li Feng's wealth, he wouldn't have been killed. How powerful Magneto's mutant brotherhood is, the X-Men have the best say. In a head-to-head match, the X-Men may not necessarily win, but such a powerful force was killed by Li Feng single-handedly. Moreover, it is the kind of instant kill. Looking at the torn walls and lifted ground in the underground garage, Professor X understood for the first time what a god on Earth is. And after this battle, the name Li Feng has completely become a taboo in Mutant, and no one dares to touch it anymore. And a few minutes ago, outside Li Feng's villa, the White Queen, who had regained control of her body, hummed a song and glanced at the fresh steak in her hand, her eyes full of tenderness. But just then, a circle of light suddenly flashed in front of her, and a guy covered in blue walked out of it. Hi Emma, it is Apocalypse. He smiled softly at the White Queen. Next second, Apocalypse came behind White Queen in an instant, grabbed her fair and tender neck and said with a strange smile, "Don't move around, as long as you cooperate with me, I will not hurt you. I will exchange you with your husband. Something, and if he doesn't know how to flatter you, you're going to feel sorry for him, won't you?" The White Queen who stood there did not move. It's just that her gentle face suddenly became extremely cold. Even the voice seemed to be a different person. "You are Apocalypse." Apocalypse's expression froze and he took a few steps back. He felt that there was a terrifying power in White Queen's body. This power didn't belong to Mutant at all, and it was much stronger than him. The White Queen turned around, slowly glanced at the fresh steak that fell on the ground. The murderous intent in her eyes was like wildfire. She walked gracefully to Apocalypse, step by step, stretched out a finger, expressionlessly pressing his chest. He said softly, "You have prevented my husband from eating fresh and clean steaks, so please go to hell." Apocalypse's pupils suddenly widened, but the black light that followed instantly tore his body apart. The power of the god of death is enough to crush everything. The White Queen didn't even take a second look, turned around and picked up the steak on the ground, threw it into the trash can, and decided to buy some high-quality Wagyu beef in person. You can't let your favorite people eat stale things, right? However, what no one noticed was that after the White Queen left, a strange blue light gradually emerged on the ground where Apocalypse was standing before, and it followed the street lamps on the street and entered into the light. After Li Feng returned to the villa, he saw the White Queen running back and forth in the kitchen barefoot, apparently cooking dinner for the two of them. Li Feng breathed a sigh of relief, and when he entered the kitchen, he hugged the White Queen into his arms. "What are you doing cooking?" The White Queen glared at him. "Hey wife, what are you doing today?" Li Feng grinned and asked. "I won't tell you, go outside and wait," White Queen said coquettishly, pushing him out with her hands. Li Feng smiled, lay down on the sofa and drank milk. As for the matter of X-Men and Magneto, he quickly put it behind him and didn't dwell on it for too long, because it was an episode in his life. With this skill, it is better to think about how to deepen the relationship with White Queen. Speaking of which, with Li Feng's efforts recently, some parts of White Queen seem to be getting bigger. Although it is not obvious, Li Feng can feel it. After all, he has experienced it every day. This is a good start, and Li Feng decided to make persistent efforts to cultivate other sides of White Queen. The threat of mutant was completely resolved with the shots of Li Feng and Hela. I believe that after learning from Professor X and Magneto, there should be no one who is not afraid of death to provoke Li Feng again. And the emergence of Apocalypse is destined to be short-lived. Who made him overreach to threaten the White Queen? If he knew that Hela, the god of death, was inhabiting the White Queen's body, he would probably have had 10,000 guts to do so. In addition, Nick Fury from S.H.I.E.L.D had just been warned by Hela himself, so basically no one would dare to trouble Li Feng. Li Feng and White Queen continue to live a stable and happy life as usual. In a short time, there will be no more troublesome people who don't have good eyesight. And Li Feng also took advantage of this time to film the battle between the Hulk and the Abomination in a 100% restored way. As soon as the film was released, it caused a great sensation, and even the box office far exceeded 80% of Li Feng's expectations. It took Li Feng a while to recover from this number. Although he claimed to add some elements such as contradictions and discrimination with humans in the battle between the Hulk and the Abomination, which can be regarded as adding to the visibility of the movie, but he never thought that the response would be so great. Congratulations to the host for successfully releasing a new movie. Get the symbiote god template from Venom. Special reminder, the god of symbiosis is the strongest existence in Venom's hometown. The host will have stronger power than Venom, and the symbiosis is silver white. One morning, Li Feng opened his eyes after waking up and was about to take a look at the balance opened in his bank card when he heard such a sentence. The original drowsiness disappeared in an instant, replaced by endless excitement. After signing in strange and useless props for many days in a row, Li Feng finally got a very strong reward again. God of Symbiosis. Cool. Resisting the excitement of shouting out loud, Li Feng was ecstatic in his heart. Others may not know what the God of Symbiosis is, but Li Feng knows it very well in his heart. Speaking of symbiotes, many people will think of 10 movies Venom. The Venom in it once said a word, "I am just a D***K in my own planet." And what ability does this D***K have? Simple abilities such as soul resistance, magic resistance, super strength, amazing speed, extraordinary endurance, and gene replication will not be mentioned. The most important thing is that Venom can be liquefied, transformed, disguised, and even has an unimaginable healing ability. It can be restored even if it is beaten into a pulp, and it can even be immune to mind control and nuclear radiation. But what makes Li Feng feel the happiest is not this, but the gene sequence of the symbiont in the Marvel Universe. The symbiont itself is an alien single-celled organism, so this ability is only valid for those with superabilities of the genetic system. And for those without genes, elemental life on the mysterious side, or abilities that do not rely on genes, ancient one on the magic side, in terms of existence it is equal to no. The symbiont can even double the host's ability by strengthening the host's gene, and the general ability can reach dozens of times. Generally speaking, in just a few days, the power of the host will become extremely powerful. To put it simply, when you meet the strong, you are strong. Genes support the basic structure and performance of life and store all the information of life's race, blood type, gestation, shape, ability, growth, apoptosis, and other processes. The interdependence of environment and heredity plays an important role in the reproduction of life, cell division and protein synthesis, and other important physiological processes. And all life phenomena such as birth, growth, decline, disease, old age, and death of organisms are related to genes. It so happens that Venom, the god of symbiosis, can have the strongest linkage with Li Feng's genes originally. And what needs to be known is that the symbiont template obtained by Li Feng is not the Diaosi symbiont in the movie, but the god of symbiotes. It is conceivable that when he uses both the Steppenwolf template and the symbiote god template, the genes between the two will definitely change. At that time, a true ultimate life form will be born. It cannot be killed, it cannot be destroyed. Even if it is thrown into a black hole and resists the Big Bang, it will not die. Any attack method is useless against it. Moreover, any form of attack may lead to the evolution of Li Feng's genes, thus becoming more powerful. To put it simply, this is a kind of unsolvable life that cannot be killed, and the more it attacks, the stronger it becomes. It is conceivable how powerful the template obtained by Li Feng is. He can even clearly feel that his body has integrated with the genes of the god of symbiosis. As long as he wants, he can completely turn himself into a liquefied existence. This is because the god of symbiosis will evolve autonomously and will evolve many times in a very short period of time. At first, I was worried about what to do when I met that purple potato essence, but now it seems that it is completely worthwhile. I'm afraid of those gods in the universe. Li Feng thought with satisfaction, and the confidence in his heart became stronger. The template of Steppenwolf is indeed very powerful after all, its genes are the celestial group. But Steppenwolf is not an invincible existence, his strength has a limit, and Li Feng has gradually felt this limit. Although he hasn't fully summoned the Steppenwolf, it doesn't mean that he doesn't have an estimate of the power of this template. Originally, Li Feng was thinking about whether he should look for opportunities to collect infinite gems so as to enhance his strength. After all, although the alien creatures of the new Protos like the Steppenwolf can walk sideways on the Earth, if the opponent is the ancient existence in the universe, it will be a bit powerless. But now, there is no need for this at all. The template of the god of symbiosis gave Li Feng sufficient confidence. Even Thanos with the Infinity Gauntlet in his hand, he wouldn't pay attention. In a world as dangerous as Marvel's, there's nothing more exciting than improving your powers. After all, with strength, Li Feng can not only protect himself, but also protect his wife. "Husband, why are you so excited so early in the morning?" At this time, the White Queen also woke up, and when she opened her eyes, she saw Li Feng laughing foolishly by herself. Li Feng didn't explain, the system and time travel are his biggest secrets, and he didn't tell anyone, not even the White Queen. Seeking flowers. If this kind of secret is revealed, not only will it not do any good, it may even ruin everything about yourself. The White Queen didn't care but hugged Li Feng's neck and said with a light smile, "Since you are so energetic then, I really don't have a drop." Soon the two of them were covered under the quilt. There was a creaking sound in the room. After being satisfied, Li Feng quickly entered the state of a sage. After tidying up, he ate the breakfast prepared by White Queen himself, and then went out to the set to see the preparation progress of the new movie. After being tormented by Li Feng, White Queen not only did not show any signs of fatigue, but also told Li Feng with special energy that she would play like this every morning after getting up. 0. This made Li Feng want to cry. This has not yet reached the age of wolves and tigers, it is so crazy. If it really comes to that time, is it still worth it? However, Li Feng didn't care too much. After all, he has all kinds of templates on him. The appearance of the god of symbiosis template made Li Feng's heart full of confidence all of a sudden. Tired? Joke. 18 times a night, no pressure. How strong it is now, Li Feng himself doesn't know. Because there is no opponent, Li Feng doesn't know if he can beat Thanos with one finger now. If so, it would be too boring. At the moment, S.H.I.E.L.D Grant Ward's office. During this period of time, he has been looking for information related to Li Feng and White Queen. Grant Ward still remembers Nick Fury's expression at that time. This also made him more sure that Nick Fury must be trying to hide some terrible secret. It's just that Nick Fury's actions are too fast, he has no way to get the highest authority, and can only conduct investigations in other ways. After a lot of trouble, Grant Ward finally obtained the information of Li Feng and White Queen as he wished. First up is Li Feng, from the initial encounter with Captain America to the recent killing of Magneto and the mutants by Li Feng. Grant Ward watched with horror. Li Feng is such a terrifying existence. Now the industry regards him as an outstanding young director, and no one would think of him in this regard. No wonder Nick Fury is keeping this a secret. In fact, it wasn't just Grant Ward. When Nick Fury knew about Magneto, he was also taken aback. It wasn't until then that Nick Fury realized that neither of Li Feng and his wife was easy to mess with. A Hela, god of Asgard of immeasurable strength, sharing a body with the White Queen. A Li Feng directly killed Magneto, one of the strongest mutants. It is really in line with the old saying, if you are not a family, you will not enter a family. Subsequently, Grant Ward saw Hela's information again. After contacting Thor intentionally or unintentionally these days, he more or less knows some of Hela's origin and identity. Although compared with Li Feng's extensive information, Hela's information is much less. But what shocked Grant Ward was Hela's identity, goddess of death conquering the 9 realms. Compared with Li Feng, this identity is much more terrifying. No matter how many ideas Grant Ward had, they were crushed by himself. Don't say anything else. A single Hydra organization, no matter how powerful it is only an organization established by mortals. Does it compare to some aliens from Asgard? Not at all. Moreover, given that we are currently in the era of mutant S.H.I.E.L.D is keeping a close eye on everything, so Hydra can only do some dirty things secretly and dare not even show up in public. How could it be possible to provoke these two terrible guys? Grant Ward sighed and shook his head and put away the materials of Hela and Li Feng. There is no need to read any further. As an undercover agent, he clearly knows the strength of Hydra. The top management of Hydra is not a fool. If they know that they can't be provoked, they still get along with them. Isn't that courting death? But at this moment, a rather crazy idea rose in Grant Ward's mind. Hydra's consistent belief is to pursue or control powerful people. No, how could I have such an idea? People in Hydra will never betray their beliefs. Grant Ward dismissed the idea as soon as it arose. You must know that Hydra's purpose all along is to welcome back its own god. Hydra is an organization. Many readers who read the manga think that it originated from S.H.I.E.L.D, but it is not. S.H.I.E.L.D is just a branch of Hydra in the long history, and it cannot be regarded as the orthodox Hydra. Moreover, this department was founded by Red Skull following the Hydra concept of the past, and is not the orthodox Hydra. The orthodox Hydra organization coexists with each historical branch and silently supports the development of each branch. Moreover, the origin of the orthodox Hydra organization is quite early. About 1400 years ago, a powerful alien hive appeared on the Earth at that time. This alien was sent to a distant planet because of his strong ability, and the purpose of Hydra is to let this alien return. In their hearts, this alien is a god. The Hydra branch and the main branch of each period have to send people to the planet, where the hive is located through the Blackstone portal, swallowing Gemma Simmons. Stone, those who have read the comics will have the impression, in order to save or serve the hive, that is. The current known as the Far Star Project. But until now, the Far Star Project has not been completed, mainly because Hydra has not received a response from the hive, and this project has also been shelved. Up to now, Hydra basically does not have any expectations for the Far Star Project. Maybe you can try this way, find a new god and worship her. In this way, Hydra may not need to worship any hive aimlessly. Grant Ward suddenly thought, and there was a touch of madness in his eyes. Hydra is a very large organization with many divisions. Each branch has a leader. Although Grant Ward is an undercover agent, he is also a very important undercover agent, so he still has a little influence in this area. In addition, there are some other leaders, and Grant Ward will basically not contact them for nothing, unless there are some key tasks they will get together. Soon, Grant Ward secretly contacted the leaders of several other Hydra divisions and expressed his plans and ideas. Originally, Grant Ward was already ready to be reprimanded and even punished. After all, his plan was a betrayal of faith. But what Grant Ward didn't expect was that the leaders of several other branches, after hearing what he said, all fell silent without exception. In Hydra, silence is everything means there is no voice against it. Grant Ward was amazed by this, but soon figured out why. In fact, this is also very normal. The hive has disappeared for 1400 years. After such a long time, there is no loyalty at all. Hydra has been hiding her name all these years. It is really aggrieved. Change to the boss, maybe the day of success will come. Moreover, Hela's origin and name are much more powerful than that hive. God of death. Rule the 9 realms, conquer the 9 realms. Such a powerful existence, how cool is it to be the boss of Hydra? Definitely, the main reason is that Hydra urgently needs to find a backer. Although the current Hydra members are still all over the world, under the attack of S.H.I.E.L.D, they have no chance to show their faces at all. So many plans have come to nothing also because at the moment is often caught by S.H.I.E.L.D. This cautious situation is like walking a tightrope. You must watch every move of S.H.I.E.L.D. every moment, otherwise death and destruction will come at any time. Once all the strongholds of Hydra are taken away, the efforts of the past century will be in vain. No matter how powerful an organization is, it can't compare to a country, right? Hydra was able to make great contributions in World War II. What is the reason for its great reputation? Hitler, fascism, evil empire. For 7, they have no shortage of manpower and resources, and most importantly, they are surrounded by a well-known boss who can do whatever they want. But with the demise of that evil enemy country, Hydra has become a maggot in the sewer, can only linger on and can hardly do anything. Now is the best opportunity to untie this knot. After getting answers from those colleagues, Grant Ward began to think carefully about how to approach Hela. If Hela is willing to accept the belief of these Hydra members, then the rise of the Hydra Empire will be led by the star field outside the Earth, Asgard, and it will be a breeze to conquer Xi and human beings. But once it fails, Grant Ward wondered if he would survive. The characters in the comics will be added for linkage in the follow-up episodes. It must be full of coolness. Readers, please subscribe and rush. The risks and benefits between the two are too great for Grant Ward to be careless. After thinking for a long time and analyzing it over and over again, Grant Ward decided to try it. He has no way out. After seeing the powerful power of S.H.I.E.L.D, he can't see the future of Hydra, so he can only gamble at this time. Thinking of this, Grant Ward gave instructions to one of his agents to contact Hela first. As for whether it will be successful or not, it depends on God's will. And that man named Li Feng, Hydra will always be a believer under your command. My respected god of death, will you accept us? Grant Ward's eyes flickered and his face was crazy. Li Feng, who was discussing the plot with several well-known screenwriters on the set, had a carrier pigeon flying from nowhere on his shoulder. On the carrier pigeon's feet, there is a string of sheepskin-colored paper strips. Li Feng froze for a moment and took the note off the carrier pigeon's sole. When he saw the signature above, he couldn't help being surprised. Ancient 7, how did she know me? A simple sentence was written on the note, to the effect that he hoped that Li Feng could come to the holy place to look for him and meet him. As the protector of the earth, the Ancient One known as the Sorcerer Supreme, Li Feng feels that he still needs to be respected. Although he didn't understand why Ancient One would come looking for him, he always felt that this matter was a bit weird. Moreover, Ancient One still kept the time gem. Li Feng felt that he should go there. After leaving the set, Li Feng set off. According to the positioning on the navigation, he found the nearest holy place in the center of the capital city of the United States and walked in. There are 3 holy places in Camertage, and the center of the capital city of the United States is one of them. Every holy place is equipped with special magic, which ordinary people can't see at all. Definitely, Li Feng must be able to see it. His sensory ability is already very good, so the disguise of the holy place is useless in front of him. Walking into the holy place, a sense of simplicity comes over us. When Li Feng entered the holy place, a magician walked up. Come with me, the Ancient One magician is waiting for you. This magician didn't appear in the movie, so Li Feng didn't care. After he nodded, he followed the magician into the depths of the holy place, where there was a staircase leading to the 2nd floor. Please, the magician said to Li Feng respectfully. Li Feng hesitated for a while but decided to go in and have a look. One is that they are strong enough, so they don't have to worry about Ancient One being bad for them. Secondly, Li Feng also wanted to know why Ancient One invited him here. After entering the 2nd floor, Li Feng found that in front of him there was a person wearing a magician robe and a hood with his back facing him. After realizing that someone was coming, the man turned around and looked at Li Feng. It is the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. Hello, Li Feng career. Ancient One nodded politely to Li Feng, just like in the movie, with an extraordinary temperament. The same is true for Li Feng. After greeting, he began to ask about the purpose of Ancient One. Sorcerer Supreme, I don't know that you invited me over. Is there something wrong? Li Feng asked straightforwardly, a little curious about the purpose of Ancient One. PLZ, follow me. Ancient One smiled and didn't speak directly, but in front of Li Feng, he suddenly opened his hands and drew a virtual circle in the air. Soon, something like a portal appeared in front of Li Feng. Through the portal, Li Feng saw at a glance the snow-covered mountains not far away, as well as the Taoist temple on the mountain. This is exactly Camertage. Ancient One made a gesture of invitation to Li Feng and said, "Mr. Li Feng, welcome to Camertage." After speaking, he walked in. Li Feng did not refuse anyway, he also wanted to visit Camertage. After all, this place is a rare clean place in big cities. Soon the two came to Camertage through the portal. This place is known as the Strange Holy Land. The entire house is in the ancient architectural style of the Huxia dynasty, and the Heitai loft exudes an immortal atmosphere everywhere, which calms Li Feng's impetuous heart a little. And when Li Feng and Ancient One appeared here together, the monks who were guarding the holy places hurriedly bowed slightly to Ancient One, their faces full of respect. As for Li Feng, there was a hint of wariness in their eyes. But Li Feng didn't have any thoughts about these people, and he didn't bother to talk to them, so he followed Gu Tong into the courtyard. In the courtyard, the magicians who were practicing magic on the square appeared in front of Li Feng. Li Feng glanced over the faces of these people one by one and suddenly asked curiously, "Ancient One magician, is there anyone named Stephen Strange here?" Stephen Strange. Upon hearing this, Ancient One stopped suddenly, and then she looked at Li Feng in surprise and asked, How do you know this name?" I have to say, Li Feng's question was too coincidental. It turned out that just yesterday, a man who claimed to be from the capital of the United States came to Camertage. The man's name is Stephen Strange. He was originally an excellent neurosurgeon. Due to a car accident, his hands could no longer use the scalpel to work normally. In order to cure his hands, he went to famous doctors all over the world to no avail. As a result, in despair, he could only come to the Himalayas to seek help from 370 Gushi. And as a profound magician, Ancient One naturally blocked this guy out like a plot. Now it is estimated that he is still starving and freezing, but Ancient One never expected that Li Feng would actually mention this name. This was really beyond his expectation. Seeing Ancient One's reaction like this, Li Feng knew that the plot of Dr. Strange should have started by now. He smiled casually and said, "Dr. Stephen is a very powerful person. When I went to the capital of the United States, I had a conversation with him. No matter from which aspect, he has shown his knowledge." Ancient One smiled calmly and then brought Li Feng to his special place for entertaining guests. The two sat down facing each other. Ancient One poured 2 cups of green tea, and the fragrance filled the whole room in an instant. Li Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip, and exclaimed, "Not bad, good tea." "You also know how to drink tea?" Ancient One asked slowly. "Understand a little." Li Feng was not in a hurry and responded calmly. In front of this old magician who has lived for hundreds of years, he didn't want to reveal too much. Because he still doesn't know what the purpose of this guy calling him here is. "Don't be nervous, Mr. Li Feng. I called you here just to communicate with you. I have no ill intentions towards you." Ancient One smiled and said to Li Feng with a calm expression and clear eyes, "It seems that there is indeed no killing intent overflowing." However, Li Feng didn't fully believe it either, and it is imperative to be on guard against others. To make friends, there is no need for such a big battle, right? Not only took me to Camertage, but also secretly converted the surrounding space into a mirrored space. It seems that your sincerity is not enough," Li Feng said indifferently. From the moment he came in, he had already noticed the fluctuations in the surrounding space. In other words, this is a mirror space, and the whole world cannot be connected to the outside world except Li Feng and Ancient One. This is not the attitude of making friends, it is more like wanting to take action against oneself. Ancient One shook his head, still with the same calm posture, and said softly, "Mr. Li Feng, I am very interested in you, because some things you have done recently have aroused my great curiosity. Can you tell me, how did you get your strength?" Ancient One's words revealed a message. That is, she has been paying attention to Li Feng for a long time, and she also knows that Li Feng's strength is very strong, the kind that is too strong. This is also the reason why she didn't do it as soon as she came in. If you have something to say, just talk about it, don't beat around the bush. If you really want to make friends with me, I hope you will show your sincerity. The more Ancient One said, the more Li Feng confirmed his guess. This Sorcerer Supreme really planned to deal with him. But Li Feng is not afraid either. He doesn't know how strong he is now, but it is definitely not something that Ancient One can fight against. If he wants to give it a try, he can do it anyway. Hee. Ancient One smiled slightly at Li Feng, stood up and said, "Mr. Li Feng, you are very smart. Indeed, when I invite you to Camertage, I don't just want to make friends with you. I was also entrusted by an old friend. He is very interested in your power and even more interested in everything around you. But he can't come to you anytime and anywhere, so he asked me to say hello to you." Hearing this, Li Feng narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "Who? The guy who asked me doesn't want me to tell you who he is." However, if you want to know, let me see your strength. Li Feng also stood up and asked, what do you want to see? How about we make a bet? As long as you can cause substantial damage to me in this mirror space, then I will not only grant you all the magic I have mastered, but also tell you who that guy is. If you can't break free, don't worry. You need to stay in Camertage for half a year. During this half year, you can't return to the United States. I will do my best to take care of you with the best hospitality. You, Ancient One, has no hesitation and stated its purpose, a gamble. As for Li Feng, after listening to Ancient One's statement, not only was there no fluctuation in his heart, he even wanted to laugh a little. Just relying on this mere mirror image space hoping to trap him, is Ancient One too inflated, or does he feel that he is too weak? Moreover, he has entered the mirror space now, is it up to him to bet or not? Even if Li Feng doesn't want to gamble, he has no choice. However, it seemed that Ancient One did not have any malice towards him, but the purpose was a bit strange. Lock him up for half a year, this is why. What will happen in the next 6 months? Li Feng didn't continue to think too much, because at the level of Sorcerer Supreme, everything she did had her deep meaning, so it was pointless for him to guess. As for the spells that Ancient One knows, Li Feng doesn't care. Well, let's start now. I look forward to your performance. Ancient One smiled, and then his body gradually became translucent. He just stood there motionless and smiled at Li Feng. Li Feng shook his head helplessly. He would not have accepted Ancient One's invitation if he had known it would be such a trouble. Now that things have happened, Li Feng no longer has a hesitation. Isn't it just a mere mirror space? Li Feng didn't move too much, just sneered, stretched out a finger, and pointed lightly in the direction where Ancient One was standing. Whoosh. Immediately his fingers turned into countless huge amounts of tree roots, drilled out from the flat ground and rushed towards Ancient One. The appearance of these tree roots not only caused the entire mirror world to spin, but also caused large cracks to appear around it. And this is just the beginning. Now Li Feng has no idea how much destructive power he can cause with all his strength. But one thing is certain, the so-called mirror world is almost nothing in his eyes. The thick tree roots swept towards Ancient One like crazy and even spread along those tall buildings. Then, countless terrifying branches centered on Li Feng and spread out like a spider web. These shocking tree roots did not touch Ancient One for the first time, but expanded constantly and became deeper and deeper. Gradually, the high-rise buildings in the entire space began to crack, and the basic structure of the entire Earth began to collapse. Endless tree roots surged up to the ground along the cracks, and the originally peaceful world suddenly turned into a towering tree with lush branches and leaves. And Li Feng and Ancient One just stood in the space. You looked at me and I looked at you. Next second. Countless branches of the tree trunk stopped the operation of the entire mirror world. The ear-piercing loud noises continued to be heard, followed by terrible earthquakes. The mirror world began to collapse and the entire space began to disintegrate. Go. Li Feng raised the corners of his mouth and moved his lips lightly. Whoosh whoosh. The tree roots entwined around, as if being watered by the water of life, swept towards Ancient One crazily. As for the translucent Ancient One standing in place, her entire face was filled with disbelief. Kyan Li's. Before the tree roots were about to touch her, she suddenly raised her 2 fingers and took a drink. Untie, the roots came in an instant. Then the entire space collapsed into pieces. But Ancient One suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and took several steps back, almost unable to stand still. After breaking the mirror space, Li Feng found that the scene around him had changed, and it happened to be one of the holy places in the capital of the United States. This is the real world. He is not in Camertage Pine, but in the holy place of the United States. Li Feng gradually raised his head and looked at Ancient One not far away. The latter wiped the corner of his mouth with deep shock in his eyes and said, "Your performance is much stronger than I expected. What did you do just now? Why did I lose control of the mirror space? This kind of the situation has always been only. Black magic will appear, right?" Li Feng snatched her words and asked back. "Kr." There was a killing intent in Ancient One's eyes. Li Feng was right. Such destructive power in her impression has only appeared when using black magic. "Would you like to gamble?" Li Feng didn't speak but looked at Ancient One coldly and said, he doesn't want to conflict with Ancient One, but it doesn't mean he is afraid of Ancient One. In other words, Ancient One didn't really attack him, otherwise he wouldn't let this guy go easily. As for the method used just now, it was the combination of the god of symbiosis and the Steppenwolf power. He can transform the god of symbiosis in his body into anything through his imagination. The Steppenwolf template just enhances this kind of glory. No need, you one. This is the first time I've lost to an earthling who isn't a magician. You're not using black magic, are you? Ancient One looked at Li Feng and asked, Definitely. Li Feng smiled disdainfully and said, "That thing is nothing compared to my strength." Ancient One was silent for 2 seconds and did not continue to question Li Feng's words. Since she is a sorcerer supreme, she can naturally feel that there is no shadow of black magic on Li Feng. She said softly, "Mr. Li Feng, as I said just now, I will teach you all the magic that I have mastered, as long as you are willing to learn. I'm not very interested in this matter can be put aside. I'm even more curious who sent you to touch me, a magician." Li Feng folded his hands on his chest, leaned against the wall, and asked lightly. Ancient One pondered for a few seconds, then said, "The main god of Asgard, Odin." Odin, Li Feng frowned. Why did Odin notice him? Logically speaking, he hasn't been in contact with Thor yet, so he won't provoke this lunatic who is known as the King of War in the Nine Realms, right? Don't worry, Odin meant no harm to you. Ancient One seemed to see what Li Feng was thinking and said, "What does he want from me?" Li Feng asked. "Nor." Ancient One shook his head. Li Feng didn't ask any further questions. It's not a good thing to be targeted by an Asgard god. But he knew that Odin's time was approaching, and it was probably impossible for him to have any thoughts about him. What kind of collision can happen between two people who cannot reach each other? Ancient One magician, Li Feng glanced at Ancient One and said calmly, "I'm not a good-tempered person. Next time if this happens again, I will demolish all 3 of your holy places. See you later." After speaking, Li Feng turned and left. He had no intention of staying any longer at all, nor did he plan to make friends with Ancient One. No need, as long as Ancient One doesn't come to trouble him. After hearing Li Feng's threat, Ancient One paused for 2 seconds and smiled helplessly. It wasn't until Li Feng left completely that her expression became serious. From the very beginning, Ancient One didn't expect the mirror space to trap Li Feng. Her real purpose is not to test Li Feng's strength. Instead, I want to see if there is the power emperor of the goddess of death on this guy. Now it seems that there is no such thing at all. Originally, she planned to use the power of Time Gem to continue the test, but Li Feng's previous strength was too strong. She was worried that Time Gem would not be able to withstand it, and she was also worried that Li Feng would blow up because of this. The place was destroyed. Moreover, that gamble Ancient One originally was about to lose. Some people pursue magic until they die, but they can't find any trace of magic. And some people, even if you are not interested in magic, someone will let you learn it. Li Feng is the latter. The reason why Ancient One is willing to teach Li Feng magic is because of his strength. She, who owns the Time Gem, has seen what will happen sometime in the future. She doesn't want Li Feng to be the protector of the Earth like her, but only wants Li Feng to be able to resolve disputes when the Earth is in danger after he learns magic os. Definitely, apart from this small thought, there is another important reason. It was entrusted by others, as she said earlier. The purpose of that old friend was not to trap Li Feng, but to find out whether Li Feng possessed the power of the goddess of death. Now it seems that this is just Li Feng's own strength. Odin, Odin, you have been hiding in Asgard for hundreds of years. Why don't you dare to come out from the 9 realms and face those powerful beings? Ancient One walked to the window, looked up at the sky, and sighed in a calm tone. He said, "The morals of the world are about to change." At the moment, Asgard, the main hall, Odin sat on the altar holding a scepter with a gloomy face. He is very angry. There are 2 sources of anger. The first one is his chosen successor, the rebellious son who ran to the earth again and despite his own warning asked the earth people to help him find Hela. The second one, of course, is Hela. After Hela escaped from the seal before, Odin had never been so angry. At most he was a little worried. But when he learned that Hela was parasitic in a mortal body with Li Feng and became husband and wife with Li Feng, Odin was completely enraged. His son. His daughter, which is not the most powerful god in the god realm, which has no noble blood of Asgard, Thor actually fell in love with a mortal and brought her home. Hela went so far that she even found a mortal to marry without telling her. In the future, will you still have children? Integrate the noble blood of Asgard with the mortal blood of the people on Earth. This is simply an insult to the glory of Asgard. Not to mention how angry Odin, as an old father, was when he heard that his cabbage was R******D by a pig. But no matter how angry he was, he didn't lose the rationality he should have as a god king. Although Hela was deprived of the godhood and imprisoned in dungeon back then, resulting in a bad relationship between the two, he still did not want to see this powerful child living in the world. Hela is her daughter, and that will never change. But his daughter found a mortal, which made Odin always accept that she shouldn't. Odin was even more uncomfortable than the previous Hela rebellion. Heimdall, tell Thor to go and kill that mortal. Odin spoke to Heimdall. He decides to execute Li Feng and bring Hela back to Asgard. After hearing Odin's order, Heimdall did not leave immediately but said with a blank expression, "Your Majesty Odin, are you sure you want Thor to go? Otherwise, let you go." Odin sneered and said, "Thor is my son, he obeys my orders, and it is one of his destiny to protect the blood of Asgard. But your son, even with Mjolnir, can't beat your daughter." Heimdall didn't shy away from anything, he always spoke directly. Odin's order is not to kill Li Feng, it is clearly to ask Thor to die. Today's Thor is still too immature and it is impossible to be the opponent of Hyla. If you go to the door, you can only die in vain. Odin also reacted after hearing Heimdall's reminder, his face became more gloomy. "Since this is the case, then I have to go to the earth in person and bring back my two unfilial descendants. By the way, let that mortal see what is called a real god." Odin was so angry that his beard was about to stand up. Because of the excitement, even the veins on the neck burst. If that's the case, the entire planet might be destroyed. And have you forgotten? You have been stared at by the cosmic celestial group. If you interfere with other civilizations, you will be discovered soon. At that time, Asgard will fall into a passive state. Heimdall persuaded, hoping that Odin could calm down a little. Cosmic God Group, this name is too big. In the very early days, Odin once fought with the people of the celestial group, but he didn't get any benefits from it at all and instead made enemies with them. Over the years, Odin gradually calmed down and did not pay attention to things outside the universe. But Heimdall is different. He knows everything in the universe. Therefore, once Odin leaves Asgard, the cosmic celestial group will definitely find a way to make trouble. After hearing the name of the Tenjin group, Odin also gradually calmed down. He is old. If he was young, let alone the cosmic god group in the entire 9 realms, no creature could stop him. But now it's different, so he can't go to Earth. But when he thought that his daughter and son were all in love with the mortals on the Earth, and even wanted to marry and have children, Odin felt as if he had swallowed gunpowder and was furious. That mortal is the most critical existence. Just kill him and everything will settle down. Odin took a deep breath with tired eyes. If only that boy Loki was still around. At this time, Thor's mother Frigg came out. "When Hela rebelled, I never saw you so angry." Frigga smiled helplessly and took Odin's hand. "Can that be the same?" Odin snorted coldly. "But if you hadn't been so angry and locked up that child Hela, she wouldn't have disobeyed you, right?" Frigga said softly, "You have lived for tens of thousands of years. Let the children handle their own affairs." Frigga doesn't actually object to Hela and Li Feng's matter. As the mother of the gods, Frigga is not a person who likes to fight and kill, but Odin doesn't think so. For the gods who can conquer the 9 realms, kindness is always superfluous in their hearts. Li Feng, who returned to the set, did not realize that there was a greater danger coming. He didn't realize that, in fact, he got one thing wrong from the beginning. That's right. He doesn't fight or fight, he wants to live a stable life, he wants to have a perfect family, and he doesn't want too much trouble. But many times, trouble will come to you on its own initiative. In the final analysis, the reason is that Li Feng has power. Power, not to mention the power given to him by the system. Just after he quickly became a famous director, troubles will also follow. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility and the more trouble. This is the result of Li Feng keeping a low profile as much as possible, otherwise he will have more troubles. Captain America, S.H.I.E.L.D, these troubles that have been staring at him from the very beginning, he ignored. If he let go of his body and mind to participate in it, I'm afraid the butterfly effect will be even more terrifying. From the flapping of the tiniest butterfly's wings to a huge amounts of storm at the end. From being targeted by gangsters such as Rampage at the beginning to now being targeted by Odin of Asgard. And this is just the beginning. When Li Feng was fighting Ancient One Magician, an uninvited guest broke into his villa, an agent from Hydra. Wearing a mask and a black tights, she easily escaped the sight of the bodyguards at the door and entered the courtyard. Seeking flowers. But when she just walked to the door of the living room, she was discovered by White Queen's keen perception. White Queen originally planned to kill the intruder directly, but she found that the intruder did not seem to be hostile through telepathy, so she temporarily shelved this idea. Out of curiosity, she stood in front of the female agent and asked coldly, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The female agent was still very vigilant, but after seeing the White Queen, she took off the mask almost without any hesitation and said respectfully, "Dear God of Death, my name is Renah from the Great Hydra, and I am the agent of Hydra member. In view of your noble status, my commander specifically ordered me to come and offer my loyalty to you." After saying this, she looked at the White Queen devoutly and fanatically. Hydra may not be very good in other things, but its brainwashing skills are still very solid. After hearing what the female agent said, Queen Bai Huang couldn't help frowning. Hydra, this organization he had heard from Magneto before but never paid attention to it. But how did they know that Hela exists in their bodies? This made the White Queen feel a little killing intent. But soon Hela took control of her body, looked at the female agent coldly and said, "Did my younger brother tell you that I am here?" "No, Hydra has a huge intelligence network." The female agent said sincerely, "Please forgive me, we investigated your information, so we came to you, but don't worry, we have no malicious intentions." "Oh," Hela sneered, crossed her legs, sat on the sofa and said, "Hydra, right. I don't accept loyalty without value, tell me your value." Hela did not refuse Hydra's refuge, but she did not accept it easily either. Not all cats and dogs are qualified to follow the great goddess of death. Back then, when she was fighting in the 9 realms, she didn't know how many Inhumans wanted to join her, but she blocked them all. As the only goddess of death in Asgard, she has arrogance in her heart. How much value can a group of mortals have? After the female agent heard Hela's words, she rationalized her thinking and introduced the origin of Hydra and the distribution of various strengths. The tone was no different from that of promoting products, and she wanted to dedicate her organization to Hela. No, it should be dedicated to Asgard. Only Asgard can make Hydra surrender willingly. Many leaders of Hydra are eager to restore the glory of Hydra in the past, and the god of Asgard is undoubtedly the best chance. Otherwise, without the support of a strong backer, Hydra may not exist for a long time. Even the current Hydra cannot compare with S.H.I.E.L.D, which has global state support. After listening to the female agent's introduction to Hydra, Hela shook her head in disappointment. The value of Hydra is much less than she imagined. Although Hydra still has many capable people who remain anonymous all over the world, as long as the high level dispatches them, they are also a force that cannot be underestimated. But don't forget who Hela is. God of Asgard, how big is God's vision? The power of the Hydra organization is really pitifully small in the eyes of 770 Hela. However, it cannot be said that it is worthless. After all, Hela does not have its own army on Earth, except for those mutants who are always watched by the government. Therefore, Hela suddenly understood that after mastering Hydra, it would definitely help Li Feng avoid many troubles. Thinking of this, Hela already had a plan in mind. She walked up to the female agent, condescendingly pressed her head with one hand and said indifferently, "I accept Hydra's loyalty. You go back and tell the high-level people behind you, let them come to see me with sincerity. If you dare to reveal my identity, my power will tear you into pieces." The words fell. A crystal-clear green light penetrated into the female agent's mind. She trembled all over, then nodded, turned and left without much nonsense. And Hela returned to her room, looked at the White Queen in the mirror and said, "Emma, we have to do this." The White Queen in the mirror was silent for 2 seconds and said, "But if my husband finds out, it's okay." Hela shook her head with a smile and said, "He won't blame us. Besides, he will know the truth sooner or later, won't he?" White Queen bit her lip and nodded slightly. Accepting the loyalty of Hydra is nothing more than a trivial matter to Hela. If it wasn't for Li Feng, she wouldn't have looked down on Hydra, a mortal organization. Moreover, Hydra can also be regarded as a dark chess piece left on the Earth, and it may be useful when it is not known. Li Feng, who was still busy on the set, had no idea that his wife had subdued S.H.I.E.L.D's old rival, Hydra, after only going out for a while, and these are just the beginning for Asgard's goddess of death. Staying in the White Queen's body for this period of time, Hela's injuries have basically recovered. She knew that it would not be long before she could regain her divine body, and then return to Asgard to sit on the seat of the 9 ghosts god lord that should belong to her. As for Odin or something, she didn't give a damn. It's just that before returning to Asgard, she must first deal with the relationship with Li Feng. How to make Li Feng, an ordinary person, accept his identity and tell him to accept his past. This is what Hela is most worried about right now. The wives who get along day and night not only have 2 personalities, but one of them is also the goddess of death, the kind of goddess with countless blood on her hands. Whoever it is will be unacceptable, right? Why? Hela sighed. If this was the case in the end, it would be a big deal for her not to return to Asgard. She knew she was in love with Li Feng. If I can regain my divine body and appear in front of Li Feng again, will he fall in love with me and have S*X with me? For the first time, Hela had such an idea in his heart. Now she really wants to have a child with Li Feng, so that the two will have a bond and an inseparable relationship. But the trouble is, because there are many laws in this universe, the more powerful life is, the more difficult it is to break through the genetic restriction and integrate with inferior genes. What Hela doesn't know is that Li Feng also has similar troubles. In Li Feng's mind, he had already vaguely doubted the existence of Hela. Li Feng didn't notice it at first, but as he got along constantly, Li Feng gradually realized that there seemed to be something wrong with his wife. Don't say anything else. When White Queen and him are lingering on the bed, there are often two different expressions. One is a particularly bold and unrestrained wild conquest. The other is a little bird who is at the mercy of others. These two reactions are completely different. Even Li Feng has begun to wonder if his wife really has a dual personality, as Nick Fury said. However, Li Feng only had doubts in his heart and still couldn't directly confirm it. He loves her, so he didn't want to have doubts about the White Queen. With the death of Magneto, the refuge of Hydra, and the Hulk being recruited by S.H.I.E.L.D, the days gradually passed. And Li Feng also took advantage of this time to put Mission Impossible 4 on the screen. However, the rewards he got really made him a little speechless. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the pistol Zhang Mazi used in Let the Bullets Fly. After Li Feng heard this reward, his face twitched several times. The rewards offered by this system vary too much. When you're lucky, you can get a powerful force in the Marvel Universe. When you are unlucky, the pistol used by Zhang Mazi, what a mess. What do I need this thing for? Put it up at home. Or is it that Yin City is a gangster? However, after having obtained the system for so long, Li Feng has almost figured out the urine nature of the system, and the ability to accept it in his heart has become much stronger. Anyway, his demand for rewards from the system is not particularly great. Recently, Li Feng's life has finally settled down. There are no more blind people coming to trouble him, and even S.H.I.E.L.D has disappeared from his life. Li Feng naturally didn't know 9 S.H.I.E.L.D chose to admit it after being warned by someone. Except for S.H.I.E.L.D, the mutant forces, even Hydra, etc., did not exceed their limits to continue to disturb the beautiful life of Li Feng and his wife. Now one is more honest than the other, and they dare not trouble them at all. Therefore, Li Feng found a free period and began to prepare for the filming and release of Breaking Bad. This is the first time he has entered the TV drama industry with his works, so the expectations and doubts about him on the internet have gradually become more and more enthusiastic. Many people even don't believe that Li Feng can make a good TV series. Li Feng didn't respond at all to this. Whether it is a mule or a horse, if you pull it out for a walk, you will know it. To avoid copyright disputes, the word "made" is added here. Readers and gentlemen, don't be offended. Ask for flowers, ask for collections, ask for everything. Half a month later. Director Li Feng's first TV series, Breaking Bad, was officially launched on the big screen, and his reputation among directors has been further improved because of this. Countless people have started to praise him, and countless people are expecting him to make more excellent movies. For this reason, the United States Film Association even specially set up an award called Most Outstanding Young Director Award for Li Feng, as well as a financial reward of nearly $1 million. This made Li Feng happy for a while, and he couldn't wait to go home and decided to share the good news with his wife. However, when he just returned to the living room, he found White Queen sitting on the sofa hugging his legs with reddish eyes. Click. Li Feng threw away the award portrait in his hand, rushed to White Queen and asked with concern, "Honey, what's wrong? What happened?" The White Queen sniffled, burrowed into Li Feng's arms and whispered, "Mutant school, something happened." "What happened?" Li Feng was stunned for a moment. Magneto was not killed by himself. What else could happen? He patted White Queen's back lightly and asked softly, "What happened? Tell your husband." 7. As soon as the voice fell, the familiar news broadcast sound came from the ear. This is the official news platform of Sandy City, bringing you the first live broadcast. This morning, the famous mutant school was trampled down by a mysterious force. Among them, nearly 2,012 people were killed or injured. 824 were children under the age of 12. 542 were children who had just turned 16, and the remaining 646 were all youth under the age of 20. According to the FBI's positive response, this sudden disaster didn't just happen in Sandy City. Mutant schools in other countries were also seriously affected. Mutants' winter seems to be coming. Hearing this sentence, Li Feng's pupils shrank slightly. Really, still early. The destruction of Mutant actually happened without his knowledge. Moreover, the speed is too fast. There is no possibility of resistance at all. Recalling the life experience related to the White Queen, Li Feng sighed softly in her heart. No wonder her eyes are red, because mutant school is where she grew up, and it is also her kind. In the final analysis, no matter how indifferent White Queen is to the outside world, she is not an emotionless machine. The directness of this catastrophe led to the fact that none of the mutants survived, and no one would turn a blind eye to it. Just when Li Feng was about to comfort the White Queen, a crisp prompt sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the side mission, saving the daughter of the Phoenix. Rewards can be obtained after completing the mission, Infinity Gauntlet. Excuse me, host, do you accept the mission immediately? Side missions, save the daughter of the Phoenix, reward or Infinity Gauntlet. Li Feng couldn't help frowning, his eyes gradually becoming serious. Finally, do you want to start? Bigger troubles are coming, accept, still do not accept. Li Feng hesitated. At the end of the day, this is just a side quest. If he gives up, there will be no consequences. But at this time, suddenly there was a slight sob in my ear. The White Queen's voice was quite hoarse and she muttered to herself, "Husband, do you know, Professor, Jin, Logan, Cyclops, these people, used to be my friends." Li Feng's body shook, his eyes gradually became sharper. Accept. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully accepting the side mission. If the host completes the task within 3 days, the system will present an unknown reward X1. Li Feng didn't speak, he hugged the White Queen, walked into the bedroom and comforted her softly until she fell asleep. In his eyes, White Queen will always be a child who needs to be taken good care of, so he doesn't want to see her upset about anything. B. Sandy City Mutant School. Here it is deserted without any vitality. Here sparks are burning on the ground and thick black smoke floats in the air. Everything that was originally built has disappeared cleanly, as if it has suffered terrible damage. In the entire mutant school, there was no living figure. If you were a sharp-eyed person, you could even vaguely see the charcoal-burned corpse on the ground. When Li Feng landed here, the whole person became silent. He tried to find some familiar figures and the existence of other mutants, but found that this place seemed to have never existed, and everything was wiped clean. He finally realized that there is only one person who can cause such destruction: Phoenix, Jean Grey. According to the final plot of X-Men, Jean Grey is still alive in this world after killing all the mutants. Therefore, what Li Feng has to do now is to find her. Where will you be? Li Feng tried to use the Steppenwolf template to release that powerful spiritual power to spread throughout the northern hemisphere. Doing so is costly, but he has no choice. Fortunately, the God of Symbiosis template provided enough consumption. In the end, he discovered a strange aura fluctuation on the border of Mexico. 10 minutes later, Li Feng appeared in front of this wave. Unexpectedly, it was a little girl with delicate features, holding a dirty sandwich and chewing on it. Her whole body was in tatters. He recognized the little girl almost immediately. Laura, the second generation of Wolverine. Li Feng was extremely calm, squatting in front of the little girl in 307 and asked gently, "Tell me, what's your name?" "Laura, Laura." The little girl looked at him timidly and said this sentence. Li Feng nodded slightly, took out a dozen banknotes, handed them to Laura and said, "Come with me, I won't make you hungry again." Laura shook her head timidly, clenched the sandwich in her hand and stepped back. Li Feng frowned and said again, "Don't worry, I'm not a bad person." Laura shook her head again. At the same time, she put on a vicious look, and iron claws like Wolverine's protruded from the back of her hand, which were extremely sharp. She roared in a low voice, "If you dare to come here again, I will kill you." Seeing this, Li Feng had no choice but to show helplessness. Just as he was about to make a forceful move, a man gasping and screaming came from behind him. "Li Feng, why are you here?" Li Feng frowned, turned his head away, but saw a familiar face: Wolverine, Logan. However, Logan from at the moment looks like an old man in his 50s or 60s, dejected, gray on both sides, ill, and without any color on his face. Logan. Li Feng looked at him and asked in surprise, "What's wrong with you?" Logan had a sad face and a wine bottle in his hand. Apparently he drank too much alcohol and was a little delirious. The small climax is coming soon. How will the death of mutant make the plot develop? Please be patient and read on, subscribe, ask for everything. Facing Li Feng's eyes, Logan said drunkenly after a long time, "It's a long story, I don't have any money on me. Can you take me to a bar? By the way, take the little girl behind you with you. We can't stay in the same place for a long time, we will be chased by them." Li Feng nodded slightly, grabbed the collars of the two of them and disappeared in place in an instant. Soon, they appeared in a tavern dozens of kilometers away from Brother Dong. "Bring me 4 bottles of whiskey, 3 in tins, and I'll drink it on the road." "Give me hands and feet." Logan stared drunkenly at the front of the bar and snapped, "There's one more bottle open now and I'm going to entertain my guests." As he spoke, he looked at Li Feng. "It's great to see you, mister." "Li Feng, I hope they will save you." "Where are they? What happened to you?" Li Feng frowned and asked, "Tell me, Logan." Logan sighed, his face was full of decadence and said, "Remember Apocalypse. After we left your house that day, we found out the whereabouts of Chin. She was caught by Apocalypse and put into a pyramids. It took a lot of effort to rescue her, but everyone, including Professor X, did not expect the application that happened next. Li Feng faintly sensed something but did not interrupt. Jin's Phoenix Force erupted uncontrollably. Logan took a deep breath and said this in a trembling voice, with a look of rejoicing for the rest of his life, and said, "She lost her mind and slaughtered all mutant. No one in the whole country can stop her." At one point we thought this was the layout of Apocalypse, but it's useless to worry about this now, isn't it? Everyone, they are all dead. There were tears in Logan's eyes, and the little Laura at the side saw it, stretched out her sleeve and wiped it for him. Apocalypse again. Li Feng's complexion turned completely cold, and there was a terrifying coercion all over his body which made all the guests in the bar feel a chill. "Li Feng, calm down." Logan braced his body and said to Li Feng with a trembling voice, "Your aura is too terrifying." Li Feng took a deep breath and said calmly, "Why didn't Professor X stop Chin? Logically speaking, his mind control should be useful, right?" This. Logan shook his head in pain and said, "I don't know what happened. After we rescued Chin from the pyramids, her strength has completely surpassed all known mutants and even broke through the Omega level limit. This caused Professor X to lose the ability to control Chin's thinking again. I can only watch her explode." "You mean?" Li Feng's eyes were slightly cold and he asked, "Chin Gray gained great power in the pyramids. I think that pyramids should be the place where Apocalypse has been sleeping for 3,000 years. There must be something mysterious inside that awakened Chin's Phoenix Force." "Really?" Logan looked depressed and didn't care about how Li Feng knew so much. He said in despair, "But we can't help it, can't we? All the mutants are almost dead and they won't be resurrected. Where is Jean Grey?" Li Feng didn't explain too much to him but just asked, "Tell me, how is she doing now?" "Have no idea." Logan shook his head and said, "Since that battle broke out, she killed all the mutants, turned into a black phoenix and disappeared." "Allow me to read your mind with psychic power." Li Feng hesitated for a moment, then asked the sick Logan, "It won't affect you?" Logan nodded slightly and put his forehead in front of Li Feng. Li Feng put his hand between his eyebrows, closed his eyes, and began to read all Logan's memories. Finally, he saw all the destruction of Mutant School. With a very painful expression, Jean Grey turned into a real dark phoenix, and the flames she exhaled killed all the mutants like killing cockroaches. None of them were spared. After that, she disappeared in front of Logan in a cloud of gunpowder. At this point, the screen is complete. Li Feng withdrew his hand and asked, "Why did she let you in?" "Professor X exhausted all its strength, making Chin unable to sense our presence for a period of time, so we managed to escape." With a sad face, Logan explained, "But it also caused Professor X to age faster and become a 70-year-old man." Li Feng hummed and said, "Also, how did you become like this?" "Adamantium had a backlash, part of my lifespan was taken away, my body functions began to age, and I felt that I didn't have much time to live." With bitterness in his eyes, Logan drank the spirit in his hand and said, "To my shame, I can only stand by and do nothing about that matter." As he spoke, Logan, who looked old, had flushed eyes overflowing with sadness. Laura, who was hiding beside him, saw this scene, stepped forward and patted his thigh as a comfort. "Cheer up, the old Wolverine wasn't such a fragile fellow." Li Feng's expression was calm. He knew that Wolverine might be killed and said, "Where is Professor X? Take me to meet him." "I'm afraid it's too late now." Just as Li Feng finished speaking, there was a joking voice behind him. Then, a violent explosion sounded, bringing huge amounts of energy fluctuations. The entire bar was instantly flattened by the remaining waves, turning into a bare wasteland. The thick smoke gradually dissipated, and Jai Feng's body horse Xiao Ying stood there intact. Logan and Laura's bodies were covered with a faint black light and they were also unharmed. But the other guests in the bar were not so lucky, they were almost smashed to pieces. "Hey, it seems that the little cockroaches are quite tenacious, almost as good as my spittle." The joking voice came again and the two figures approached slowly. One was wearing a red and black combat uniform, with two crossed short thorns on his back. One has a mechanical arm, the left eye has been transformed into a laser eye that shoots crimson, and he holds a thigh-thick light energy cannon in his hand. Obviously, the attack just now was made by this thing. "It's these two guys who have been chasing me and the professor." Logan's voice came from behind. "They have terrifying physical fitness and advanced technology. The guy in the red tights even has the same self-healing ability as me." Li Feng was not surprised when he heard this but set his eyes on the two guys in front of him. "Deadpool, Cable, shouldn't these two be enemies? How did you come together, back to kill Logan and Professor X? Things are getting more and more complicated." "Hey. You, a guy who looks like a monkey, has been staring at my bottom. Are you interested in it?" Deadpool twisted his head, spread his legs in front of Li Feng and said, "Then I'll show you enough." However, as soon as he said these words, he felt an unprecedented coolness sweeping his whole body, making his legs go limp, and he knelt directly on the ground. Then, a pair of white and tender palms appeared on his neck. "If you dare to provoke me like before, I will break your neck." Li Feng stared at Deadpool coldly and said word by word, "Believe me, my temper is not as good as before." "Diane-Sue, what are you doing standing there?" Deadpool didn't care, but tried to turn his head away, shouting at the cable beside him, "This is an excellent opportunity to blow his head off for me." Cable hesitated for 2 seconds but dropped the light energy cannon in his hand on the ground, stared at Li Feng and said, "We are not his opponent." "What did you 660 say?" Deadpool was taken aback, and when he wanted to say something to ridicule him, he found that Li Feng's finger was placed on his head at some point. Laugh. The terrifying mental power instantly invaded his brain, and almost all the brain cells hid together, trembling. Then all the memories in his mind were read. "It really is you." Li Feng sneered and understood the general idea in his heart. There's a familiar stamp on Deadpool's mind, too. That imprint was exactly the same as the one he had seen in the mind of Teacher X. Unsurprisingly, Cable also had it in his head. Afterwards, Li Feng had no hesitation and erased the imprints in the minds of the two of them. Soon, Deadpool regained his senses, looked around in a daze, pointed at himself and said, "Who am I? Where am I? Am I in heaven or hell?" Deng Xiu looked at himself incomprehensibly with an unbelievable expression on his face. "You are being controlled." Li Feng didn't explain much to them but said, "Now go home, go back to your own places." Deadpool scratched his head in confusion, looked at Li Feng and said, "Definitely, if you can tell me what happened, I will listen your words." "I have no obligation to explain to you." Li Feng glanced at him lightly and said, "Now either leave here or die." After all, the breath in his body reappeared, the oppressive force descended out of thin air, and Deadpool and Cable could hardly breathe. The two quickly realized what kind of person was standing in front of them, and they didn't mean to continue to offend. Deadpool turned around quickly and muttered, "I remember trying to protect a fat guy named Russell." Diane-Sue gave a long hum and said while backing up, "I also remember that I seem to want to eliminate a damn fat man to rewrite the future. Goodbye." So, these two guys fled away from Li Feng's sight like flying. "Why are they all gone?" Logan asked puzzledly. "Did you use spiritual power? They are being controlled." Li Feng said coldly, "If it's really what I think, this matter has a lot to do with me." Logan swallowed the question on hearing this. He could see that Li Feng was in a very bad mood right now, as if he was deliberately suppressing his anger. He is also very clear that once this emotion erupts completely, no one will be able to stop it. "Take me to Professor X," Li Feng said. Logan nodded, turned his head to hug Laura and said, "Don't be afraid, Li Feng is our friend. As long as he is around, we will be safe." Laura nodded reassuringly, looking at Li Feng with kindness in her eyes. Soon, under the leadership of Logan, the three came to a deserted nuclear radiation test site. This place was once used by the Army of the United States as a place to test nuclear weapons, so basically no one would come in casually unless it was desperate. And in it, there are some waste materials worth using, as well as an abandoned hydroelectric power plant. Professor X lives there and is still lying on the bed and sleeping, with a pale, hairless mutant sitting beside him. His name is Caliban. He is a member of the mutant wandering team. He has the ability of other mutants within a 20-kilometer radius of perception, and he has taught himself the research of medicine. Logan pointed to the hunched guy in front of him and said, "At the time of the incident, he was on a mission in the far south, so he escaped the accident and specially prepared the sedatives and painkillers for the professor to sleep." Li Feng nodded to Caliban and said, "Your body seems to be very weak." "It's a matter of radiation." Caliban was used to it and said softly, "The nuclear radiation here has a great impact on my body." "Then you still want to come in and help?" Li Feng asked with interest. "Not even a mutant is completely immune to the effects of radiation, and your life is short." "It doesn't matter, this place is safe, as long as I can calm down and do something." Caliban shook his head, walked to the wooden table beside him and began to fiddle with some bottles and jars of pills and potions, ignoring Li Feng. He didn't ask Li Feng's name. It's not impolite, it's a message of hopelessness in life. The professor's mutant physique is gradually disappearing like mine, and his lifespan will also be taken away. Pointing to Professor X on the bed, Logan expressed sadness and said, "So he often appears irritable with flashes of light. I have no choice but to let Caliban use drugs to stabilize him. I can feel that his vitality is running out." Li Feng said lightly, "If you do this, you are actually harming him. The body's metabolism cannot excrete the side effects of the drug, which in turn accumulates toxicity and accelerates death." Logan could hear the accusation in Li Feng's words. He sighed, sat down on the edge of the bed, took a sip of wine, and said, I really have no choice. Despair has taken away my fighting spirit. Is this the Wolverine in her twilight years? Li Feng sneered and said, It's only been less than half a month and the blood is gone. I've become a complete waste. Do I still have a chance? Logan said with a wry smile. Who said no? Li Feng raised his mouth, put his palm on top of Logan's head and pressed it lightly. Bang! There was an explosion in Logan's body, and intense white light emerged from his pupils, illuminating the entire space. He roared, startling Laura and Caliban nearby. Immediately afterwards, the aging on Logan faded rapidly. He recovered. With a piercing wolf howl, Logan's body underwent indescribable changes. His body abruptly grew to a height of 2 meters. At the same time, his upper body grew domineering and proud hair like a snow wolf. Every inch of his muscles shone with silver light, and his entire face was extremely ferocious. Even his 10 fingers have turned into hard adamantium claws with bursts of black aura enough to tear apart space. There is no doubt that this is a real Wolverine. Roar. Logan roared excitedly, baring his fangs. I feel my power coming back. I'm going to tear everything apart. Your fighting spirit is back. Li Feng withdrew his hand, looked at him blankly, and replied, Li Feng, I will never forget your kindness. Logan easily recovered and bowed down to Li Feng to express his gratitude. At this time, he simply regarded Li Feng as a godlike existence. Within the scope of his thinking and understanding, he has never seen or imagined an existence like Li Feng. One hand can fully restore the adamantium in his body. Even let him evolve into a real Wolverine. Simply terrifying. In fact, this is nothing more than Li Feng restoring the declining gene cells in his body through the gene rewriting ability of the god of symbiosis. Then go out and kill those people outside now. At this time, Li Feng raised his brows and sensed something. He raised his finger, waved to Logan, and said with a chill in his eyes. Logan froze for a moment. His keen sense of smell was triggered. He let out another roar and rushed out of the area. Tens of seconds later, human screams and the sound of bullets hitting metal could be heard outside the door. Who are those people outside? Laura asked, tugging at the corner of Li Feng's clothes. It should be to hunt you down. Li Feng shrugged casually and said, They don't have the fluctuations of mutant, so they probably aren't the same as you. Probably those guys, Caliban spoke at this moment and said. Companies that specialize in researching the genes of X-Men may also be interested in your ability. I can crush a lot of these ants with one finger, so why worry about them? Li Feng shook his head disdainfully and said. Seeing Li Feng's answer, Caliban stopped talking and was busy making potions. Li Feng walked up to Professor X, put his hand on Professor X's brain again, and invaded with mental power. Surprisingly, Professor X's brain is different from other mutants. His brain has been completely exhausted without any active cells. In other words, it is a complete vegetable. Fortunately, with the appearance of Li Feng for him in this situation, the same can be done with the movement of fingers. Soon, Professor X's physical problems were completely cured by the black light that Li Feng waved, and he himself woke up. When meeting Li Feng, the immediate reaction was not strong. Perhaps it was because he had been sleeping for too long, but he still hadn't recovered from his senses, but excitement was still on his face. Woke up, Li Feng greeted with a nod and said, Your injuries have healed and you can move about freely. Hearing this, Professor X froze for a moment, then quickly sat up from the bed, moved his limbs excitedly. When he found out that his body had really healed, he almost burst into tears holding Li Feng. Thank you so much. Professor X wiped the corners of his eyes and said to Li Feng, Fortunately you showed up, Li Feng. You're welcome, just treat it as my soft-hearted letting go of apocalypse and give you compensation. Li Feng waved his hand lightly and said, No one thought that such a thing would happen and I was somewhat responsible for it. No, it's all my fault. Professor X said sadly, I didn't take good care of the piano and that happened. Tell me the specific details. Li Feng asked what happened to Qin. Actually, a few days before Qin disappeared, I had already discovered the change of Qin, Professor X sighed and explained. Once she actually asked me about some of your deeds, which made me I was very puzzled, but I still told her without hiding anything. As a result, she disappeared not long after, and the following things happened after that. 0. Seeking flowers. Speaking of which, Professor X paused, apparently remembering something painful. Why don't you ask someone for help? S.H.I.E.L.D should give you some help, Li Feng asked. No, S.H.I.E.L.D can't get away from herself anymore. The professor shook his head repeatedly and said, It's not that I haven't looked for him, but he told me that the president has been controlled by others and he is trying to figure out a way to deal with it, so he can't help me. In this case, it is impossible for him to joke with me. The president is also under control. Li Feng became even more worried. This is not good news. This is a signal, a danger signal. I'm going to take a step first. Find a safe place to wait for me. Li Feng said calmly and decisively, no one will come to hurt you, don't worry. Professor X nodded. For some reason, he trusted Li Feng's words in the current headlines. Take me along, I can sense where she is. Suddenly, Caliban from behind came over. He looked at Li Feng beggingly and said, no need. Li Feng shook his head lightly and said, your sensory ability is nothing to me. My mental power can instantly cover the entire United States. It's not difficult to find someone. Hearing this, Caliban showed an unbelievable expression, but he didn't force it. He sighed and sat back in his seat. However, I need you to do something. Li Feng suddenly pointed at Laura and said, take him, Logan, and the professor to find the remaining mutants around the world and bring them back to the capital, where I will wait looking at you. After that, he raised his finger and pressed it on Caliban's shoulder. Immediately, a dense burst of black liquid climbed onto Caliban's body. Hiss. The latter sucked in a breath of cold air, and the bones all over his body changed strangely, and the damage suffered by his body due to radiation disappeared completely. The symbiote god is at work again. Li Feng didn't stay any longer. He already knew that the guy who had escaped from him repeatedly was hiding there. Professor X, under the instruction of Li Feng, took the key figure Laura to leave the radiation land. Li Feng, on the other hand, quickly returned to the capital city. No different from ordinary life, the capital is still a peaceful scene of people coming and going as if nothing happened. This is not surprising. S.H.I.E.L.D's method of hiding secrets is the top existence in the world, and the matter of mutants' destruction will definitely not affect here. Li Feng's terrifying mental power covered the entire capital all the time, and he soon discovered something that was not quite right. He sneered but walked towards a well-known place. The United States, the White House, it is heavily guarded. Even the guards patrolling the gate are 8th-level agents who have received special training from 600. They stopped Li Feng, who was standing at the door, and wanted to go inside. What are you doing? A guard saluted Li Feng, stretched out his hand and said, you don't seem to be from the United States, take out your passport and have a look. Li Feng ignored him, just glanced at him lightly and continued walking forward. Stop. The guard yelled, stood in front of Li Feng and said, if you want to visit the White House, you must have a government approval order, otherwise I will arrest you and put you in jail according to the laws of the United States. Get lost. Li Feng just uttered a word lightly. Catch him. The guard's face darkened at that moment and he ordered to several subordinates beside him. Yes. The guards responded one after another, took out the handcuffs from their bodies and surrounded Li Feng. Li Feng put his hands in his pockets, looked at these guys and just moved his eyes. Wow, whoosh. All the guards who were close to him were turned into a pool of ashes in an instant and scattered in the wind. On the street outside the White House, all the passing tourists screamed in horror when they saw this scene. At the same time, the guards in the entire White House were in a mess. Among them, a black general named James Rodier was frowning tightly and giving orders. He was the officer dispatched to protect the president's safety, so when he saw this happening at the door, he immediately sent the order back to the headquarters. Warning, warning, the White House is attacked by an unknown enemy. The life of the president is threatened. Please send the military to support. Repeat. Tens of seconds later, the White House entered a state of first-level alert. Li Feng listened to the sound of sirens coming from his ears and the helicopters whistling overhead, surrounding him, and snorted coldly. He raised his palm, pointed it at the sky above him, and squeezed lightly with 5 fingers. Boom! In an instant, all the helicopters exploded and were squeezed into a piece of scrap iron. Together with the pilot inside, they turned into sparks. My God, this is a monster. Looking at this scene, James Rodier was so frightened that the walkie-talkie in his hand fell to the ground. Soon, he regained his composure, gritted his teeth, and yelled at his subordinates, quickly, take the president away, call the tank army over, and launch S.H.I.E.L.D's high-tech armor-piercing missiles. The target, the guy at the door. The subordinate next to him didn't have the slightest hesitation, took out a satellite phone from his body, and dialed it to the general of the military region. At this critical juncture involving the life and death of the president, disobedience to the order from above will result in a court-martial. The perimeter of the White House. Li Feng has already crossed the security gate at the entrance. The chaotic scene in the White House, as well as the orders of the Black General, were almost clearly seen by his powerful perception. He sneered, his heart full of disdain. A year has passed, and these guys in the White House still don't know what kind of strength they have. Should I say they are stupid or stupid? SHH, 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 SHH. 5 small positioning missiles made by vibranium descended on Li Feng's head with a destructive aura. Drip, drop, drop, the missile exploded loudly, bringing up thick black smoke which almost enveloped the entire White House. However, it did not reach the White House, because a translucent blue light curtain emerged on the surface of the White House, resisting all damage. This is also Wakanda's technology, which can be called the most perfect defense measure. James Rodier stands at the window of the White House, squinting in the direction of the small missile explosion. The grassland and streets there have been turned into ruins, and even the surrounding buildings have been completely devastated by the bombing. Couldn't this level of attack kill you? James Rodier showed a relieved smile, because he didn't see that guy's figure from the thick smoke that gradually dissipated. Or his body was blown away, or it was burned to a pool of ashes by the high temperature of thousands of degrees. No matter which one, it is the result that James is very happy to see. To dare to openly provoke the White House is to provoke the entire people of the United States. You, a mere human being, dare to oppose a country. That's not wishful thinking. What is it? Death is your only end. James smiled, thinking in his heart that after this incident, the president would definitely improve his position and bonus. That way, he has another huge amounts of money to squander, and what a wonderful life it is. Thinking of this, he picked up the walkie-talkie that fell on the ground, put it in front of his mouth, and said happily, "Report the president for me. This crisis has been resolved. The enemy has been wiped out. The loss is minimal. You can rest assured to hold the meeting." However, before he finished speaking, a powerful palm patted on his shoulder, causing him to tremble, as if being poured with cold water. The coolness swept his whole body, and he turned around mechanically. "You, 5'3", you. When he saw the figure behind him, his whole face instantly turned purple and blue, full of incredible. "What did you just say?" Li Feng, who was wearing a casual outfit, was standing behind him unscathed and asked indifferently, "I didn't catch you. Please say it again." "You. How did you survive?" James Rodier looked like he had seen a ghost and he couldn't speak fluently then. "That's the high technology of S.H.I.E.L.D. Isn't it just a few missiles made of vibranium?" Li Feng sneered and said, "Even if you throw a few hundred more at me, it won't necessarily cause me any harm, idiot. It's impossible." James Rodier shook his head again and again in disbelief. The S.H.I.E.L.D. director once said that no human being can resist this power. Li Feng smiled lightly, and under James' terrified eyes raised his finger and swiped lightly. Hiss, Admiral James Rodier has completely become a pool of corpses. Definitely, Li Feng graciously gave him a head. The expression on the head is wonderful. It was also Li Feng's act of showing mercy and keeping his hand. No one can stay in this world safe and sound after doing something to him. James still has a head left, which is much better than a tomb, right? Li Feng withdrew his hand, turned around, looked at the White House agents who surrounded him at some point behind him and said lightly, "I give you two options. 1. Take the initiative to bring the guy in charge from the cellar, leave it to me. 2nd, I'll kill you, all of you, and then go find him yourself and choose one." The agents looked at each other and all made the same action. He took out a black pistol from his pocket, aimed it at Li Feng's head and pulled the trigger. They have no choice at all. 7. Hand over the president directly. That was even more unacceptable than being killed by Li Feng. Therefore, at the moment when the bullet flew out, all the agents in the entire White House suffered a response from invisible, exploded and died. And there was no trace of blood left. It's like being part of the air, become the fertilizer of the land. A bunch of idiots. Li Feng withdrew his eyes without the slightest emotion, sneered and pointed his hand at his feet and grabbed it. Scoff. A big hole opened in the ground in an instant, and at the same time as smoke and dust billowed everywhere, a trembling guy in a black suit appeared in front of Li Feng's eyes. "President of the United States, Twitter politician. Sit, Mr. President." Li Feng smiled at him, pointed to the chair beside him, raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Mr. President, do you know me?" "I know you." The President of the United States sneered, walked tremblingly to the chair, almost lost his footing and said, "Mr. Li Feng, a great director in massa. I've seen all of your films. Very good." Li Feng leaned against the wall, turned to look at him and said, "I thought you would say that you don't remember my name. Let me introduce myself." "How could it be?" The President of the United States forced a smile and said, "Mr. Li Feng's name is so famous, how could I forget it?" "Then you," Li Feng's eyes suddenly turned cold, and a huge murderous intent was released, descending on the head of the President of the United States, saying word by word, "How dare you offend me like this?" Immediately, the President of the United States felt as if he had fallen into an abyss. His complexion turned pale, and he was so frightened that he couldn't speak. "Timidity, cowardice, is this the characteristic of you who have lived for 3,000 years?" Li Feng sneered, walked slowly in front of him, put his finger on his head and said, "It seems that you don't know 3,000 years offend me twice. What is the end?" What did you say? The pupils of the President of the United States shrank suddenly. "I don't know what you want to say. Don't mess around, I warn you. Tell me, what exactly do you want to do?" Li Feng squatted down, his pupils glowed scarlet, like a Mephisto in hell, piercing the heart of the President of the United States, and an incomparably dark pimple emerged from his 5 fingers. The spikes just penetrated into his brain. "After waiting for 3,000 years and setting up such a big game, what on earth do you want to do?" The latter couldn't resist this kind of gaze at all in his heart, and the murderous intent emanating from Li Feng's body almost made him breathless. Coupled with the terrifying pressure brought by the symbiote god's invasion of the brain, he could only explain word by word. Swallow. Galactus, I obey Galactus, Galactus. Li Feng frowned, his pupils shrank, and his murderous intent grew stronger. Now things happened, the President of the United States said. "After waking up from the pyramids, I sold my soul to Galactus. He asked me to find a way to lead the mutant to control the entire Earth, for he creates chances, lets him. Speaking of this, the President of the United States paused, his face extremely painful. "Tell him what? Go ahead," Li Feng asked coldly. "Let him invade the Earth." The President of the United States said with despair in his eyes. "He want to infiltrate the entire Earth and let everyone becomes a slave. Is this his only purpose?" Li Feng murmured with a gloomy face, "It turns out that Jean Grey is not controlled by you at all, but by Galactus. When he came to Earth, he brought a piece of news." The President of the United States suddenly laughed strangely and said, "If the people on Earth are unwilling to submit, he will use his own power to destroy the entire planet. Do you think you can stop it?" Li Feng, jai. Li Feng squinted his eyes, resisting the urge to take this guy's head off. "It seems that the progress of the Marvel Universe is still accelerating, and it has exceeded my expectations. Even Galactus got involved with Apocalypse. Moreover, this guy's purpose is very obvious, to rule the Earth from the source first, and to subdue the Earth's creatures as his slaves. Assuming that the Earth is not willing to surrender, the planet destroyer number 580 will not be put aside in vain. Judging from this point of time, the Avengers probably just completed their formation. On the other hand, Galactus is not only the god of world destruction, but also the killer of the planet. They can't resist it at all. Therefore, it is undoubtedly the best way for Apocalypse to control the President of the United States, the most influential political figure in the world. The high-level government officials have been infiltrated by your spiritual power, right?" Li Feng asked. "What are you going to do?" "I definitely destroy those aliens." A crazy look appeared on the face of the President of the United States, his eyes sparkled even more, and he said every word, "Only in this way can I follow Galactus, follow the planet killer, the planet's god of destruction. You must agree that what I did was the right choice, right? In the face of absolute strength, following is the best way, isn't it?" "You're right." Li Feng shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, "However, you must know that Galactus is not the most powerful existence in this universe." "What mean?" The eyes of the President of the United States suddenly widened. "Apocalypse, I think that the 3,000 years of precipitation have taught you to some extent what it means to have mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people." Li Feng put his hand on his forehead, sighed, and said, "But you are too late, I'm disappointed." Next second. The entire presidential office has transformed into another scene, a land of corpses and blood. There was a strange red liquid flowing everywhere, and there was a huge amount of dark red star hanging above the head, and there were some monster-like roars and eating sounds from time to time. Here is a planet of the Hell Apocalypse star. There are nearly millions of Apocalypse planet creatures gathered here, and without exception, they all obey the orders of the Steppenwolf. When the President of the United States in a suit saw this scene, his complexion gradually became serious, and his figure also shone with blue light, gradually changing into the appearance of Apocalypse. Fear began to emerge in those blue eyes that had been settled for 3,000 years. He muttered to himself, I didn't expect, you are not from Earth. Can you tell me what galaxy are you from?" Li Feng sneered, and his words were full of undisguised killing intent. "Late. After living for 3,000 years, you should die too." The voice fell. The long river of blood flowing all around created a frightening storm. While wrapping Apocalypse's body inside, it also forcibly cut every inch of his muscle and skin. A mouthful of crimson blue blood sprayed out from Apocalypse's mouth. His internal organs were almost completely shattered, and his body seemed to have collapsed, slumping to the ground. Relying on the little activity brought by the remaining brain cells, he saw Li Feng's actions at the last second before he died. Li Feng looked at him expressionlessly, and there was a huge amount of shadow standing behind him. The shadow this time was much clearer than the first time he had seen it. Apocalypse, which survived for 3,000 years, completely disappeared into the world. For this reason, Li Feng specially confirmed it with spiritual strength. Next, it's time to find Jean Grey. Li Feng put his hands in his pockets and was about to leave the office, but he heard several piercing sounds of propellers turning in his ears, and then the entire White House was surrounded. The streets are full of tanks, armored forces, and other military figures. Just now, what happened? A man in casual clothes broke into the heavily guarded White House alone and killed all the agents in just 5 minutes, as well as a president in his second term. This kind of rebellious behavior will naturally attract the military. This is troublesome. Li Feng rubbed his eyebrows. Before doing it, he didn't think about it at all. Looking back now, it seems that he accidentally killed the President of the United States as well. Fortunately, the military blockade did not let the people outside see this scene. At least it will not spread throughout the country in a short time. The President of the United States represents the status of the entire United States in the world. Now that he is killed so easily, what face does the United States Army have? At this time, a tall figure in a black windbreaker walked into the office surrounded by the military. When he saw a pool of dazzling flesh and blood on the ground, his entire face darkened. Li Feng, you have gone too far. No one dares to kill the president under the surveillance of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury glared at Li Feng and reprimanded. The moment he received the news, he brought people over immediately. But it was still a step too late. Moreover, he never thought that this person would be Li Feng. Apocalypse has controlled his body. Even if I don't kill him, he has no hope of surviving. Li Feng said casually. You may not believe it when you say it, but I'm not a liar. If I don't do that, the United States will be in a mess. Do you know who Apocalypse is? Nick Fury always had a gloomy face, locking Li Feng with an extremely sharp gaze. He was thinking about whether to let the army outside arrest Li Feng and bring him to court for trial. Although in this capitalist country, the president can be elected if he wants to. But it is extremely disgraceful for someone like Li Feng to break in and kill the president of the United States. It seems you don't know. Li Feng walked to the chair where the president of the United States sat and sat down, saying, he lived in the pyramids for 3,000 years. The most powerful mutant in the world. If S.H.I.E.L.D uses the intelligence network, it should be able to find out. Nick Fury took a deep breath and said, he's already been slaughtered by you. It doesn't make sense for me to check him. I just want to find out, what are you doing all this for? Save the world. Li Feng said 4 words. But after saying these words, he couldn't help laughing in his heart. What a save the world. Nick Fury sneered, killing the President of the United States in front of so many officials, is that called saving the world? Li Feng glanced at him and said calmly. Nick Fury, there are many horrors that you can't see in this universe. Don't judge everything by your ignorance. I have to do other things. If you try to stop me, you will regret it. Really. Nick Fury snapped his fingers and said coldly, don't forget, I'm not facing you alone. The voice fell. A tall man in a red cloak walked in with a hammer in his hand. It was Thor. In our Asgard, killing the president is a capital offense. Thor raised the Mjolnir in his hand, shook it at Li Feng, and sneered in a contemptuous tone. You can't get out of here today unless you kneel down and beg me for mercy. Since Li Feng's body had lost any breath, he looked like an ordinary person, so Thor didn't have any scruples. What's more, as a god of Asgard, there is really nothing to be afraid of on Earth. When Li Feng heard this, there was a playful expression on his face. He glanced at Mjolnir in Thor's hand and said in a playful tone, Nick Fury, this is the ear of the whole card you blocked me from leaving. You should have seen him on TV. Nick Fury crossed his arms and said coldly, he is a god from an alien galaxy and his power is much stronger than you imagined. You'd better cooperate with me obediently, and I don't want to make things so rigid. Really. Li Feng put away the playful look on his face, looked at Thor and said, do you believe it or not, I can deprive you of Thor's power right now. Thor frowned, tilted his head, and hooked his fingers at Li Feng, and the moment his mouth curled up into a smile, his whole body was covered by lightning, and the blinding light made Nick Fury subconsciously take 2 steps back. Zzzz. At the same time as the thunder flashes, Thor's eyes shine directly on the blue light, and Thor's power is fully applied to him. However, the next second, Li Feng stretched out a finger towards him casually, and countless dense black lines climbed up Thor's palm holding Mjolnir and gradually closed. I saw that within 2 seconds, Thor's power on Thor's body disappeared completely as if it had been drained. At the same time, The Mjolnir in his hand also flew into Li Feng's hand under the wrapping of those black lines. Thornton was stunned, as if he had seen a ghost. His mouth was wide open, his jaw was trembling, and he was so surprised that he couldn't speak. Because Li Feng from at the moment is holding Mjolnir, throwing it up and down shop area. How is this possible? Thor was dumbfounded. Who else but the gods of Asgard can take up Mjolnir? Not only that, but even the power of Thor on him was completely stripped away. What is this? Return to you. Li Feng threw back the Mjolnir in his hand, put his hands in his pockets and walked towards the door, and at the same time dropped a sentence. Remember, Nick Fury, I Li Feng want to leave, but I don't want to leave. People can stop it. After the words fell, Li Feng turned into a black shadow and disappeared. This guy, Thor took a few deep breaths before he could hold back 700 words and asked Nick Fury, is it a human or a ghost? Nick Fury always had a gloomy face and didn't speak. After a few seconds, only then did he sigh. Looking at the mess in front of him, his face gradually became serious. Thor, you go back first. I will have S.H.I.E.L.D block the news completely. The death of the President of the United States is bound to cause an uproar, political turmoil. I will block the news for a short time and then find a suitable reason to release it. As for Li Feng, it is estimated that no one on Earth is his opponent. Stay out of trouble for now. Thor heard this, touched his nose and said nothing, but the look of horror in his eyes could not go away for a long time at the moment. South Africa, a war-torn country. Women with black head curtains were lowering their heads tightly. Under the custody of a group of terrorists, they got into a truck and walked towards the boundless desert. They have to pass through here to accept the so-called holy death penalty. This is an act of swearing against the whole world. Although the method is extremely cruel, it is not uncommon. And among this group of people there is a very familiar face. Her face is exquisite and she looks coquettish. At the same time, her pupils seem to contain a sky full of stars, with fiery red particles one by one, extremely deep. She is Jean Grey, who disappeared after destroying the mutant country. All the women in the van were wrapped in headscarves that could not see their faces clearly. They lowered their heads tightly, did not communicate with anyone at all, and their bodies did not tremble at all, as if they were not afraid of what happened next. Hey, aren't you afraid? Chin whispered and said to the women in front of her, see those long guns, they will blow your heads off in a moment. As soon as the voice fell, all the women in the van looked at her at the same time, and with pious eyes they chanted at the same time, Satan hail, Satan hail. I want to ask you, can these guns kill the head of an Omega-level mutant? Chin asked again after a pause. However, this time no one answered her. Because no one knows what the so-called Omega-level mutant is, they still have pious expressions. It's not like going to die at all, but like going to a party. At this moment, when the truck was driving, it suddenly braked suddenly and almost rolled over in the middle of the desert. At the same time, several terrorists in the driver's seat of the car raised their guns and roared loudly, as if Ada was yelling at something. Then a loud gunshot rang out, which was particularly piercing in this peaceful desert. What happened outside? Chin frowned. She just wanted to stand up and go out to have a look, but all the women grabbed her clothes and stopped her. Don't leave here, we haven't reached our destination yet. A woman's cold voice came, as if warning Chin. Something said, Satan will punish you, you cannot go into his arms. Unexpectedly, Chin hesitated for a while and finally sat back in her seat, closed her eyes, blocked all perceptions and ignored the outside world. In this way, calm was restored in the car again. Outside the car, it was a horrible and bloody massacre. There was no scream, and all the terrorists who were with them were reduced to ashes, merging with the yellow sand of this place. The gunfire also gradually subsided, and the dust floating in the air seemed to have stopped at this moment. Outside the truck, a man in casual clothes put his fingers away expressionlessly, looked at the truck in front of him and said softly, finally found you, Jean Grey. After all, he raised his eyes to the front of the truck, and the whole truck instantly fell apart, like a blooming flower, revealing the women in turbans inside. As a result, all the women screamed in horror as if they were frightened, looked at Li Feng and made an incredible move. They took out a long gun from under their feet one after another, aimed at Li Feng's head and pulled the trigger. Ah. Li Feng smiled grimly, his eyes were slightly cold, and he waved his hand at the flying bullets. Before even getting 5 meters in front of him, everything turned into dust. Get out of the way, Li Feng looked indifferent, walked up to them and said, if you don't want to die. But no one understood what he said. Instead, they all rushed towards Li Feng with a look of fearlessness. Li Feng shook his head helplessly and jumped at them out of thin air. However, the expected death did not appear, and the front of these women was covered with a layer of fire, wrapping them in it. Li Feng didn't show a curious look. As if he had expected it long ago, he waved his hand casually, flicking away the women in front of him, revealing Qin, who was still sitting in the car unmoved. Jean Grey, I have to say, you hid far enough. Li Feng raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. If it weren't for the existence of you in Apocalypse's memory, no one in this world would be able to find you, yes. Hearing this, the latter slowly stood up from the car and took off his hood, revealing his long dark hair and those extremely deep eyes. She looked indifferent and said slowly, "It's you." Hearing this, Li Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, leaned towards her slowly and asked, "You know me. I warn you, if you dare to take a step closer to me." Jean Grey's tone was cold, and before she finished speaking, she felt her chin lifted by a thin hand. "How about you?" Li Feng stared at her strange eyes and said, "Use your phoenix force to roast me into a kangaroo? Get your dirty hands off." Qin snorted coldly and said in extreme disgust, "What if I don't?" Li Feng was unmoved. Then, Jean let out a sneer and said, "Go to hell." After the last word fell, her body was instantly wrapped in black flames, turning into a huge black phoenix. She uttered a crisp phoenix cry and aimed at Li Feng, spewed a mouthful of flames that could incinerate everything. In an instant, Li Feng's body was wrapped in black flames, not a single inch was spared. However, he didn't suffer any harm. Instead, he raised his hand in surprise, stroked the flames on his body with the liquefied cells of the symbiote god, and muttered, "It's really an evolved black phoenix force. It's more powerful than I imagined. It's much more coquettish." After all, he took a deep breath, inhaled all the flames on his body into his nasal cavity, and showed a comfortable expression, grinned, and said, "Jean Grey, I have to say, now you have with the power of the level universe, it's no wonder Galactus will be eyeing you. And you should be a perfect supplement for him." "What are you talking about? I don't understand at all." The voice of Dark Phoenix hovering in midair was crisp but seemed so indifferent. "Qin, come back with me." Li Feng persuaded calmly, "You are Emma's friend, she misses you very much. I know that incident was not your intention and Mutant will not blame you. What does it have to do with you?" Dark Phoenix burst into flames again, his voice was crisp and cold. "I just want to kill those ants, what does it have to do with you? Jean Grey, I know what you're here for." Li Feng shook his head and said, "This place is a paradise for terrorists. The purpose of your coming here is to let them cut off your head, right? It's a pity that your phoenix body has the power of rebirth from blood. You will not die, never will. And I wouldn't let them do that either. In that case, I will kill you." Dark Phoenix seemed to be enraged, let out a louder phoenix scream, and rushed towards Li Feng. Her body became several times bigger again, and the black flames filled the sky, almost occupied most of the desert, and the extremely destructive aura emanated out, which actually made the temperature of the sun rise by a few points. This is the complete Black Phoenix force. But in Li Feng's view, there is nothing to be afraid of. Faced with this power enough to destroy a planet, Li Feng just gently raised his palm and swung it forward. A terrifying energy inspired from the ancient Apocalypse star instantly turned into a substantial scarlet light, blocking in front of him. In an instant, all the black flames seemed to have met their nemesis and involuntarily hid back, unable to take a step forward. And the Dark Phoenix that Jean Grey turned into stagnated in midair because of this, as if it had been frozen. "Qin, don't waste your time thinking." Li Feng still spoke gently and said, "You can't control your power, so you can't hurt me. As long as you go back with me, I promise you, I will restore you to your true self, and you will no longer be controlled by the Phoenix Force." Death. Dark Phoenix was not interested in Li Feng's temptation. She released all her strength, got rid of Li Feng's control, and at the same time waved huge amounts of wings to directly wrap Li Feng inside with her body. This is something unexpected for the latter. "No, you also absorbed all of the mutant's power." Feeling the heat coming from around him, Li Feng frowned, his eyes became a little more serious. "This is a very threatening external force for you. If you can't master it, it will eventually destroy your body." "I don't care." Dark Phoenix smiled contemptuously and roared into the sky. Boom! A terrifying flame rose into the sky, accompanied by bursts of mourning. Hearing this, Li Feng sighed, "Do not blame me." He sighed sadly and closed his eyes gently. He opened his eyes suddenly. In the eyes there are thousands of stars flashing, scarlet incomparably. And his body also turned into a stream of light at this moment, drilling into Dark Phoenix's body. "Zero, seeking flowers. Here is a sea of fire formed by black flames." In the center of the sea of flames sat a little girl with her arms around her knees. She looked about 12 or 13 years old. She lowered her head and covered her face, sobbing, looking very pitiful. At this moment, a ray of light landed in front of the little girl and squatted beside her. The streamer faded, and a boy who also looked like only a teenager appeared. He smiled, stroked the little girl's back gently and said in her ear, "Are you okay?" Hearing this, the little girl raised her head slightly and glanced at the little boy with red eyes, but she didn't stop crying and still buried her head in her legs. At the same time, the surrounding black flames suddenly disappeared, changing into another picture. On the green playground, cheerful little boys and girls gathered together, playing and playing with each other, looking very happy. In front of them, Chin, who was a child, ran towards the crowd with anticipation. However, as soon as she came in, all the children fled away with disgust and fear in their eyes. The originally cheerful playground has become deserted because of this. When the little girl saw this, Dang even lowered her head, her body trembled slightly, and the tears in the corners of her eyes fell on the ground drop by drop like rain, turning the grass into ashes. Then the little girl gradually grew up and became a young girl of 17 or 18. But at this time, she still didn't have any friends. Instead, she was locked in the room for a long time by a professor in a wheelchair, and she rarely even saw the sun. In other words, it's for the safety of other mutants. She was very puzzled and sad and constantly asked herself, why do some people always care about others but no one cares about themselves? As a result, the picture flies away again and the girl is like a ripe fruit, truly grown up. However, at this time, she had already changed into another character. She regards human life as nothing and she doesn't care about the pain in the world. She let the dark side of her heart completely occupy the good side. She evolved into a dark phoenix and slaughtered those who ignored her when she was a child. Is this the violin of that world? The little boy, namely Li Feng, watched all the pictures. What is mentioned in the screen is the gradually growing Qin in X-Men. There is no Li Feng in that Qin world, nor is there a huge mutant country. The war between Magneto and Professor X lasted for many years, and finally, because of the birth of Dark Phoenix, all mutants died. But this is not the fate you should have. Li Feng smiled, put his hand on the back of Qin's head and pressed it down slowly and said softly, "Wake up, Jane." Laugh. The endless black light spread, and the thick branches and leaves seemed to be peeling off cocoons, instantly replacing all the black flames in this space. Immediately afterwards, the little girl in front of Li Feng suddenly raised her head and let out bursts of heart-piercing screams. Under the cover of white light, it turned into 570. A dark phoenix the size of a palm file, circled around Li Feng, turned into grains of black dust and bloomed into a moving flower in the air. After the coquettish Bana flower, it disappeared. And Li Feng turned into a stream of light again and left this pale space. After he left, crimson flames spread all over in an instant. The dark side derived from being rejected since childhood has completely disappeared. In the desert, the huge amounts of dark phoenix dissipated. The only one left was Jean Grey, who had turned back into red hair and slept with her eyes closed in the dust. Li Feng's figure slowly emerged. He squatted down, picked him up, and walked towards the United States thousands of miles away. And those women wearing turbans also turned into ashes one after another, rushing to meet the Satan they were talking about. 3 days later, somewhere in the hideout on the outskirts of the city of Massa. Under Li Feng's arrangement, Logan and Laura gathered the mutants scattered elsewhere and brought them to Marsa. For this reason, Li Feng bought a certain villa in the suburbs, where there is a very large wine cellar that can accommodate many mutants as habitats. Professor X and others also came to this place. Definitely, Li Feng used certain connections to evade the border inspection and brought them into Massa City safely. Due to the large number of mutant deaths, the opposition in the United States is getting louder and louder. In response to the demands of the civilians, the government has tightened the control on mutant. Basically, as long as a mutant shows up on the street, it will either be caught by the police and thrown into a shelter, or it will be recognized by the citizens and shot in defense. This is also the general trend. Li Feng is not unhappy about this. He has done his best. At the moment, in some clean bedroom, Jean Grey rubbed her forehead and woke up from the bed. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw a familiar figure standing in front of her. "You finally woke up." Li Feng asked softly, "Is there anything uncomfortable?" Qin shook her head slowly. A look of confusion flashed across her face and she said, I can't remember you. Who are you?" "We met 3 days ago." Li Feng smiled at her. Jean Grey's charming face froze for a moment, as if remembering everything. The whole person became silent. Li Feng noticed this change and calmly said, "No need to repent, you have just been used." Number. Qin shook her head, lowered her head and said, I killed everyone. No one will blame you." Li Feng said softly, "Want to meet your old friends? They are still alive and waiting for you." Hearing this, Qin Grey's beautiful eyes widened and she nodded vigorously. "Follow me." Li Feng took her hand and walked out of the room. Logan, Caliban and others happened to be there and they looked much better after returning from the border. At least in terms of food, drink, medicine and other supplies, they don't need to worry anymore. Logan, at the moment, empowered by Li Feng, was standing in the empty courtyard, swinging adamantium steel claws vigorously. And the girl Laura standing beside him also imitated his movements in a decent manner, with a fierce expression on her face. However, this expression looked so immature. When Li Feng showed up with Qin, Logan was almost taken aback. My God. Logan heaved a sigh of relief, but there was a little panic in his eyes. Logan, long time no see, why Jean Grey greeted him with pale lips and trembling hands. You're really back, Jean? Logan asked tentatively. Logan, this violin is no longer the violin you saw. Li Feng said lightly, the dark she has completely disappeared and now she is the kind Qin, so you don't have to be on guard against her. Hearing Li Feng speak, the fear in Logan's eyes finally disappeared. He smiled at Qin and said, welcome home, Qin. Laura, who was listening quietly, threw herself into Qin's arms as if she had understood something. Thanks. Qin's pale expression finally eased a lot and she stroked Laura's forehead. Go, I'll take you to meet the professor, he's still worried about you. Logan waved his hand and the wolf claws were retracted instantly, leading Li Feng and others to the living room of the villa. Professor X at the moment was sitting by the bed, looking at the scenery outside the window without saying a word. When Li Feng and others stepped into the room, he received the induction almost instantly and stood up from the chair. Mr. Li Feng, you are here. Professor X nodded to Li Feng, and when he saw Qin beside the latter, his expression changed instantly. But the professor is always a professor, and he soon saw the clue. Tears flashed in his eyes and he said kindly, Qin, your complexion looks good. Qin was slightly taken aback, staring at Professor X's innocent eyes, nodded with emotion and said, Professor, long time no see. 5-2, everyone had a tacit understanding and did not mention those sad things. As long as you're fine. Professor X heaved a sigh of relief and smiled kindly, you have to thank Mr. Li Feng, if it wasn't for her we would never have found you. Jean Grey glanced at Li Feng beside her and nodded slightly to him. Professor, Li Feng smiled and asked, as far as I know those remaining mutants seem to be children around the same age as Laura. When Laura heard this, the corners of her mouth curled slightly and she said aside, Laura is not young. Yes. Professor X sighed and said, they were arrested by the government's research institute for experiments and they are all psychologically traumatized. If they are made homeless outside, they will definitely become another character, so I can't give up such fresh blood. In the voice, Professor X did not blame Qin at all. It's okay, you can stay here for a long time, I will provide food and various resources. Li Feng said without any objection, but you can't stay here forever, can you? What do you mean? Professor X looked at Li Feng puzzled. In the room, everyone focused their attention. If I give you a chance to start all over again, can you run mutant school again? Li Feng smiled and spoke surprisingly. Everyone in the room looked at each other at the moment. You looked at me, I looked at you, still didn't understand what Li Feng meant. Li Feng grinned and said, what if I told you that I would resurrect all dead mutants of my kind? As soon as these words came out, the air in the entire room seemed to freeze, and it became silent in an instant. What did you say? Qin couldn't believe it. She held Li Feng's arm tightly and said, you can really revive them. Li Feng walked into Jean Grey's room, looked at her lying on the bed, and suddenly a clear reminder sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side mission, Save the Daughter of Phoenix 7. Receive the reward Infinity Gauntlet X1. In addition, the host will receive an additional unknown reward X1. Do you want to check the unknown reward immediately? This voice cleared Li Feng's mind a little. He wasn't really interested in the Infinity Gauntlet, because anyway, it is just a carrier. What would infinite gems be used for without? Li Feng pondered for a few seconds. Since the system uses this as a reward, there is a reason for it, but he really doesn't need it now, so he didn't care about it. What really interested him was this unknown reward. Yes, Li Feng responded in his heart. After a second, ding, congratulations to the host for getting Time Gem X1. Hearing this, Li Feng's pupils shrank suddenly. Time Gem. As soon as the system notification sounded, a gem emitting bright green light slowly appeared in Li Feng's servant of the people. At this moment, he clearly felt that he held the power in his hands that could rewrite everything. These are real infinite gems indeed. Call. Li Feng suppressed the excitement in his heart and let out a long breath. Under the control of his thoughts, the time gem turned into a green light and penetrated into his forehead. Send infinite gems, don't take them for nothing. Facing everyone's shocked eyes, Li Feng shrugged his shoulders and said, this is actually not a difficult thing for me. Are you lying to me? Qin seemed to be frightened and said quickly, why lie to you? Li Feng rolled his eyes. When I was 3 years old, like to tell lies. Mr. Li Feng, I assure you that as long as you can revive all the dead mutants, I will believe in you, worship you, and love you for the rest of my life. Professor X stood up from the chair and bowed heavily to Li Feng bow and say, I Charles will do what I say. Professor, don't get excited. Li Feng smiled at him and said, I don't need believers. Cough, cough, cough. Professor X coughed awkwardly and said, sorry, I'm too excited. It's okay to resurrect them, but I will do one thing. Li Feng changed the subject and said, I want to make all the mutants forget the existence of Qin, let everyone know her again and accept her. Do you understand what I mean? Logan and Professor X looked at each other and nodded, indicating that there is no problem. When Qin heard this, a touch of emotion flashed in his eyes and his tense body relaxed. She knew that Li Feng's purpose in doing this was to let mutant know the real her again, instead of existing in the shadow of the past. She also knew that the dark phoenix in her memory was erased by this man. In the past, Qin had suffered countless ostracisms to create that darker. I don't think you don't know this. Li Feng glanced at Professor X and asked, this. Professor X sighed with shame and said, to be honest, even though I have a powerful brain-wave control ability, I can't control the thoughts of these children. I don't blame you. Li Feng said, human nature is multifaceted, but evil is not. You're right, Professor X nodded seriously. Li Feng took a deep breath and said, are you ready? I'm going to start. There may be some unforeseen things going on here, but you don't need to panic. Everyone nodded heavily, their eyes strange. Li Feng closed his eyes gently, and under the mobilization of his thoughts, his whole body was enveloped by a faint green light. The breath in his body recovered bit by bit, which actually caused the whole villa to vibrate slightly. Professor X, Logan, and others watched this unbelievable scene and quickly supported the corner of the table to stabilize their figures. Then they saw Li Feng's eyes suddenly opened, shooting out a dazzling green light and went straight to the sky. Even the sun's rays, as if they were assassinating, were covered by this green light. The poor mutants buried under the red flames and the dead innocents, resurrect me. Li Feng let out a low growl and pressed his 5 fingers on the ground violently. Immediately, endless green rays of light radiated from his body, covering all the mutants in the villa. Professor X and Logan were almost overwhelmed by Li Feng's aura of handling. They were sweating profusely, their eyes were full of horror, and they looked at Li Feng as if they saw a god. Then an incredible scene appeared. On the mutant land in Sandy City, which had long been in ruins, a human figure emerged from the ground out of thin air, like a growing grass, with its head raised and landlines everywhere. The destroyed buildings, as well as the charred corpses, were all restored to their original appearance under the effect of time gem. 10 minutes later, the green light slowly faded away. Li Feng's face turned a little pale and a little cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This is the first time he has used the power of the time gem, and he is somewhat uncomfortable. But he knew that it worked. This is the official news broadcast room of Sandy City, now brings you the first live report. Just 10 minutes ago, the mutant school that had become ruins was not only restored to its original state, even the dead mutants returned to their land alive and well. This is a scene that has never been seen in history. The Institute of Science has sent experts to investigate. Please pay attention to this station and provide you with the first-time reports. Inside the room, Professor X and others all wept with joy. They could hear the broadcast in the news clearly. They didn't know what method Li Feng used. But they understand that everything has happened and this is not a dream. Okay, I should go home. Li Feng stood up, stretched his waist, picked up the jacket at the side, put it on his shoulders, and said to everyone, if I'm not mistaken, the mutant school should be protected by the government next. You can leave at any time, but remember to close the door before you leave. As for the political thing, someone should come to me to solve it soon, and you don't have to worry about anything. Go and meet the kids, Charles. After saying that, Li Feng smiled at everyone, turned around and walked towards the door. Before he was about to leave the villa, Jean Grey caught up and stopped him. Li Feng, Emma, is she okay? Jean Grey finally remembered Li Feng's identity and asked, she knows you. No, she doesn't know. Li Feng glanced at the moon above his head and said with a smile, but I did this to keep you from being sad. So that's it. Jean Grey stroked her red hair and said, I'll see you off. Send me off? Li Feng opened the door of the Maserati, put one hand on the window, looked directly into Jean Grey's eyes and said, if you have anything to say, just say it, Jean. Next second, a wet lip was blocked. Under the moonlight, the two eyes intertwined, and after staring at each other for more than 10 seconds, Jean Grey blushed, pushed Li Feng away, turned and walked back to the villa. Come fast, go fast. Li Feng looked strange and wiped the corner of his mouth. He muttered to himself, damn, I was taken advantage of by a woman. After solving the mutant matter, Li Feng returned to the villa as usual. During these 3 days, he would go home very late and the White Queen didn't blame him for it. Instead, he would wait until Li Feng came home every night before going to sleep. And Li Feng definitely didn't tell her what happened to Mutant, so he couldn't explain it. After all, things like time gems should not appear on Earth yet. Honey, did you see the news? As soon as she sat down, the White Queen said with surprise on her face, the mutant school has miraculously recovered. All the mutants are alive. Some powerful existence must have saved them. Li Feng put on a look of surprise on purpose and responded to her with a smile. The two sat on the sofa together, discussing matters related to Mutant. Seeing the happy smile on the White Queen's face, Li Feng was also satisfied a lot. He knew that White Queen actually hated those mutant friends who had been with her day and night, so he didn't want to see White Queen sad. Love is not only sweet, but also accompanied by all kinds of troubles. If these troubles are not dealt with, sooner or later they will become carrion that cannot be picked off. By the way, husband, I heard from the internet that you seem to have appeared near the White House recently. Are you going to discuss business? White Queen put a cherry in her mouth and suddenly asked curiously. Li Feng was startled. He laughed and said, "What's the matter?" Asking this all of a sudden. He couldn't tell the White Queen that he was going to kill the President of the United States, could he? It's nothing, just ask casually. The White Queen leaned her head on Li Feng's shoulder and said, "Did you know, the chairman of the Stark Group recently announced that he is Iron Man." Oh, Li Feng pretended to be curious. Iron Man. Is that the one in the red armor? Yes, you also know. White Queen smiled and said, "I remember you told me last time that you got Tony Stark's investment right." After he announced that, he gave our family, I sent a party invitation. And it seems that I want us to go to the Stark building to celebrate together. Do you want to go? During this period of time, Tony has maintained a relatively close relationship with Li Feng, and the two are now considered good friends. Occasionally, there are some parties and the like. Tony will invite Li Feng to go with him. But Li Feng has no time to refuse most of the time. After all, he doesn't want to get involved with S.H.I.E.L.D people too much. The crew still has a lot of films waiting for me to shoot. Apart from work and being with you, where is the leisure time to go to the party? Li Feng smiled and hugged White Queen in his arms and said, "Let's ignore that playboy up. Listen to you." The White Queen smiled charmingly, looking a little cute. The next day after the two had breakfast, Li Feng left the villa first. As for the White Queen, she walked to the bedroom, looked in the mirror and said calmly, "Come out, I know you are here." As soon as the words fell, a queen wrapped in a noble and graceful coat walked out of the mirror. Mother of the 9 realms, wife of Odin, Frigg, yes, Asgard has found where Hela is. This is because Hela's power is recovering day by day and Heimdall has received the induction. It is not uncommon for Frigga to be found in the villa. "Hela, my daughter, how are you doing?" With a soft face, Frigg raised her hand to caress the White Queen's face. "You are not my mother." Looking at Frigg, Hela spoke coldly. Although the tone is a bit blunt, there is not much hostility. After all, no matter what, Frigga was also a man who watched her grow up. Moreover, as the mother of the 9 realms, Frigga has always been kind-hearted and has pardoned countless strangers who might die in the battle of the God realm. If Odin had come here instead, Hela wouldn't have said a word at all. Maybe he will directly move Wang Hao to fight. Odin is your father and I am your mother. Frigg took White Queen's hand, looked at her distressedly and said, "My daughter, why are you not in your divine body but in a mortal body? Is there any problem?" Hela is still indifferent, as if in front of her is not the relatives who raised her but a stranger. "I like Emma very much, her personality is the same as mine, we share the same body, there is no any conflict." "Son, you have a good vision." Frigga still had a kind face on her face and said to Hela, "Mother has never questioned your choice, but you should know that if you don't return to the divine body after your strength recovers, you will always be one. Is there any difference between mortals and gods?" Hela sneered with disgust in his eyes. "I have fought for Asgard for tens of thousands of years, what have I gained? Dear mother, have you forgotten?" "My daughter," Frigga sighed, stroked her hand and said, "Your father never listened to me, so I secretly came to this planet to see you. Asgard already knows that you are in love with the mortals on Earth. Your father Odin is very angry about this matter. I am afraid he will come to you in a short time. You have to add more children." Hela's face became even colder upon hearing this, and the killing intent boiled even more in the room. She withdrew her hand and said coldly, "He's not my father, he's just a hypocritical B*******D, a B******D who betrayed his promise and killed a donkey." Hela has come to this point mostly thanks to Odin. When it comes to who Hela hates the most, it must be Odin. But Frigg's words still caught Hela's heart, knowing that Asgard has started to follow Ji Feng now. This made Hela very headache. It's not that she doesn't know how arrogant the Asgard group is, and it's nothing to Asgard to kill a mortal. Although Hela is an arrogant guy herself, but who made her really like Li Feng? "Okay, my daughter." Frigga sighed, stood up, poured her into her arms and said, "Mother is happy that you found someone you love. You have to be more careful and live together." After finishing speaking, Frigga gave Hela some instructions, then got into the mirror and disappeared. This is just a duplication projected by Frigga on Heimdall, not by herself. Otherwise, it cannot be hidden from Odin. Asgard will not remain indifferent to Hela's affairs, that's for sure. In Asgard's view, the union of Hela and a mortal to form a family is an insult to the glory of Asgard. Odin, an old-fashioned and stubborn guy, wished he could eat Li Feng raw, but what exactly he will do, no one knows. After leaving the villa, Li Feng received a call on the way. The call was from Tony Stark, but the voice on the other end was Nick Fury. He claimed that the president had been resurrected and wanted to have a chat with Li Feng, hoping that he could come to the Stark building to meet him. Li Feng hesitated for a while but did not refuse. After all, no matter what, the President of the United States, also killed himself. Although he was resurrected, S.H.I.E.L.D did not announce it. It has to be said that Nick Fury has been around for so many years, and he is no worse than anyone else in judging the situation. If Nick Fury had directly asked the military to encircle Li Feng after the death of the President of the United States, then this phone call and the subsequent meeting would not have happened. After several hours of driving on the highway, Li Feng finally arrived at Tony's villa. By the time Li Feng arrived, the party had already started. Seeing Tony surrounded by a group of supermodels, Li Feng couldn't help shaking his head. This playboy is so rich that he is really chic. If Li Feng didn't know the White Queen, he probably wouldn't be able to get out of the crowd of women right now. In addition to Tony, Li Feng also saw some other acquaintances, all of whom had appeared in the movie. Such as War Machine, which is Tony's military friend. Another example is Tony's personal bodyguard, Harry. Even Li Feng saw that Black Widow and Hawkeye, the two members of the original Avengers, were actually here. This made Li Feng a little puzzled, but soon he was relieved. Estimated at this point in time, coupled with the impact of the mutant incident, the establishment of Avengers should have been successfully deployed. Even Li Feng was originally in Nick Fury's plans. But with Li Feng and Hela constantly showing their strength, Nick Fury has also cancelled this plan. "I can't afford to provoke them. These two big guys really can't afford to provoke them." However, Nick Fury still did not give up. Today's party can be regarded as a test for Nick Fury. On the surface, when the President of the United States asked Li Feng to come over and ask for clarification, in fact, it was to further build a good relationship with him. After all, Nick Fury had just ordered a group of soldiers to block Li Feng in front of the White House not long ago. Even if it is not good to tell Li Feng explicitly and invite Li Feng to join, it is not wrong to establish a good relationship with Li Feng first. What does it mean for a man who dared to break into the White House single-handedly without even being afraid of Thor? Doesn't it mean that he is stronger than Thor? After somewhat guessing Nick Fury's thoughts, Li Feng didn't resist much. Don't look at the fact that S.H.I.E.L.D is like a licking dog in front of him now, humble to the extreme. Once he has some crazy idea, the entire defense force of the United States will target him. However, this is also good. It is better to let S.H.I.E.L.D be your own licking dog than to be S.H.I.E.L.D's licking dog yourself. Can be enemy or friend, naturally the latter is better. The arrival of Li Feng quickly became the center of the party. The supermodels and celebrities around who were invited to come here all came to toast with Li Feng. After all, he is already a semi-top existence in the director world. Tony warmly entertained Li Feng and even started to introduce supermodels to Li Feng. Those supermodels also looked at Li Feng with bright eyes, just like a pack of wolves seeing a piece of fat. Li Feng's attractiveness is still great, with a handsome appearance and an explosive figure. Moreover, he is a top-level director who has been particularly hot and famous recently and has a lot of influence around the world. Such a young hero is simply the perfect partner. If they can get the director's favor, they will definitely get countless benefits and resources, and maybe even become the heroine in a certain movie. For the thoughts of these supermodels, Li Feng has Thummim in his heart. The more elite the parties and gatherings, the scarcer the resources. These supermodels desperately want to get close to Tony, isn't it just to get the little resources that Tony donates? Unfortunately, Li Feng already has White Queen. No matter how beautiful these supermodels were, they didn't catch his eyes. "Hey Li Feng, is there anything you like?" Tony came to Li Feng's side and said to Li Feng in the tone of someone who has experienced it, "No, I'm too tired today and I'm not in the mood." Li Feng smiled and did not explain too much. Not to mention the difference in aesthetics, the two even have very different personalities. Who is Tony? The rich second generation who grew up in the good environment provided by their parents, the standard playboy, neither lacking money nor lacking people, lingers in the flowers every day. Who is Li Feng? Nearly a year ago, he was still in the rented house, worrying about the daily life, contributing his life in the 996 company. Looking at Tony's posture, I'm afraid I wish I had 48 hours a day to waste and enjoy myself. But Li Feng is different. He cherishes the present time very much, and he doesn't want to waste time on people or things that are not particularly necessary. Definitely, it's not that Tony is the kind of person who doesn't want to improve himself. The current Tony is still very young. I'm afraid it will be a few years later, after experiencing a series of things, that Tony will change his metamorphosis mentality and become a qualified superhero. Tony at that time was the person Li Feng admired. Now Tony at best is just a kid who didn't grow up. Different personalities, different ideas. You shouldn't be so unfeeling. Do you see how sad those girls are? Tony put his arms around a charming woman and said seductively, their skills in bed are much better than you imagined. Really? Then you should enjoy it. Li Feng patted his butt with a smile and said, I hope you won't be unable to walk tomorrow. After chatting with Tony for a few more words, Tony left quickly, turned around and plunged into the flowers, hugged a few supermodels and walked towards the corner where no one was around. For this, Li Feng is not envious but feels that Tony is a bit naive. After Tony left, Li Feng wanted to look for Nick Fury, but he didn't see him at the party. And at this moment, Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye found Li Feng and walked up together. How are you doing recently, a genius director? Natasha Romanoff smiled at Li Feng, with a hint of deep resentment hidden in her eyes. When this female agent who once planned to seduce Li Feng, at the moment, faced Li Feng again, she still felt a little unwilling. She couldn't figure out how could a man not like a goddess of her level. Li Feng is just such a person. Not bad, Natasha Romanoff, when do you plan to return to my company to work for me? Li Feng also joked with a smile, as long as there is no purpose, he does not refuse to talk to Natasha Romanoff. My agents say he misses you. You can't afford my salary. Natasha Romanoff covered her mouth with a light smile, pointed to Barton and said, let me introduce, this is our new member of S.H.I.E.L.D. Hawkeye like me is also a 10th level agent. He is very interested in you. Director Li Feng, you can call me Barton. Hawkeye stretched out his right hand to Li Feng quite familiarly. Nice to meet you. Li Feng didn't have any dislike for Hawkeye, he said hello and they knew each other. Hawkeye is one of the veterans of Avengers and a high-level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Most importantly, Hawkeye and Li Feng are really similar. Hawkeye also has a family, a lover, and even a child. Like Li Feng, Hawkeye is also very loyal to his family. After chatting with Hawkeye for a few words, Li Feng and Hawkeye had a good chat and their friendship quickly developed. Hawkeye even invited Li Feng to have a chance to visit his home to enhance their relationship. Li Feng said no problem. Hawkeye and Natasha Romanoff turned and left. In fact, Li Feng's personality is really easygoing, and his coldness is only towards the enemy. For those Avengers members who want to make friends with him from a normal perspective, he will not be indifferent. Not long after, when Li Feng was going to go back, Nick Fury was late. Still wearing the black windbreaker, he nodded to Li Feng, motioning for him to come with him. The two took the elevator together and reached the top floor of the Stark building. Here there is a very large bar counter and extremely soft sofas. On the table in front of the sofa was a familiar hammer. A guy in a cape, with a bottle of whiskey in his hand, collapsed on the sofa, talking drunkenly. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows next to him is a burly man in ordinary casual clothes. It is Captain America Steve Rogers. The name of Captain America was changed to his real name in the real world in the previous article. Please don't be angry, audience masters tilde. In addition, there was a familiar figure which made Li Feng raise his eyebrows slightly. Dr. Banner, he is there. Moreover, he was wearing a white coat and was concentrating on doing some experiments in front of the console that Tony Stark often operated. Come on, come here. Nick Fury snapped his fingers to the crowd and gathered them together in front of the sofa. This is the Li Feng I told you about. You've basically met each other, seeking flowers, whether it's Rogers or Banner or Thor. Nick Fury said to everyone with a calm expression. Li Feng, you're really here? I thought they were just joking. Dr. Banner nodded to Li Feng with a smile with obvious excitement on his face. Then he took out a card, handed it to Li Feng and said, I have to thank you for helping me back then. I haven't touched a cent of the money in this card. I'm now working for S.H.I.E.L.D. and I'm getting paid every month. Li Feng didn't push the bank card back but put his hand into his pocket. He looked at Nick Fury. Tell me what's the matter with calling me? The latter did not speak but glanced at Captain America. Captain America walked up to Li Feng and sat down, poured him a glass of wine, and said seriously, Li Feng, we hope you join Avengers. This is an organization established to protect human safety. S.H.I.E.L.D will be our backing. To show sincerity, you will be the captain of the Avengers. Otherwise, your life will go on as usual. Oh, really? Li Feng was not surprised by this as expected and said calmly, sorry, I'm really not interested. Don't rush to refuse. Nick Fury took over the conversation and said, Li Feng, do you know that the incident of you killing the President of the United States in the White House has been recorded and even posted on the internet? If it wasn't for S.H.I.E.L.D Daxia's intelligence system is very powerful, intercepted these videos to avoid revealing your identity, you will definitely be arrested now, worst case already sent to the execution stand. What do you want to say? Li Feng narrowed his eyes. You are powerful, it cannot be denied. Nick Fury shrugged his shoulders and said, but you have to know, if you have the code of S.H.I.E.L.D, next time you make a move, you don't need to worry so much. Nick, I always think of you as a smart person, but you don't seem to think that I am a smart person. Li Feng sneered, looked straight into his eyes and said, let me guess, the United has the President of the States been resurrected. That's why you invited me here, called so many people, and offered me an olive branch. Nick Fury's eyes flickered for 2 seconds and he nodded slightly. Then you haven't thought about why that guy is resurrected. After saying this, Li Feng stood up, patted his buttocks and turned to leave. Nick Fury, Rogers and others looked at each other, and they all saw a strong sense of disbelief in each other's eyes. Rod Pole Shoo Shoo. Just when Li Feng was about to walk to the elevator, Sun Tzui's voice stopped him. Thor stood up from the sofa, took a deep breath, looked at Li Feng and said, why can you hold Mjolnir? Tell me why. Li Feng looked back at him, shook his head with a smile, turned around and left without staying any longer. He knew that what happened in the White House that day was an unacceptable thing for Thor, who has always been strong. But he will not explain so many 977 because of this, because it is not necessary. Damn it. Thor watched Li Feng leave and smashed the wine bottle in his hand, a little aggrieved. Thor, calm down. Rogers gave him a look and said, he's not a man to mess with. I definitely know that he is not a man to mess with. He has sucked away more than half of my Thor power. Thor drunkenly said, if Mjolnir is not still in my hands, I will never go back in my life. Asgard is gone. Since he doesn't want to join S.H.I.E.L.D, don't force him for now. Nick Fury sighed, his eyes deep, and, if the President of the United States and those mutants, if it's all his resurrection, I think things will explode. Hearing this, everyone's eyes became heavy. Li Feng at the moment doesn't know that the Avengers formed by S.H.I.E.L.D has listed him as a character on the danger list. Although Nick Fury told everyone not to approach Li Feng casually, this did not prevent everyone from being on guard against him. In the end, Li Feng quickly left the party. In addition to meeting a few S.H.I.E.L.D friends, he also has a windfall. It was from Tony that I got an important message. Thor's main purpose of coming to Earth this time is to find his sister. That is Hela, the legendary goddess of death, the first heir to Asgard. And Tony also kindly reminded Li Feng that the goddess named Hela is likely to be inside his wife Emma. This made Li Feng a little confused. How can this be? Li Feng thought in his heart, it always felt a little unreal. White Queen is very lucky to be his wife. How could Hela of Asgard be in her body? But if that's the case, everything seemed to make sense, including White Queen's personality changes from time to time. Li Feng took a deep breath, not knowing whether he was lucky or unlucky. Assuming this is the truth, how do I face the White Queen? Same as before, get along day and night as if nothing happened, or a showdown with the White Queen. What kind of results these two choices will bring, he is not sure. Although Li Feng's heart is more inclined to the second because he doesn't know why Hela is in the White Queen's body. But in the end, Li Feng pressed the idea. Since the White Queen has been with him for so long and hasn't taken the initiative to tell him about Hela's existence, there must be some kind of intention behind it. Li Feng knew that he didn't need to worry because he clearly understood that the White Queen loved him deeply. He believes that White Queen will confess to himself sooner or later. But apart from these, what Li Feng also needs to consider is the follow-up troubles. Thor has already joined S.H.I.E.L.D. I believe it won't be long before the secret of Hela in the White Queen's body will reach Asgard's ears. Based on Li Feng's understanding of the plot of Thor, whether it is Odin or Thor is bound to have a grand war with Hela. So when the time comes, which side will Li Feng be on? Maybe he's going to fight Asgard too. Although with Li Feng's current strength, there is no need to worry about these. Among all the people in Asgard, except for Odin, the main god who makes him a little afraid, the others are nothing in Li Feng's eyes. Therefore, Li Hui quickly adjusted his mentality. Anyway, White Queen is his wife, and Hela in her body has done some indescribable things to her. With such a heavy relationship, even if Hela were to lead thousands of troops back to Asgard, Li Feng would be a solid sword and shield behind her without any hesitation. Thinking about it this way, Li Feng suddenly realized that he was quite conscious. His wife led thousands of troops back to Asgard, and then he was conquered in bed. Hey, hey. Li Feng stepped on the accelerator and quickly rushed towards his home in Massa City. Honey, I'm back, at the moment. The United States Department of Defense Military Space Agency. Here, it is an organization established by the Ministry of National Defense in cooperation with S.H.I.E.L.D agent, which mainly conducts some military research on space meteorites, anomalies, and comets. At about 10 o'clock this evening, in the main control room of the Military Space Administration, several astronauts on duty stared blankly at the huge screen in front of them as if they had been immobilized. In the eyes of everyone, there is a strong sense of despair, as well as the bewilderment derived from the fear of giants. Among them, Paul, the deputy director, was also on the scene. Looking at the photo on the screen, Paul swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his eyes full of despair and death. Because on the big screen in front of him, a huge amounts of black shadows are constantly approaching the Earth. He sat down on the ground, trembling all over. As Paul, who has studied astronautics for nearly half his life, he naturally understands what this black shadow means. This round black hole. And a black hole millions of times bigger than known black holes. It is not an exaggeration to call it the ultimate 4.6 celestial body in the universe. In other words, if this huge amount of black hole wants to swallow the Earth, it probably won't even take a second. Disaster is coming. It is a more terrifying disaster than the comet hitting the Earth hundreds of millions of years ago. Under the black hole, everything will be eaten up and completely disappeared in the universe. The United States, the White House, the office of the president. After the President of the United States was resurrected, part of the memory was taken away by the dead apocalypse. The rest of his life did not make him get rid of his habit of using Twitter to govern the country. At the moment, he was sitting in the office, taking the phone, kept swiping for messages. When encountering some interesting comments, President Kaguo will give them a thumbs up. Assuming that the object of the like is his supporter, he will press the reply button and type a few words. In his eyes, this is spiritual food. Just when the President of the United States was about to threaten those small countries to satisfy his desires through Twitter, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open by the Secretary of Defense. Hey, you should have knocked first. Did I let you in? The President of the United States turned off the phone screen while swearing. Sorry, Mr. President, something serious has happened. The Minister of Defense took out a tablet and put it on his desktop and said in a deep voice, "The Military Aviation Department sent a video. I think you need to take a look." Ministry of Aviation? Is it the Ministry of Aviation again? The President of the United States said with a disdainful smile, "Not long ago, these guys sent me a document saying that there are aliens coming from outside the Earth and asked me to add it to them. Military expenditures to defend against future Star Wars. I think they have such naive ideas because they have watched too much Star Wars. The United States spends so much financial funds on the military every year. If we give these funds to those civilians and those capitalists, our country will become better and better. What do you think, Secretary of Defense?" The President of the United States complained relentlessly. "Yes, you are right. However, 7, I think you should watch the video first." The Minister of Defense said with a blank expression. Okay, isn't it just a video? Let me tell you, after I watch it, I will definitely not meet your requirements, sure and sure." The President of the United States picked up the tablet and pressed play. It's just that the more he looked, the more serious his face became. In the end, he shook his palm and the tablet fell directly to the ground. "Quick, notify S.H.I.E.L.D. This is the end. The United States is over. The whole world is over. Go, you bloody B**********. The President of the United States was going crazy. He couldn't believe what he saw. It's a pity that the cruel facts are in front of him and he can't help but not believe it. A huge amount of black hole is slowly approaching the Earth and has passed the Sun. Calculated according to its traveling speed, in less than 2 days, the Earth will be completely drawn in by the gravity of this black hole and will be ruthlessly swallowed. This is a more terrifying disaster than the Jurassic extinction 65 million years ago. Not just in the White House office, but Nick Fury, who was back in S.H.I.E.L.D, also got the news. Seeing the video and report sent by the military, Nick Fury also had cold sweat on his forehead. What is this? End of the world at this moment, even if Nick Fury is the director of S.H.I.E.L.D A man with countless experiences at the moment is completely shocked. Those eyes that were usually full of determination were full of confusion and panic at the moment. He didn't know what to do, he didn't know how to deal with this crisis. The usual strategizing has now become a joke. He has never been in such a predicament. Although he formed the Avengers, they were no match for the black hole. This kind of celestial body is the most terrifying existence in the science known to mankind. What's more, its volume is still so large. Not to mention him, even all the life on the Earth combined looks extremely small in front of the black hole. This is not an existence that human beings can fight against. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared in Nick Fury's mind. He ran into the office frantically, opened the safe, randomly dug out a key press and held it in his hand. Kree Captain Marvel. Currently on Earth, Nick Fury is the strongest existence known. At the same time, it is also his greatest trump card in life and his greatest confidence. Once used, there is no other chance. But now he has no retreat or choice. Nick Fury hesitated for a long time and finally used this keypad to send a message to Captain Marvel. Carol, you must come here. Asgard, the main hall. On the god's seat, Odin is closing his eyes and meditating, recalling his bravery in the battlefield in the past. At the moment Heimdall walked in briskly, Your Majesty, something has happened. Heimdall's face was full of anxiety, which he rarely showed. What's the matter? Thor got into trouble again? No, it has nothing to do with Thor. Heimdall took a deep breath and replied. Galactus, one of the 5 gods, used his body and entered the galaxy. Based on his trajectory estimation, his purpose is very likely to be the planet where your son and your daughter are currently. Earth. Heimdall's insight is naturally not comparable to that of humans. He has the eyes of God, so he can see at a glance that the one that is constantly approaching the Earth is not a black hole at all, but a more terrifying existence. One of the 5 founding gods, the body of the devourer of the planet. A guy who discussed all races in the universe, madman. For Galactus, his purpose of surviving in the universe is to devour those useless garbage planets in the universe. Galactus, didn't this guy get a warning from the OAA not long ago? How dare you use your body to walk wantonly in the universe? Odin also narrowed his eyes and frowned when he heard the news. This is no joke. Although Galactus ranks last among the 5 gods in the universe, he has existed in the universe for nearly hundreds of millions of years. For hundreds of millions of years, the planets it devoured provided countless nutrients for the growth of 603's body. As the god king of Asgard, Odin is well aware of the horrors of Galactus. Galactus in his prime, or rather, Galactus on the way to his meal, but even he had to take a break from the limelight. What's wrong with this Galactus that he has thoughts about the Earth? The Milky Way is the most mysterious galaxy in the universe. It must have been a long time since he sent his main body over so boldly. Heimdall, Odin raised the scepter and shouted. Yes. Heimdall bowed his head slightly. Use your god's eyes to see if the cosmic celestial group has shown its face in the Milky Way. Your Majesty, Heimdall shook his head and said, I have already investigated before coming, and the cosmic celestial group has never appeared in the Milky Way since it appeared once 37 million years ago. Are they going to watch a civilization be eaten by Galactus? Odin narrowed his eyes, a look of concern added to his face. The most powerful organization in the universe, or the management group, is definitely none other than the Universe God Group. This organization doing things everywhere often uses the balance of the universe as an excuse to play the role of a cosmic policeman. Exile those planets that do not abide by the rules and wantonly exploit the resources of the universe. But at the critical moment, why did the members of the Universe God Group disappear? But when you think about it carefully, it's not surprising. After all, the relationship between the 5 great gods of the universe and the founder of the Universe God Group is not ordinary. In this case, the possibility of the celestial group finding trouble with Galactus is very small. Such a small planet as the Earth is nothing in the eyes of Odin. In the eyes of those cosmic gods who often wander in the universe, it will be destroyed as soon as it is destroyed. I am afraid it will not care much, right? Just when Odin was still debating whether to take the risk to stop Galactus, there were also people on the Earth looking out of the sky before the Himalayas' mat edge. Ancient One wearing the time gem around his neck stood on the top of the mountain, looking at the sky above his head with serious eyes. As the Asgardian of the Earth and the defender of the dark forces, Ancient One has repelled countless dark beings who tried to take the Earth as their own in the past long years. But this time, here comes one of the 5 great gods of the universe. This is probably a more terrifying existence than Dormammu, the Lord of the Dark Dimension, Planet Devourer. This level of existence is an unattainable god for every creature on the Earth. In the eyes of Galactus, the people on Earth are not even ants. Thinking of this, Ancient One sighed again. The only way now is to try to use the power of Time Gem to stop this monster. In this way, there is still a chance to fight, otherwise we can only wait to die. Pol Zhongshan, a figure suddenly appeared in Ancient One's mind, perhaps. Can he stop this disaster? Yes, Ancient One thought of Li Feng. In the mirror space before, Ancient One has seen how powerful Li Feng is. Even she, the Sorcerer Supreme who has lived for hundreds of years, doesn't know where Li Feng's power comes from. The biggest possibility is that it does not belong to this planet. Perhaps. Does this man named Li Feng have a chance to compete against Galactus and become a key player in saving this disaster? Ancient One is not sure. She will not look for Li Feng because of this, let alone use the Time Gem to advance the future. She decided to wait for Li Feng to make his own choice, or wait for those who have the ability to save this disaster. If it comes to the most critical moment, if there is none, she will sacrifice herself through the Time Gem. In the villa in Massa, Li Feng took a deep breath after sending the White Queen out and sat on the sofa. His face looked a little dignified. He did not expect that Galactus would descend upon the Milky Way so soon. Although Apocalypse died, he had a premonition that Galactus would come sooner or later. But too fast, still too fast. As early as when Galactus broke through the boundary wall of the Milky Way, Li Feng used the perception force of the Apocalypse star to discover the existence of Galactus. Should we make a move? Li Feng was thinking. It is estimated that Galactus will pass the sun and envelop the Earth in a short time. If he does not act, there is no one else on this Earth who can save this disaster. Because as far as these superheroes on the Earth are concerned, there is obviously no existence that can confront Galactus. Iron Man, even the Mark 34 has not yet been created. How to fight against it? Hulk. It is only now that I have begun to adapt to my own strength, and I don't know how far it is from the four-handed form. Thor still need to rely on the power of Mjolnir to stimulate his potential, let alone the awakening of Thor's power. Scarlet Witch. No one has appeared yet, who knows where it is now. As for Ancient One, Hela, and Captain Marvel, although the three of them are very powerful, they are definitely not Galactus opponents according to the current timeline. Because the Galactus coming to the Earth at this moment is not a duplication but the whole body, the ontology is enough to explain everything. After thinking about it, Li Feng found that the only person who could prevent this disaster was himself. In fact, the life and death of the people on Earth has no effect on him. But on this planet, there are still people you love and people you want to protect. If he lets the disaster come and ignores it, then everything he has now will be wiped out. This made Li Feng feel a little helpless. Heroes are forced out. He stood up, moved his bones, and his whole body was covered with a layer of black light. The power of the symbiote god made his stature expand several times. He decided to make a move. If this is not done, countless creatures will become the feast of Galactus, and his beloved White Queen also cannot escape this disaster. At this moment, the White Queen, who is taking care of her unconscious biological mother in the hospital, like most people on Earth, has no idea what Li Feng is going to do next, let alone the arrival of Galactus. She is not like Ancient One, who has the blessing of Time Gem, and she is not like Asgard, who has the god's Eye of Heimdall. In the absence of sufficient sources of information, Hela cannot spread her spiritual power to the Lord of the Universe. Definitely, if she returned to her divine body, she might be aware of it. But now she is only a soul body at best, and her strength has not yet returned to its prime. At most, through the Hydra organization, they know the news that a black hole is about to approach the Earth. This seemed like a trivial matter to Hela. Ordinary mortals would pee their pants in fright after learning about it. After all, in their eyes, a black hole is a mysterious and unsolvable disaster. But Hela knew that those powerful beings on the Earth would definitely not allow this kind of disaster to happen smoothly. Not to mention anything else, just Odin and Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, two big men with the power of level Godfather, can easily solve it. What Hela cares more about is another thing, Odin's conspiracy. Through Frigga's arrival, Hela already knew that Asgard had found herself, and that Odin was planning to separate her and Li Feng. This is actually nothing. From the moment Hela entered the White Queen's body, she knew that such a day would come. This is the status of Asgard in the entire Nine Realms. Unless she hides in the Chaos universe outside the Nine Realms, sooner or later she will be discovered by Heimdall Zhao. Therefore, she had to worry about this, what dangerous move Odin would make in order to catch her. In the eyes of the current Hela, or the White Queen, although Li Feng is very capable in directing, he is still an unarmed, ordinary Earth human being. If he meets a powerful Lord God like Odin, he may not even survive for half a second. If you don't pass, you will be shattered by the divine power in his body. Moreover, she clearly knew that Odin was a main god with a strong sense of family honor, and he would never allow his descendants to marry those low-level inhumans. Because in Odin's eyes, this is tarnishing the blood of the Lord of the Nine Realms. But so what? Hela never felt that falling in love with the Earthlings was a shameful thing. In the past 10,000 years, all her focus has been on the battlefield. In her eyes, the so-called love is an existence that is out of reach. But now she can be said to have met the love of her life. It is Li Feng. If Odin dared to attack Li Feng, she would definitely use all her strength without hesitation and die with him. This is death in love. Hela has already placed Li Feng in a particularly important position in his heart. After all, where is Odin's strength? In the entire Nine Realms, almost no one can compete with him. To Li Feng, this is already beyond praise, not as a threat but as a disaster. It is conceivable that if Odin really killed Li Feng in front of her, then she would definitely fall into madness just like the White Queen. A goddess of death who has lost her beloved will no longer be a pure goddess. Therefore, Hela at the moment pondered in White Queen's mind how to ensure Jai Feng's life safety as much as possible. Both had the same concerns about Li Feng. Definitely, the reason for this situation is mainly because they don't understand Li Feng's strength. If both the White Queen and Hela knew how powerful Li Feng is now, there would definitely be no confusion now. After all, the current Li Feng not only has the god of symbionts who can modify all genes, but also has such a powerful existence as the Steppenwolf template. Anyone deserves 300 at the moment. Following the warning issued by the military's aviation department, those high-level human beings who knew the truth have fallen into despair and dead silence. Their hearts were ashamed, and they gave up struggling directly. Yes, there is no need for any struggle. The so-called nuclear weapons have no effect at all in the face of a black hole of the level of Galactus. The more powerful the existence, the easier it is for people to fear. The militaries of various countries on the Earth have tacitly concealed this matter. They are not going to tell the truth to any civilians because that doesn't make any sense. Although some of them are more crazy offensive faction, propose to launch nuclear bombs to cause damage to Galactus, but no one is willing to listen to it. The end of the Earth has really come. As S.H.I.E.L.D Director, Nick Fury did not give up struggling like most people. After notifying Captain Marvel, he summoned all the members of Avengers immediately and tried to contact X-Men, Fantastic Four, and others. Among them, Tony Stark, who was preparing to travel, drove to S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters immediately after receiving the news. As for the Fantastic Four, after they communicated with the military, they also chose to obey the orders of S.H.I.E.L.D. As for the X-Men led by Professor X, after returning to the mutant school, they hurried to the capital of the United States. They made up their minds to die, because everyone feels that human beings are doomed this time. In front of the black hole, the superheroes who are still immature today have no resistance at all. But they don't want to give up. Li Feng naturally doesn't know these things, let alone most of the governments on the Earth. They have given up struggling. At the moment, he was constantly jumping in midair, reaching the atmosphere at an extremely terrifying ascent speed. Just a few more times, and he's easy enough to go into space. Although he doesn't have wings, the Steppenwolf template and the symbiote god can completely rewrite his genes to make him adapt to the environment in space. Moreover, every time he jumps, he can increase his speed by a notch and even break through the supersonic speed. This was the result of Li Feng's deliberate control of his speed. Otherwise, he might burn his clothes if he went too fast. Even so, Li Feng broke away from the Earth's orbit in a very short period of time and officially entered the realm of outer space. Between the Sun and the Earth, a huge amount of black vortex, like a huge amount of pupil, is slowly moving forward in the solar system. If anyone on Earth sees this scene, they will understand that this black field is the biggest threat the Earth faces today. Black hole. To be precise, it is one of the 5 gods, the planet devourer Abai body. At first glance, it makes people palpitate. After breaking through the atmosphere and entering the sky, Li Feng's whole body was covered with a layer of silvery white translucent armor which looked like a venom in combat form. This is the full form of the symbiote god. Is this Galactus itself? Li Feng took a deep breath. Just as he was about to approach this dauntingly huge star, a silver figure suddenly appeared in his field of vision, shuttling through the endless black space at a terrifying speed close to the 3rd cosmic speed. This is... Li Feng recognized the figure almost instantly. Who else can fly in space on a skateboard at will, except for that guy, the Silver Surfer? It's just that the Silver Surfer from at the moment, who was also one of Galactus' subordinates, became the perpetrator after his memory was wiped clean. At the moment, Silver Surfer set his eyes on the Earth and also found Li Feng's figure. He frowned slightly, controlled the skateboard under his feet and floated down. The two looked at each other without any extra communication. Symbiont, Silver Surfer recognized the armor covering Li Feng's body. How can there be symbionts on the Earth? The two sides are not like those sci-fi movies. You ask each other about the origin of each sentence, because this is the naked space and sound waves cannot propagate at all. The two stared at each other for tens of seconds, and Silver Surfer seemed to sense something was wrong and rushed towards Li Feng directly. And Li Feng, without any hesitation, directly used all the power of the Steppenwolf template. This time he went into space not for fun but to protect the one he loves, so there is no need to talk. Just start fighting directly, that is what should be done. Boom. The moment the two collided, a ray of terrifying energy burst out from the center of Silver Surfer's chest. This energy ray is the unique power bestowed upon him by Galactus. Not only can it easily penetrate any meteorite in the universe, but it can also instantly annihilate life forms with cells. Undoubtedly, if Li Feng didn't have the God of Symbiosis template, this ray could easily penetrate his body. But the God of Symbiosis can not only rewrite genes, but also devour energy and assimilate energy. When the ray touched Li Feng's body, it was instantly melted away by the silver-white armor. When Silver Surfer saw this scene, not only his pupils were slightly closed. From the perspective of the division of forces in the universe, his strength can completely reach the level of level God Father or even higher. Because Galactus was not stingy with his own power and gave him the terrifying level universe power as a reward for his use. Although in the movie, the Silver Surfer and the Fantastic Four teamed up to kill Galactus, the price they paid was to die together. But no, that's not all the energy of Galactus. If one of the 5 gods in the universe was so easy to kill, then this universe would have ceased to exist long ago. Therefore, the strength of Silver Surfer at this time must not be underestimated. He met Li Feng tilde such a pervert. Just a Steppenwolf template is enough to make Li Feng's strength reach an exaggerated level. After all, this is a real member of the new Protos of the Apocalypse Star. In addition, there is also the template of the God of Symbiosis, and it is the strongest existence among all venoms. If this thing is used well, Li Feng can easily rewrite any gene to make himself stronger. For him, the limits in space were close to zero. Therefore, facing the cosmic ray emitted from Silver Surfer's chest, Li Feng didn't even dodge and just ignored the ray. When the ray was swallowed by the God of Symbiosis, Li Feng not only was not hurt but felt that his body was a little stronger. Then, Li Feng sneered, and under Silver Surfer's panicked look, he suddenly grabbed at the void. Whoosh! In an instant, a huge axe full of bloody smell seemed to be sent from the prehistoric, and it slashed straight down towards the Silver Surfer. This axe is powerful and heavy, and it contains all the strength areas of Li Feng's entire province. Shout out! The axe blade slammed straight on the hard body of Silver Surfer and even forcibly split his forehead into a crack visible to the naked eye. Instead of spraying out blood, countless silver particles spewed out from this crack. The Silver Surfer's body was like a kite that had come off its string, and with the rapid movement of the pedals under his feet, he fell into the vortex of the huge black hole not far away. Li Feng understood that it was Galactus' attack, but he didn't intend to pursue it. Instead, he looked at the axe in his hand with surprise. One axe solved. The opponent is still a strong player at the level of Silver Surfer. This is also a case where Li Feng didn't make full use of the symbiote god to fully evolve. Because in theory, the God of Symbiosis can evolve constantly through contact with the outside world and transfer this evolution to Li Feng. But in fact, if the God of Symbiosis wants to grow quickly, the best way is to fight against creatures with different genes, and then imitate their genes to expand his power. Only by fighting constantly, the symbiote's genes will become stronger and stronger, and Li Feng's genes will also become stronger every day. In this regard, Li Feng is obviously not qualified. Because of his temperament, he is doomed to be too lazy to fight to the death with any enemy. Or I will beat you to death with one punch. Or you beat me to death in a circle. This also caused Li Feng to be far from tapping the potential of the God of Symbiosis. But even so, Li Feng's current combat effectiveness is also exaggerated. When Silver Surfer hit him with that cosmic ray earlier, the God of Symbiosis obviously helped him a lot. The most direct performance is to convert that ray into energy and inject it into the giant axe in Li Feng's hand. This is also the key to Yin Surfer being killed by an axe in seconds. He couldn't resist his own strength. Next, it's your turn. Li Feng took a deep breath and his body grew a bit, like a demon that emerged from the dark depths of the universe, with silvery white light shining all over his body. He let go of his perception and moved towards the black hole not far away. Soon, he discovered that there were signs of life in this huge black hole. Li Feng didn't hesitate anymore, just jumped at full speed and plunged into the black hole. In the eyes of people on Earth, the so-called black hole is just the most terrifying celestial body in the universe, the intersection point of all physics and the ultimate existence. Because this thing can not only absorb light sources, but even absorb all substances, it is not an exaggeration to call it a bottomless pit. But apparently the black hole incarnated by Galactus cannot kill the current Li Feng. As soon as he entered the border of the black hole, Li Feng felt a terrifying tearing force descending on every inch of flesh and blood on his body. This terrifying tearing force seemed to be trying to tear Li Feng's body apart and even contained huge amounts of gravity, making it difficult for Li Feng to move even an inch. Before the time travel, Li Feng had read some descriptions related to black holes in books. According to the book, if a person is swallowed by a black hole, he will be pulled into an infinitely long thin thread. And this thin line can never touch the center of the black hole, because the flow of time inside the black hole is almost eternal. Regarding this point, Feng was non-committal, seeking flowers zero, but in this life he has completely changed this view, because at the moment he can still move inside the black hole. This is because the god of Symbiont created a certain similarity between Li Feng and the environment in the black hole, by combining the external environment and changing his genes the moment he entered the black hole, and he quickly adapted to it. Those tearing forces, those terrifying gravity, disappeared completely under the genetic modification of the symbiote god. The god of symbiosis template provided by Venom is so perverted. How? What Li Feng doesn't know is that the reason why he doesn't feel that time is frozen is entirely because of the time gem in his body, which takes him beyond the long river of time. He who owns the time gem cannot be affected by the distorted space of a black hole, so he can freely roam inside the black hole. In the Marvel Universe, transcending the long river of time is almost a standard configuration for every strong man. Changing time means changing everything. If you can't escape even the long river of time, you won't even be worthy of the title of strong man. So under the influence of the time gem, Li Feng easily released the perception and headed deeper into the Galactus body. He jumped a long distance, crossed the long gravitational belt of the black hole, went deep into the center of the black hole and touched the singularity. The next moment, Li Feng found that the surrounding scenes had changed by a huge amount, and then there was a large passageway leading to nowhere in front of him. Li Feng paused for a moment, then rushed in. Here is another universe. A small universe that exists only within the body of Galactus. And in this universe, Li Feng saw countless floating planets. At the same time, Li Feng also saw Galactus, one of the 5 great gods of the universe with hundreds of millions of ties connecting the world all over his body, whose body is even similar to that of Jupiter. Galactus. If Li Feng's prediction is correct, these planets should be planets that have been devoured by Galactus for countless years. The black hole is just the feeding tool of Galactus, and this universe is the stomach of Galactus and the real appearance of Galactus. All the planets eaten by Galactus will eventually be digested by Galactus here, and they will be used as nutrients and supplements day by day. In addition, above the body of Galactus in front, there is a bewitching blood-red planet, shining on the entire interior of the space, which is particularly strange, and even Li Feng feels a palpitation. At this time, the tens of millions of laces began to break free, and Galactus' body gradually approached Li Feng as if he was sizing him up. Are you Galactus? Li Feng's eyes were cold. Although he saw this kind of scene for the first time, he didn't have much fear. Instead, he looked directly at the guy with no eyes and only a planet as his head and said, "It seems that you are not what a shrinking turtle. In this universe, there are many creatures that cannot grasp the evolution process." Galactus said in a deep and hollow voice, "Obviously, the turtle you mentioned is also at the top of another level of evolution, but for the gods in the universe," he said, "it is just 8 small things in many evolutions. And the people on your planet are also like they are all lower creatures." "Oh," Li Feng said with a sneer, "since people on Earth are inferior creatures in your eyes, why did you manipulate Apocalypse to let you infiltrate the government? It seems that you also don't know what level of evolution you have reached, so you are confused about what the gods are doing." Galactus let out a deep laugh and said softly, So the only difference between you and those lower creatures is that you are lucky and have acquired power independent of the evolutionary chain. Tens of thousands of years ago, I passed by the symbiosis body looking at the ball. Disgusting place. Luck, it's not luck. Li Feng sneered and said, using luck to eliminate unfavorable factors in the evolution process, your thinking is ridiculous. Inferior creatures, you cannot understand the process of evolution. Your thinking does not match the power you have and see. You are inside my body, but you still don't understand the truth of the universe. This is the drawback. Galactus said, leave, I'm not interested in taking the life of the bug for me to crush you to death, I just need to move my mind. Soon I will come to your planet and feed my hunger that has been sleeping for 100 years. Yeah, why not try it? Li Feng snorted coldly. He stopped hesitation, raised his fist, and gathered infinite power of destruction. Like a god, it appeared behind Galactus, aimed at his head, and the wolf army came out. Whoosh! The shadow of the fist went straight through Galactus' black and transparent body without causing any damage. But the planet behind him, because of Li Feng's aura, broke a crack visible to the naked eye. The majestic cosmic energy scattered in this space, causing ripples after waves. You ruined my food, lower creature. Galactus's tone was obviously a little more angry, and his figure swelled several times, covering Li Feng. If you beg me for mercy now, I can let you break away from the ranks of lower creatures, follow me, roam among the thousands of galaxies, devour, flourish. Really. Li Feng's eyes were icy cold, and he shot a divine light and said, do you think you are qualified to define the level of living beings? Whether I am qualified or not is for the universe to decide. There was a hint of disappointment in Galactus' tone. Sure enough, trying to communicate with low-level creatures is a very difficult thing. I don't like your tone very much. Li Feng took a deep breath and said, I'm not here to chat with you. If you want to devour my home planet, you have to take a good look at whether you have this qualified. Are you threatening me? Galactus instantly became icy cold, and the crimson moon above his head actually burst because of this, and the aura like the awakening of a peerless beast permeated the entire planet. At the same time, a more terrifying tearing force swept through the entire interior of the black hole. Seeing this, Li Feng was quite surprised, and his eyes gradually became serious. Surrender to me, ants. Galactus sounded like a prehistoric day. Rumble, the curtain hanging from the sky fell from the sky, shocking people's hearts. A series of palpitating belts like bright waterfalls poured down from all around, blocking all of Li Feng's escape routes. Li Feng's face was shocked, and the god of symbiosis instantly rewritten his genes. From this moment on, he completely became a wasteland wolf born in the prehistoric universe. Straight down, in an instant, the stars in the entire black hole, surrounded by terrifying gravity, gathered towards the giant axe in Li Feng's hand. At the same time, Galactus' 5 fingers are like hooks, and a small black ball is suspended in his palm. Just looking at it from a distance makes one tremble all over. This is dark matter energy, which belongs to the most destructive element in the entire universe. It exists in the black hole. If an ordinary person touches a little bit, it will be torn into pieces and assimilated into a part. Generally speaking, after a planet collapses into a black hole, it will present a particle of dark energy with the same file size as a molecule. If you want to condense into a palm file-sized ball like Galactus, it is not difficult to imagine how many planets need to be destroyed to do it, and its destructiveness is naturally self-evident. The next moment, Galactus raised his right hand, flattened his palm, turned into a huge palm comparable to a galaxy, and patted Li Feng. Under these huge amounts of palms, countless planets were affected and turned into ashes. The power of the 5 gods can be imagined. In fact, the so-called universe is too fragile for existence of this level, and almost every 5 gods have the strength to easily destroy the universe. Facing the huge palm oppressed by Galactus, Li Feng directly and brazenly resisted. With a posture of punching the sky, he smashed towards the palm that was constantly pressing down. In this blow, Li Feng used all his strength to strike at the peak. But the ending is very cruel. The strength gap between S.H.I.E.L.D. Feng and Galactus is quite large. Under the palm of Galactus, it has suffered a lot, and some 4-1 are difficult to compete. But Li Feng wasn't depressed, instead he was excited inside. He can clearly feel that his evolution rate is greatly increasing, and his strength is rapidly becoming stronger. The god of symbiosis allowed him to quickly adapt to the strong pressure around him, and the genes in his body had gradually begun to adapt to the existence of Galactus, and even became more and more compatible. As long as he is given enough time, his genes will evolve again. At that time, Galactus will be the first to experience the horrors of the god of symbiotes, just when Li Feng was desperately trying to stop Galactus. The superheroes on the Earth have gathered together, planning to make a last-ditch effort for mankind. Under the authorization of the military, Iron Man bound 2 nuclear bombs of the little boy level through the thrusters, intending to send them into space. The militaries of various countries are also getting ready one after another, and all the weapons accumulated over the years are going to be shown. Think of it as offering the most magnificent fireworks for the destruction of human civilization. At this time, even a group of idiots who didn't know anything could sense that something was wrong. Today's world is too quiet. From the perspective of the outside world, countries seem to have no reaction to the arrival of the huge black hole. However, just when everyone was ready to fight hard, a news suddenly came from the Military Aviation Bureau which shocked everyone's jaws. The black hole stopped moving. When receiving this news, scientists from all over the world were at a loss. Even Nick Fury, the S.H.I.E.L.D director, was a little confused. The black hole can also be like a car. Step on the brakes. Don't ask, they haven't seen this scene before. How about we wait a little longer? Looking at the group of superheroes eager to fight, Nick Fury said strangely. He has a glimmer of hope in his heart. Maybe there will be a turning point. The other superheroes also looked at each other and finally nodded silently. Otherwise, what else can we do? Do we really expect them to deal with this black hole? They don't want to court death. Isn't it good to live? At the same time, in the universe of Galactus, the battle between Li Feng and Galactus continues. To be precise, it wasn't a fight, but Li Feng's unilateral beating. Galactus will become the shame of the 5 gods only when he is extremely weak. But now the Galactus that Li Feng is facing is not weak at all, and his fighting power is frighteningly strong. Smash a galaxy at random and open your mouth to see magnificent cosmic rays. This combat power is really a bit outrageous. However, Li Feng's performance is even more outrageous. Facing the attack of Galactus, Li Feng at the beginning of the day is completely unable to resist. But as Li Feng died more and more times, his evolution rate became faster and faster. By now, it has been able to wrestle with Galactus head-on. With a boom, Li Feng hit Galactus again, and this time Li Feng knocked away the big hand that Galactus had slapped. For the first time, Galactus showed a look of pain on his expressionless and serious face. Although this painful color disappeared in a flash, it was still captured by Li Feng. You are very powerful symbiote creature, no wonder you dare to challenge me. After suffering a small loss, Galactus did not continue to attack but watched Li Feng and spoke slowly. Galactus is now really interested in Li Feng. After all, such an interesting life is rare. It can't be killed, it can't be smashed, and its vitality is too tyrannical. What's more exaggerated is the speed of strengthening. It seems that every time Li Feng is hit, Li Feng will be several times stronger than before. It was the first time Galactus had seen this kind of existence, so it was inevitable that he would be a little curious. You are also very strong, worthy of being one of the 5 great gods. Li Feng also sighed sincerely, a little amazed at the strength of Galactus. It wasn't until today, after fighting against Galactus, that Li Feng realized that he was a little arrogant before. I thought I could walk sideways in the Marvel world with the template of Steppenwolf, but in fact the water in the Marvel world is terribly deep. The god of symbiosis is indeed perverted, but it also needs to be developed. With Li Feng's attitude of fishing every day, in fact, he didn't develop much at all. This is also the fundamental reason why Li Feng had difficulty contending against Galactus at the beginning. It's not that the template of the god of symbiosis is not strong, but that Li Feng is too salty. Without a strong opponent, how can genes become stronger? But even so, Li Feng still relied on the template of the god of symbiosis, not only survived the battle with Galactus, but also completed many evolutions at a high speed. Up to now, it has been able to barely draw a tie with the current Galactus. Many people will think that Galactus is nothing more than that because of Galactus's embarrassing record. But in fact, Galactus' strength is particularly strong, exaggerated. Thanos of the Infinity Gauntlet was hung with a hammer by Galactus in his prime, which shows the strength of Galactus. Infinity Gauntlet can destroy half of the universe with a snap of fingers, but this is still no match for Galactus. To be precise, it is not the opponent of the 5 great gods. Li Feng can rely on his own strength to compete with Galactus for this sake, which is already very remarkable. Well, how about we make a deal? As long as you can withstand my final blow, I will spare your home planet and never use your home planet as food. Finally, Galactus put forward a condition and Li Feng nodded without thinking. Galactus put forward this condition, which has essentially let the Earth go by default. After all, Galactus has seen how difficult Li Feng is, and he doesn't think he can kill Li Feng with one blow. In fact, the best way to deal with the god of symbiotes is to avoid fighting with him for a long time and banish him. Dealing with Li Feng is the same. Fighting Li Feng to the death is something a fool would do, and exiling Li Feng to the unknown world is the most appropriate way to deal with it. Li Feng also understood this weakness of his own and had already thought of countermeasures in his heart. After defeating Galactus, Li Feng went back and asked Sorcerer Supreme to teach him to control the time gem, open the space channel, and travel around. At that time, even if he is exiled to an unknown space, Li Feng can come back easily. This is actually a kind of plan ahead, clearing up the weaknesses of 990 in advance. Seeing that Li Feng agreed to his promise, Galactus stopped hesitation, and his two huge amounts of pupils burst out with endless brilliance. Then, a burst of cosmic energy comparable to a gamma ray burst spewed out from Galactus' mouth, heading directly towards Li Feng. Li Feng didn't sit still and waited to die. His pupils also shone with a terrifying light. The next moment, an equally terrifying cosmic energy ray spit out from Li Feng's mouth. This move was also a move that was automatically copied by the Doomsday template after Li Feng suffered the attack of Galactus. It is powerful enough to easily penetrate an entire galaxy. The cosmic rays emitted by Li Feng and Galactus, after destroying many planets respectively, ruthlessly collided together. Then, a terrifying roar comparable to the Big Bang sounded. Galactus was the first to squelch whatever might happen before the aftermath of the horrific explosion destroyed nearby planets. Soon, the world became cold and dead again. At this time, Galactus looked at Li Feng with a little more approval in his eyes. Only the strong deserve the respect of the strong. Li Feng was like this, forcibly using his own strength to subdue one of the 5 great gods. Symbiont, I will spare your home planet. Galactus didn't intend to renege on his debt, so he simply stopped. This made Li Feng breathe a sigh of relief. Although the process was a bit difficult, fortunately the ending was acceptable to Li Feng. Not only under the high pressure of Galactus, he quickly improved his strength. At the same time, it also succeeded in making Galactus dispel the idea of swallowing the Earth, and Li Feng's goal was fully achieved. In fact, what Li Feng didn't know was that the reason why Galactus let go of the Earth was because he didn't want to waste his own energy. As a representative of perennial hunger, the underfed Galactus. His energy is very precious, and the only way to replenish it is to eat planets. It is also because of this that it is very normal for Galactus to give up when the gain is not proportional to the effort. After all, what planet to eat is the same, why bother with the Earth? What's more, Li Feng's performance really surprised Galactus. Li Feng, who is getting stronger and stronger, has been regarded as an existence on the same level as a certain monster, and Galactus naturally does not want to provoke him. Otherwise, if Li Feng is attracted to take revenge in the future, life for Galactus will also be very difficult. Let's go, I won't attack your home planet anymore, and I should go find new food. Galactus said to Li Feng in a deep voice and resumed his mechanically cold tone. Li Feng didn't plan to stay any longer and could evacuate as soon as his goal was achieved. I don't know how much time was delayed on this trip, but I hope I can make it back in time to make dinner for Hela. After saying hello, Li Feng returned the same way and flew out of the black hole smoothly. The capture limit of a black hole is the speed of light. As long as you have a speed exceeding light, you can escape the scope of the black hole. Now Li Feng's speed, if it is fully exerted in space, it will not be a problem to exceed the speed of light. It is easy to get rid of the huge gravity of the black hole. What's more, Time Gem also allows him to easily deal with the pressure of the black hole. After spotting the blue planet, Li Feng accelerated to go there. As for Galactus, after Li Feng left, he manipulated the entire black hole to start turning, leaving the scope of the solar system in a very short time. A disaster that might wipe out the Earth was directly resolved without anyone knowing. On Earth, S.H.I.E.L.D. After watching the black field symbolizing the black hole disappear on the screen, countless researchers were stunned, and they didn't come back to their senses for a long time. After a long time, the huge amounts of cheers almost knocked the roof off. Everyone is venting the despair of the past few days. At the same time, everyone began to celebrate regardless of demeanor, celebrating that human beings and even the Earth have escaped a catastrophe. After venting their emotions to their heart's content, the researchers also asked a question. How could such a large black hole disappear inexplicably? God's miracle, or is the previous black hole just an oolong? Everyone has similar doubts in their hearts because this crisis dissipated inexplicably. But soon, the researchers pressed this question to the bottom of their hearts and began to send various reports they have survived the catastrophe. and there are still many people on the earth who are still waiting to die in despair. It's time to tell the world God bless the earth. The United States Office of the President. On the Oval Conference table, the president was holding his head, listening to the reports of the people below in despair. Different from the usual political talks, some of the people sitting at the Oval Conference table this time are from the military. Mr. President, the nuclear bombs, hydrogen bombs, and even neutron bombs in our base are ready to be launched into the air at any time. Mr. President, the aviation missiles at our base are also ready. Let's issue an order. Let us use the ultimate weapon of mankind to personally send the final salute to the end of our mankind. A military boss whose military rank is at least at the level of lieutenant general said to Mr. President in a tone of generosity to die. All their firepower has been prepared, only need an order from Mr. President. Countless weapons will be launched into space, kicking off the prelude to the extinction of mankind. Not just the United States, but other countries as well. When facing the black hole, the ultimate celestial body in the universe, human beings are really too small. Unless they can push the Earth to run away, they will inevitably go extinct. I see, but please wait. The President of the United States knows more than anyone in the military, and he knows that the black hole is currently stopped strangely. So he decided to wait, maybe there will be a turning point. Although he himself knew in his heart that this possibility was very slim. But at this moment, the door of the meeting room was pushed open, and the confidant minister broke in rudely and impolitely again. Good news, Mr. President, the black hole is gone, and our crisis is over. The confidant minister was too anxious to hurry and almost ran all the way here, so he was a little out of breath when speaking. But everyone here listened to his report seriously, unwilling to miss a single word. After hearing the news in its entirety, there was a huge amount of excitement in everyone's heart. It's an afterlife feeling. But soon, some people came to their senses. Is this news true? It can't be nonsense, it can't be playing tricks on us, right? It can be seen that sometimes the ups and downs come too fast, and it is easy to change your mentality. Mr. President stood up from his seat at a speed that didn't fit the old man in his 70s, and quickly came to the confidant minister and snatched the report materials from the staff. After confirming that the report was absolutely true, the old man in his 70s couldn't help crying with joy. This is a kind of redemption from hell to heaven. In S.H.I.E.L.D. After receiving the news from the military aviation department for the first time, Nick Fury's blackpot-like face did not change at all. After turning around, Nick Fury realized that everyone present was looking at him with helpless eyes. Sir, what's going on? What's the matter? Someone couldn't help being impatient and asked Nick Fury actively. Even those superheroes at the moment staring at the report card in Nick Fury's hand. Tony Stark even had the urge to let Jarvis hack into the system just to see what the current situation is like. After taking a deep breath and forcing himself to calm down and maintain his character, Nick Fury finally spoke. Nick Fury said slowly in a calm, pretentious tone, "The latest news is that the military has detected that the black hole has disappeared. Humanity has once again struggled from the death line." Although Nick Fury tried very hard to maintain his aloof personality, the corner of his mouth still betrayed him. God knows, when he confirmed the good news just now, how much willpower he used to suppress his heart that wanted to jump up and revel. But what puzzled Nick Fury was why everyone froze after he said the good news. The so-called blood is from the bottom to the top. The so-called redemption is from despair to hope. At this moment, all those who learned that the black hole disappeared and the Earth was safe couldn't suppress their inner excitement and vented their inner emotions to their heart's content. God knows how desperate and helpless they are when facing a black hole. Fortunately, all of this is over, and that damned black hole has also disappeared. The whole world fell into a sea of ecstasy, and countless people who knew the truth announced on Twitter that God blessed the Earth. But after the carnival, everyone had to face an embarrassing problem. That is, how exactly do black holes disappear? When people woke up from the carnival, they began to think about this question. Some people think that the whole thing is a big oolong, that God made a big joke on mankind. There is no such thing as a black hole, just a major mistake by NASA. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain the sudden appearance and disappearance of black holes. Some people also think that there must be a certain superhero who guards the safety of the Earth at 510 in a place unknown to human beings. But as soon as this guess came out, it was met with countless ridicules. That's a black hole. What kind of superhero can repel a black hole? Even if the legendary God descended in person, he would not be able to do this. In fact, there is really a God in the Marvel world, and there is also an angel. In the very early days, God led the angels under his command to spread his orthodoxy on the earth. Then, God met a tyrannical war madman. It was directly sealed in another world, which is the first world above the 9 realms. And the guy who sealed God and a group of angels is named Odin. Odin is still very strong, it's just that he has shot less and less recently. Having said that, when many human beings are looking for the reason for the disappearance of black holes. Top of the Himalayas, Kamertaj. Ancient One stood with his hands behind his back, looking to the west with relief in his eyes. Unlike humans, who knew nothing, the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One knew who shot back Galactus. She was satisfied, and finally Li Feng made his own choice and became a hero behind the scenes. This is very similar to Gu Ob Yi. She is such a person herself. When other superheroes save a disaster, they can't wait to make it known to everyone in the world. But Ancient One is different. She has silently guarded the earth for thousands of years and repelled countless hidden enemies. But the deeds of Ancient One are rarely known. Even in Kamertaj, few people know how many times Ancient One has repelled the enemies who invaded the earth. Li Feng's approach is very similar to that of Ancient One, both of which are the ones that hide their reputation deeply. This made Ancient One naturally feel close to Li Feng. Unfortunately, Li Feng is not destined to be her successor and cannot become the second Sorcerer Supreme. However, with the strength shown by Li Feng, there is no need to become the second Sorcerer Supreme. What Ancient One didn't know was that Li Feng chose to strike back Galactus, not because he was moved by being a hero, nor because of those idiots on Earth. It's just that I don't want to change places to live. Besides, Li Feng still has so many industries on Earth, so he is reluctant. When humans speculated about the truth behind the black hole incident, Asgard was on the throne of the God King. Odin has learned that Galactus has been repulsed. Odin was not surprised by the news. Galactus' strength fluctuates too much, it depends entirely on his own state. When it was strong, Galactus was unstoppable, and when it was weak, Galactus lost the face of the 5 gods. Odin himself is sure that he can repel Galactus in a state of extreme weakness. What Odin is really thinking about is, who shot Galactus back? Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One? Quite possibly. The great magician who guarded Midgard for thousands of years, even Odin would be in awe. S.H.I.E.L.D, the god of the Trinity, does not exclude them either. As the source of white magic possessed by Ancient One, S.H.I.E.L.D's strength is still very strong. And it is very mysterious, only knowing that it lives in seclusion on the earth and rarely makes a move. Even Odin doesn't know the true strength of the S.H.I.E.L.D, only that they do exist. As for Hela, Odin finds it impossible. Hela's character Odin understands that it is impossible to fight Galactus for the earth. So after much deliberation, Odin found that the one who was most likely to repel Galactus was that the Supreme Quencher hadn't escaped. So far, the influence of Galactus has come to an end, and Odin has not been entangled in this matter for too long. Compared with Galactus, it is Hela who really deserves Odin's attention. As the eldest daughter of Odin, Hela's strength and potential are beyond doubt. As long as you stand on the land of Asgard, your strength can be infinitely enhanced. With this alone, Hela's potential surpasses that of Odin. Therefore, Ding always treats his eldest daughter as a serious problem. Most importantly, Odin understands that his time is running out. Hela's matter must be dealt with as soon as possible, so as to lay a solid foundation for the next God King to ascend the throne. When he was young, he fought too vigorously and suffered from hidden wounds all over his body. Now that his life was coming to an end, it was time to consider finding an heir for himself. Originally, Hela was the best candidate for heir, but unfortunately she was raised in a wrong way. Except for Hela, there is only Thor left. Loki is impossible, not to mention Loki's bloodline, just Loki's potential locks the possibility of Loki becoming a God King. The God King must be the strongest in Asgard, this cannot be shaken. With Loki's strength, it is quite appropriate to assist the God King, and it is fine to become the God King. Thor, Odin's head hurts just thinking about him. Odin has seen all of Thor's recent actions on Earth. This Urha-like son, like his daughter Hela, likes mortals. This family is unfortunate. Every time he thinks of this, Odin feels sad in his heart. He is the majestic king of the 9 realms, who has traveled across the universe for so many years and gained a great reputation. As a result, in his later years, he couldn't even find a qualified heir. Hela has a personality problem and is too bloodthirsty. Thor is a dude again, let go. Let Thor go to the earth, but Thor is so happy that he doesn't want to go back and he doesn't want to come back. If it wasn't for his failing health, Odin would even have the urge to work harder and raise a trumpet with Frigga. Hela's matter can't be delayed any longer, it must be resolved. As for Thor, I hope he can grow up and become a real Kanda. Odin sighed thinking, looking back on his life, that for the first time he regretted certain things he did when he was young. If I could have cared a little more for myself back then, maybe Hela wouldn't be what it is now. The White Queen recently discovered a problem. It's just that Li Feng looks at her more and more strangely recently. If I have to describe it, it is probably the kind of eyes that look at strangers but are very kind. Even sometimes at night, Li Feng would be inexplicably hyperactive, and she couldn't sleep all night because of the constant tossing. By the way, Li Feng's body is getting stronger and stronger now, and the White Queen gradually feels that she can't bear it anymore. All the signs made the White Emperor understand one thing: Li Feng seemed to be aware of the existence of another soul in her body. Definitely, this is just White Queen's guess. She is not sure because there is no direct evidence. But it also gave White Queen a sense of urgency, and she realized that maybe the showdown might be near. In fact, the White Queen's guess was not wrong. Li Feng did know her true identity. But there is no other idea. Whether it is the mutant White Queen or the Asgard goddess of death Hela, they are all his wives. Even after knowing the existence of Hela, Li Feng's interest in some aspects is even higher. When he thinks that not only the White Queen, but also a goddess and demon king who once conquered the 9 realms is on the bed, Li Feng will always feel a sense of satisfaction in his heart. To put it bluntly, it is the vanity of men. Who doesn't want to have 2 wives? Hey, just like many men fantasize about sharing the same bed with big stars. In fact, there are many girls whose appearance is comparable to that of a big star, but the aura of a big star is too dazzling. The same is true for Hela. The halo of the great demon king gave Jai Fengshan a sense of accomplishment. So what about such a ruthless big devil? Isn't he already his wife? At the moment, it has been more than a month since Li Feng defeated Galactus last time. During this period of time, Li Feng and Hela's life was very peaceful, and no one came to disturb them. And Li Feng also successfully put Breaking Bad on the screen. Since this belongs to the category of TV dramas, although the system is generous and rewards are given every episode, these rewards are so tasteless that they cannot be described in words. According to Li Feng's guess, it is estimated that when the God of Symbiosis template was drawn last time, too much European energy was overdrawn. Congratulations to the host for the successful release of the first episode of Breaking Bad, and a reward of SpongeBob SquarePants, Crab Boss's secret hamburger. Congratulations to the host for the successful release of the second episode of Breaking Bad, and reward a bell for Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. Congratulations to the host for successfully releasing the third episode of Breaking Bad, and rewarding Cardcaptor Sakura for the second time. Successful release, reward address from Balala Little Demon Fairy. The screening is successful, and I will be rewarded with a super rare fruit plate of Fruit Treasure Special Attack. There are so many other wonderful rewards like this, it's hard to describe. However, it is worth mentioning that after Li Feng released the entire first season of Breaking Bad, he received a rather strange reward. Congratulations to the host for getting Gojo Satoru's domain expansion X1 from Spell Return Battle. Gojo Satoru, the field expands. It took Li Feng a while to recover from this reward. Although he knows that Gojo Satoru is definitely the strongest echelon in the entire spell return, but what use will his domain development be in the Marvel Universe? Is it possible? Li Feng wants to use him to become a ghost catcher. The Marvel Universe isn't ghostly either. Definitely, after seeing the power of the field expansion, Li Feng is still delighted by it. After the next battle, he must try such a good thing. Definitely, apart from this reward that made Li Feng feel a little better, the other system rewards over time made Li Feng even start to wonder if he had changed. Or is it that his looks are too much affecting his European spirit? It is said that good looks are not very lucky. Li Feng thinks this may be true. Apart from the unsatisfactory system rewards, Li Feng is still very satisfied in other aspects. The world is finally clean and no one will bother me anymore. S.H.I.E.L.D has learned to behave well and did not bother Li Feng and his wife again. This is also normal. It's really S.H.I.E.L.D stupid to insist on getting along when you know you can't afford it. No matter how arrogant Nick Fury was, after being threatened with death by Hela before, he couldn't be mad anymore. Black Pork has no doubts if he dares to speak ill of Hela again, Hela will dare to stab him to death with a sword. 0. Ask for flowers. Let alone mutant, Li Feng was completely afraid of being killed. Although some mutants are now clamoring for revenge for the great leader Magneto, most mutants don't even know who killed Magneto. As for those superheroes who are beginning to show their talents, Li Feng is also concerned. But as long as those superheroes don't cause trouble for Li Feng won't take a second look either. If anything, Li Feng feels like a traveler in this world. He watched everything that happened in this world with cold eyes and rarely intervened. Only when he is with the White Queen does Li Feng feel like he has a home in this world too, at the moment. White Queen, who was taking care of her mother in the hospital, was suddenly taken aback, and her eyes suddenly turned emerald green. Next second, the scene around her began to change and flow like a waterfall. In just 10 seconds, the person who took over the White Queen's body appeared on the familiar land of Asgard. Here, it was still as beautiful as she remembered. Hela looked around in a daze, not understanding why she came here suddenly. Before Hela could figure it out, a figure appeared in front of Hela, wearing armor and holding a spear, the god throne worker. The god king Odin who appeared in front of Hela was almost exactly the same as Hela remembered, still so cold, still so arrogant. Odin. The so-called meeting of enemies makes one extremely jealous. If you want to ask who is the person Hela hates the most, it must be Odin. After seeing the figure standing in front of her clearly, Hela directly drew out the night sky sword and punched towards Odin. Now Hela only has one idea in mind: to kill the man in front of him, even if this man is her biological father. Seeing Hela rushing towards him, some disappointment flashed in Odin's eyes. After such a long time, Hela has not changed her impulsive temperament. Still the same as before, cold, cruel, and realistic. Odin, who originally had other ideas, was completely disappointed after seeing Hela like this. It seems that these days when you were sealed, you still haven't learned to repent. Odin's body was full of divine light, and the kindness in his eyes gradually disappeared. He shook his head and sighed. Hela's reaction and performance made him very disappointed. Even though Odin is Hela's father, he can't hide his disappointment. However, Hela obviously had no intention of reminiscing with Odin. Her enchanting figure was instantly surrounded by green light, and the night sky sword in her hand was radiant, wrapped in huge amounts of the power of death, and passed through the station mercilessly. Odin's body remained motionless. But what Hela didn't expect was that Odin's body seemed to have no sense of reality. After being pierced by the night sky sword, it blurred and then solidified quickly, just like a ripple on the calm sea, full of no substance-s damage. This is not Odin himself, just a phantom. Hela also understood this truth and quickly calmed down, but in those beautiful emerald green eyes, there was a monstrous murderous intent of 87. Seeing this scene, Odin couldn't help frowning. He is a god, but also a father. How can a father not understand his daughter? Judging from Hela's performance, there is absolutely no possibility of reconciliation at all. This undoubtedly gave Odin a headache. While having a headache, I was more disappointed. Hela, my daughter, you have lost your true nature as a god of death. You and those lower creatures have become one. You like this are not qualified to be the heir to the temple of the gods. Odin shook his head and said with a sigh. If Hela hadn't been so deep and bloodthirsty when he fought in the 9 realms back then, so many things wouldn't have happened in the future. It's a pity that not only there is no medicine for regret in the world, but there is also no medicine in the gods. After hearing Odin's disappointing words, Hela only had a sneer on her face. Who did she become like this? Death goddess Hela, who cultivated it. Has this guy Odin really forgotten? Creating a god of death is not an easy task. Since you imprisoned me, you are no longer my father. I never feel that there is anything wrong with being a flesh and blood person on Earth. I feel love from a person on Earth that I have never felt before, and I am willing to sacrifice everything for it. But listen, Odin, sooner or later I will sit on the throne of Asgard, and sooner or later I will prove your foolishness. Hela's tone was cold, but every word was like a needle, extremely tenacious. Hearing this, Odin stood there silent for a few seconds, then moved the scepter in his hands and sighed. Forget it, it seems that we have nothing to talk about today, let's wait until you calm down. After speaking, Odin disappeared and the surrounding environment also shattered. 2 seconds later. White Queen suddenly opened her eyes, only to realize that she had been sitting in the same position at all, not going anywhere. Recalling the conversation with Odin just now, the White Queen also had some doubts in her eyes. Is it a dream or a hallucination? That's my father. Your father. White Queen heard another voice in her heart responding to herself, and couldn't help being stunned for a moment before realizing that Hela once mentioned to herself that Odin is the god of the 9 worlds and has strong magical power. Creating an illusion is not difficult for this god at all. Emma, you don't have to be afraid, I will protect you and our husband. Okay, I believe you, Sister Hela. White Queen smiled lightly like a blooming rose. At the same time, Asgard. Odin took a deep breath and closed his eyes wearily. Just now he used Gungnir's divine power to construct a real illusion, and in that fantasy world, Odin and Hela met. As expected, Hela is still the same as usual, wishing him to die. The first reaction after seeing him was to kill him. For a father, this is actually not an easy thing to accept. Thinking of this, Odin's heart throbbed slightly. My daughter regards herself as an enemy. I will kill myself every time I meet, but who can blame this? At the beginning, he made the decision on his own, insisting on taking Hela to fight in the Nine Realms, which made her more and more ambitious. In other words, 99% of the reason why Hela was able to grow to this state was that Odin cultivated it himself. And the reason why Odin met Hela this time was mainly to see if Hela still has the bloody zero. Or rather, see if Hela has changed. If Hela can see past hatred and become a virtuous woman, then Odin may consider handing over the position of God King to Hela. After all, Hela also began to have her own lover and learn to love and be loved. Theoretically speaking, the personality will change more or less. Although the reason why the Nine Realms have been able to stabilize for so long is because of the strength of Asgard, but under this strength, many darkness derived from violence have also been born. The Nine Realms need a sage, and more importantly, a ruler with strong strength and compassion, so that the group can continue to be stable. It's just a pity that it ended up hitting Odin hard in the face. Hela didn't change at all, nor did she let go of her hatred for him. Her first reaction was to want him to die. The bloodiness is still there and has never waned. Odin's idea of handing over the position of God King to Hela also completely dissipated. Such a Hela who cannot let go of the hatred of the past is not suitable to be a God King, so why did Odin suddenly think of Hela? In fact, a large part of the reason is because of Thor, the child who never grows up. If Thor is mature enough and good enough, why would Odin think of Hela? The main reason is that Thor's recent performance has also made Odin extremely hopeful. In fact, what Thor did on the earth was seen by Odin with his divine power. In Odin's view, Thor is even more unsuitable to be the god of Asgard who rules the Nine Realms. Thor is only suitable for synthesis as a hero or the bravest warrior on the battlefield. As for ruling the Nine Realms, Thor may not only be incompetent, but may even destroy Asgard's family business that has been laid for tens of thousands of years. Look what good things Thor has been doing on Earth lately. Not only became friends with a mortal, but also fell in love with a mortal. It even joined a lower biological organization called Avengers. This decision was made after a couple of casual flicks by a big man who looked like a bear. Who is Thor? Thor with Mjolnir. Just throwing away Thor's identity to work for some Avengers, how can such a person be the Lord of the Nine Realms? Thor, if you don't grow up, the end of Asgard will come. Odin looked at the ceiling above his head, and there was a touch of late fatigue in his eyes full of charm. As for the Avengers on Earth, it has now reached a good point. The reason for this is inseparable from Li Feng. During the previous Black Hole Crisis, taking advantage of the opportunity of bringing together superheroes, Nick Fury successfully completed the formation of Avengers. If Li Feng chose to join the Avengers at that time, Nick Fury would not have this opportunity. After all, it was Li Feng who sent Galactus away. Today's Avengers has many members and is much stronger than the Avengers in the original Marvel Universe. Although it is still far from the situation in Avengers 4, 4 superheroes, the Fantastic Four, have been added. Thor also managed to find his own sense of belonging through many experiences and deceptions and joined this organization. But the trouble is, although the Avengers Team 7 was established, they did not suffer from any setbacks. After Galactus left, they resumed their individuality. Especially Thor, since getting acquainted with Tony Stark, the famous son of Marvel, the two have basically been inseparable from Shadow. These two superheroes who would fight in the original plot, after a few bottles of wine, the inexplicable stink became congenial. The two not only went to bars and entertainment venues everywhere, but even took the female stars home to sleep every day. The girls changed every day and their desires were free. It was Thor's performance on Earth that made Odin waver in his decision-making. He began to worry about what would happen to Asgard led by Thor if he died. It was precisely because of this incident that Odin had the idea of reconsidering Hela. It's just that Hela also successfully interrupted his thoughts, and she didn't hide her hatred for him. A son with a good relationship is not suitable to be an heir, and a daughter who is suitable to be an heir has a particularly bad relationship. This is the situation Odin is facing, unable to choose a satisfactory successor, only to choose a relatively less bad successor. In addition to meeting Hela and learning about her current situation, Odin has not forgotten Li Feng, a lowly creature who dared to offend the gods. This damn guy actually slept with his Odin daughter. How could he let him go so easily? Li Feng must pay the price for tarnishing the noble lineage of the Asgard family. That was Odin's first thought. Therefore, after ending the illusion with Hela, Odin reconstructed another illusion. But this time Odin in the illusion is no longer a phantom, but a soul with powerful divine power. In the illusion, the meeting this time was on a seaside cliff. Li Feng, who appeared here at the moment, was at a loss. He clearly remembered that he was constructing the plot of the second season of Breaking Bad in the living room at home. How did you come here in the blink of an eye? Just when Li Feng was puzzled, Odin appeared. Holding the eternal Gungnir, standing on the top of the cloud, looking down on Li Feng, surrounded by thunder and dark clouds. Bold mortal, dare to tarnish the noble blood of Asgard and deserve death. I pronounce sentence in the name of the king of God Odin, damn you, kneel down. If Odin is guilty and regretful when facing Hela, then when facing Li Feng there is only bloody killing intent left. Thinking of his daughter being put to sleep by a mortal, Odin was not angry and arrogant. Hearing the roar, Li Feng couldn't help being taken aback for a moment, and only then did he realize what was going on. As for Odin's killing intent, Li Feng didn't care at all. Even Galactus has faced it, how can he be afraid? It's just that the appearance of Odin also reminded Li Feng. That is, although he is very strong now, he still has obvious weaknesses. The weakest point is that he has never fought against such gods that exist in the 9 realms, and he does not understand their fighting methods. It's easy to lose out in the battle or put yourself in danger. As for the god of symbiosis, although he has the characteristics of genetic mutation, the premise of that is to be beaten, which is hard to say. So Li Feng was thinking, if he fights Odin later, what method will he use? Since Odin can easily lead him through this illusion then, while Li Feng was thinking about it, Odin was about to explode. Good fellow, you not only slept with my daughter and stained my blood of Asgard, but you dare to ignore me. Wicked beast, never forgive. Under Odin's wrath, terrible thunder gathered behind Odin. In the end, a huge spear composed of thunderbolts was formed, like a giant blade falling from the sky, so terrifying. Die! With a roar, Odin burst into holy voices, raised his hand and pointed at Li Feng. The lightning spear stabbed towards Li Feng. This blow, let alone one, even if it hits such a strong person, he will die directly. Although Odin has not shot for a long time, it does not mean that he has become weaker. Although in this illusion, it is not Odin's real body and cannot completely kill Li Feng, but it is still no problem to erase Li Feng's soul with the soul body. At that time, Li Feng, who has no soul, can only become a living deadman. 397 Ever since he learned that Hela had been put to sleep by a mortal, the anger in his nose has never subsided. He thought about killing that damned mortal all the time. And now, he finally found the opportunity. As for Li Feng's innocence, Odin doesn't care. In his life, he traversed the universe, conquered the 9 realms, and killed countless innocent people. Now it is just one more innocent person, and he is not wronged at all. Seeing the divine spear attacking him like a thunderbolt and Odin's obvious killing intent, Li Feng's eyes also turned cold. After learning of Hela's identity, Li Feng even thought about reconciling the relationship between Odin and Hela. But now it seems that there is no need for this. Since you have killing intent towards yourself, then you should die. Li Feng will not tolerate what this old guy does just because Odin is Hela's father. And maybe Hela wants to kill Odin more than Li Feng does. Odin above the clouds frowned at the indifferent Li Feng. Something is wrong with this situation. Logically speaking, shouldn't Li Feng be terrified under his divine power? What's the matter with being so calm? Odin vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell exactly what was wrong. But it doesn't matter, this mortal is dying anyway. Just when the spear turned into thunder was about to hit Li Feng clenched his fist. His whole body was covered with silver light, and then punched the attacking thunder spear. Unimaginable terrifying power burst out from Li Feng's body in an instant, and the terrifying power even made this fantasy world show signs of collapse. The divine spear formed by the thunderbolts directly hit Li Feng's fist. Then, the divine spear collapsed directly, and countless thunderbolts were also directly extinguished. In the face of absolute power, all magic looks fancy. One punch can break all spells. Odin obviously didn't expect this ending. At the moment he was still staring blankly at the smashed thunder. After fighting for so many years, it is not that Odin has never encountered a strong person. When facing the ancient god group, Odin was almost besieged to death. But there are so many strong people, but none is more special than Li Feng. Li Feng didn't have those fancy tricks, only seeing the ultimate power. Under that punch, Odin's divine power was like a joke. Let you be unparalleled in thunder and I will break it with one punch. This simple and rude attack method produced a great contrast with the effect it caused, so much so that Odin felt unreal. What shocked Odin even more was the strength displayed by Li Feng. Isn't this guy immortal? Shouldn't he just let himself rub against the ground like an ant? What the hell is suddenly becoming so strong? Is this still a human being? Odin at this moment was completely bewildered, but Odin was stunned, Li Feng was not. After smashing the thunder spear, Li Feng didn't stop his actions. Instead, it flew directly from the ground and rushed towards Odin. Li Feng is not a saint. It is impossible not to fight back when you are beaten. Since Odin wants to attack himself regardless of his feelings, Li Feng must teach him a profound lesson. Although in the fantasy world, Odin cannot be harmed originally, but suppression is not necessarily impossible. By the time Odin came back to his senses, it was too late. Because Li Feng had already appeared in front of him, he could only watch with his one eye. Li Feng's palm was getting bigger and bigger. Snapped! Li Feng slammed a punch at Odin's god shadow, and with huge amounts of force he was knocked away for a distance. As for Odin, trembling with anger, he looked at Li Feng in disbelief. Odin, who had already ascended to the throne of God King, was desecrated his authority for the first time in so many years. Although this was only in the illusion, what Li Feng hit was not his body but an illusion, a touch of his soul. This is more than committing an offense against others, it is trampling his dignity under his feet. Then I spit 2 mouthfuls of saliva on it. It's a shame on Asgard. After realizing this, Odin trembled with anger. Since he was born until now, no one has dared to do this to him. Odin really wanted to say a few harsh words to maintain his authority, but unfortunately, Li Feng's next action made his pupils shrink severely. I saw Li Feng suddenly squeezed out a sword finger, and with the silver light flashing on his body, he roared softly word by word. Collar. Area, exhibition, open, buzz buzz, all around this fantasy world created by Odin completely shattered. Instead, there is an endless hell, boundless space. The corners of Li Feng's mouth turned up, his whole body was surrounded by scarlet, and countless small dark red balls floated all over his body. The field expands. This is the expansion of the field. Li Feng's expression went crazy and his heart kept beating wildly. He felt that he could change everything around him. What kind of power is this? Why have I never seen it? Odin's face was full of disbelief, and when he was about to wave the scepter, he suddenly saw Li Feng pointing a finger at him. Odin, are you curious what this is? This is my field. As long as I want, I can imbue all creatures in the realm with everything I create, including death. After saying that, Li Feng closed his eyes lightly and pressed his finger suddenly. Scatter, click. Odin's illusory body began to shatter and shatter, turning into powder like glass. In the end, Odin could only watch Li Feng helplessly, unable to say anything. So far, the first meeting between Li Feng and Odin has come to an end. In the manner, Li Feng was panting slightly and suddenly opened his eyes and everything was back to normal. He looked at his hands with joy. This feeling is simply too cool. Honey, what's the matter with you? The White Queen's voice suddenly came at this moment. As early as when Li Feng was pulled into the illusion, the White Queen sensed something was wrong, so she used Hela's divine power to shuttle back to the villa immediately. This is actually not surprising. Hela knew clearly that since Odin could find herself, then Li Feng must have been exposed as well. So she immediately guessed that Odin should attack Li Feng. It has to be said that this really made both Hela and White Queen very anxious, and she couldn't even imagine what she would do if something happened to Li Feng. She even planned to kill everyone in Asgard to avenge Li Feng. Fortunately, Li Feng woke up in time and was not succeeded by Odin. But even so, looking at Li Feng who woke up, Huanla who took over the White Queen's body still hugged him immediately. Great, you're awake. Hela even had the urge to cry. She almost thought that she would lose Li Feng forever. This kind of joy of losing and regaining made Hela completely unable to hold back her aloof personality. Li Feng also patted Hela on the back, comforting him softly. To be honest, Li Feng was a little moved in his heart. Someone can worry about you wholeheartedly, rejoice and cry for you. He has never felt Li Nuajiao before. Li Feng is a very rational person and his judgment is basically not influenced by emotions. But at this moment, he still felt 5 steps warm in his heart. I love you. All the feelings finally turned into these 3 characters. This is also the first time Hela has said this sentence since accepting Li Feng. Then Hela, who was usually in an active state, hugged Li Feng and offered her everything. Li Feng wanted to say me too, but Hela, who was enthusiastic and proactive, would keep all Li Feng's words in his mouth. Feelings are often like this and many times they can't help themselves. Although Hela has lived for a long time, she is still blank in terms of feelings, never experienced it and was never told what to do. When she was young, the only thing she learned was how to kill efficiently. This also caused Hela to be at a loss sometimes when faced with Li Feng's initiative. But today, Hela finally learned without a teacher and took the initiative to express her feelings for Li Feng. Only after almost losing will you understand the value of the person in front of you. Hela's completely let go of the initiative opened the door to a new world for Li Feng. A lot of knowledge that I didn't have the opportunity to use before. It seems that I can find an opportunity to practice it in the future. If we say that this crisis has made the relationship between Li Feng and Hela more stable. That for Odin just made him angrier inside. Originally, Odin had an unforgivable killing intent towards Li Feng. He will never forgive a man who has sullied the noble blood of Asgard. When Li Feng punched him, when Li Feng trampled his pride under his feet, Odin's killing intent towards Li Feng was already so intense that it was basically irreconcilable. Despicable mortal, you will pay for what you have done. Odin, who has cultivated his body for hundreds of years, was successfully broken by Li Feng at this moment. He showed his true colors, and that vicious look didn't have the slightest kindness in people's impression. There is a fact that must be known. No matter how genial and affable Odin may appear in Thor, when he was young, he was a war madman. 267 is the executioner who has led countless genocides, the real battlefield butcher. Would such a person have a good temper? Who would believe it? It's just that after getting older, Odin restrained his brutality and revealed his hypocritical side. Hoped to lead by example and cultivate Thor and Loki well. But when he was completely irritated by Li Feng, that damn demeanor had already been thrown to an unknown corner by Odin. He really wants to start a war now and lead the army of Asgard to rush to the earth to kill Li Feng. He did the same, calling Heimdall over immediately. In Heimdall's presence, Odin announced the mustering of Asgard's armies. The Nine Realms had forgotten the power of Asgard, and he felt it was necessary to remind the Nine Realms of the fear of being dominated by Asgard. Only this time, not even Heimdall agrees with Odin's order. Your Majesty, you must know that Asgard is no longer fit for war. Heimdall said to Odin. Heimdall is right, the current Asgard is indeed not suitable for war. It's not fit, not lack of ability. Odin is old, Thor has not yet grown up. Starting a war at this time will only drag Asgard into the quagmire. Worse, doing so would make Thor a target. When Odin is completely dead, do you think Thor will be revenged by countless people? Once the seeds of hatred are planted, the fruits of hatred will surely be born. As an old man who has followed Odin for many years, Heimdall clearly understands this. So far in the universe, there are many former enemies of Asgard staring at them. Definitely, if it was just that, Heimdall wouldn't dare to say no to Odin. It was Frigga who really gave Heimdall the courage to refute Odin. He's right, Odin, you should really calm down now. Frigga also stood up at this time and stopped the impulsive behavior of leaving work. Odin has fallen out with Hela once, and if it happens again, Hela will never forgive Asgard for the rest of his life. A supposedly excellent heir will also become an enemy of Asgard. Frigg doesn't want to see this scene because Frigg feels that Hela still has a chance to return to Asgard now. Are you going to stop me too, Frigga, my wife? Odin's expression now is like a lion of rage. That ferocious appearance seemed to be ready to tear the enemy to shreds at any time. Facing Odin in this state, even Heimdall felt huge amounts of pressure. Only Frigga has no fear at all. Yes, haven't you been worrying about not having a suitable heir? I think Hela is good, she has changed. Frigga persuaded Odin. She is a very gentle woman but also a first witch with superb vision. She knows better than Odin that Thor is not the best candidate to be the God King's successor. Even if Thor is her own and Hela is not. She hasn't changed. Her first reaction when she saw me was to kill me. Do you think I should raise an heir who is ready to kill me at any moment? Although Odin is still angry now, he is somehow rational. It's just that Odin still didn't comment on Frigga's proposal. Hela changed? Hee. Doesn't it mean that as soon as you see yourself you wish you could die? This is also called a change. She learned to protect, she no longer blindly pursues killing. She has her own lover, she is no longer an emotionless death god. You should look at your child more rationally instead of staying in the past with her. Frigga persuaded again that she really didn't want to see Odin and Hela go to where they are today. And she is the queen of Asgard, she should choose a qualified heir for Asgard. Otherwise, Asgard will end badly in the future. After listening to Frigga's words, Odin's inner anger calmed down a bit, and began to think carefully about Frigg's words. If Hela has really changed as Frigga said, then Hela is indeed suitable to be his successor. Hela is powerful, ruthless, and extremely capable of fighting, and can keep Asgard from being peeped at. At the same time, Hela is her eldest daughter, and the noble blood of the Odinson family flows in her body. From all aspects, Hela is the best candidate to become the successor of the God King, except that Hela is too obsessed with killing and doesn't know how to restrain her edge. It is precisely for this reason that Odin did not regard Hela as his heir in the end. Because a God King who only knows how to kill is definitely a disaster for the Nine Realms. But now, if Hela really learned how to guard as Frigg said, as the heir to the God King, Hela really has no shortcomings. However, when he thought that Hela had found a mortal as her husband, Odin would not be angry. Hela is the eldest princess of the Odinson family, and the most noble blood in the 9 realms flows in her body. How could such a Hela accept a mortal? Thor is a man after all, so Thor can barely accept a mortal as his girlfriend. After all, in this kind of matter, men always have to take advantage. But Hela is a daughter, and her daughter has been R******D, so it's no wonder Odin didn't blow his hair. Isn't the current series of events caused by Hela finding a mortal husband? If there was no such thing, the situation would not have become what it is now. If Hela wants to sit in the Temple of the Gods, she must kill that mortal and wash away the shame of Asgard. This is the only condition. If Hela can't do it, she will never be able to become the God King. Finally, Odin said so. Regardless of whether Odin really wants Hela to be a God King. But one thing is certain, that is Odin must let Li Feng die. This mortal who dared to tarnish his own Odin-Sen bloodline, Odin would have to die of anger if he didn't die. As for letting Hela kill Li Feng, it was Odin's condition. He couldn't forgive Hela for his previous rebellion, which has always been a thorn in his heart. To calm him down, Hela had to do something, and killing Li Feng is very good. If Hela really does this, it can be regarded as a side proof that Hela has surrendered to him. Most importantly, for Hela to kill Li Feng, this is definitely a murderous approach. As for whether Hela will agree to this condition, Odin thinks the possibility is very high. Hela has a strong obsession with the position of God King, which Li Ding can be sure of. According to Odin's own understanding, if he tells Hela that she can become the God King by killing a designated person, then no matter who that person is, Hela will do it. That's the nature of Hela, and Odin knows Hela all too well. Just at the side, after hearing what Odin said, Frigga showed a wry smile. In fact, Frigga doesn't know whether Hela will kill Li Feng as Odin said. But there is one thing that Frigga can be sure of, if Hela really does what Li Ding said. Whether it is for Li Feng or Hela, it is a way of killing people. Hela has been alone for most of her life, walking with killing all the way, and finally found someone she really likes. Why did Odin have to be dismantled? Is the noble blood of Asgard really more important than Hela? For the first time, Frigga felt that Odin in front of her eyes was so strange. In the end, Frigga sighed. She knew that she couldn't change Odin's mind. After all, this was the matter of Odin's father and daughter, and she didn't bother to get involved. As for what Hela will choose in the end, she doesn't know, she can't guess. Earth. After a while of indulgence, Hela lay powerlessly on the bed, looking at Li Feng with resentful eyes. What a cow! The old woman's waist is almost broken. Even so, Hela's eyes are more like acting like a baby. Honey, I'm going to tell you something heavy. Hela suddenly said to Li Feng. Her expression became serious. Li Feng blinked and motioned for Hela to say yes. However, Li Feng guessed a little bit about what Hela was going to say. Perhaps Hela is going to have a showdown with herself. In fact, this is indeed the case. Haegong has a complete showdown with Li Feng. By now, Hela also basically guessed that Li Feng already knew her identity. Maybe Li Feng still doesn't understand what she did before, but sooner or later she will know, won't she? Instead of letting Li Feng investigate later, it is better to confess on his own initiative. As for whether Li Feng is willing to accept her as a bad woman, Hela still has a little certainty in her heart. Her relationship with Li Feng is not fake. Hela firmly believes it. Actually, my identity is Asgard's goddess of death, Hela. At the beginning, I was imprisoned by my father in the dungeon of Asgard. In order to escape, I took my soul out of the divine body and came to the earth. But I was too weak at that time, so I had to enter Emma's body. But you can rest assured, my dear, that Emma and I are sisters and we both love you very much. Hela admitted her identity and confessed everything. Then Hela looked at Li Feng with a worried look, hoping to see Li Feng's attitude. Wow. I knew my wife was a goddess, but I didn't expect her to be the goddess of death. That's so cool. Are you satisfied with my reaction? Li Feng said to Hela in a funny tone and then winked at Hela. Looking at Li Feng's ugly face, Hela has the urge to smash 10 times. At the same time, he also understood that Li Feng really knew his identity a long time ago. However, this is not the point is Hela's past. 0. Seeking flowers. Is Li Feng willing to accept a bad woman with blood on her hands? Hela didn't know what to do, although the possibility of Li Feng abandoning her because of her past was very small, but Hela was a little flustered. She was very afraid that she would lose this relationship because of the past. Finally, after taking a deep breath, Hela still told Li Feng about her past. She is still determined to confess and win Li Feng's leniency. It is always better to turn yourself in than to be found out by Li Feng. Li Feng didn't speak, but quietly listened to Hela's narration. I have to say that Li Feng was really shocked by Hela's past. In the movie, Hela appeared as the big devil, and he was so cool and cool to the extreme, but he rarely said what Hela did. Zero. It was only from Hela's mouth that Li Feng knew more about Hela's past. After listening to Hela's narration, Li Feng's first thought was that this woman is too wolf. Hela is an out-and-out massacre. She has single-handedly massacred a civilization more than once. To be honest, it is really difficult for Li Feng to combine the murderous Hela with the nervous Hela now. Besides, Hela is also a careerist. In order to become the god king of Asgard, she once rebelled. During the rebellion, Hela even wiped out Asgard's elite Valkyrie troops. A proper killer. However, Hela is more like a poor person. While her peers enjoy the love of her parents, Hela is already learning how to kill enemies better. While other girls are looking forward to beautiful love, Hela is already leading the army to wage war. It can be said that Odin has to bear a lot of responsibility for Hela to become what it is now. It was Odin who raised Hela to become the great demon king. Hela can even be said to be the younger version of Odin. In a sense, Hela is the most like Odin's children. After talking about her past, Hela didn't dare to look into Li Feng's eyes anymore, but lowered her head. She is very afraid now that Jai Feng will abandon her because of her past. But Li Feng will not do that, and it is impossible to do that. Regardless of Hela's past, one thing Li Feng can be sure of, that is, Hela is his wife, a human knife that belongs to him completely. No doubt. From the moment Hela confessed to Li Feng through the White Queen's body, Hela's heart and Hela's body belonged to Li Feng completely. So while Hela was waiting for Li Feng's reaction like a trial, Li Feng held the White Queen's body gently in his hands without any hesitation. I'm sure Emma, like you, is waiting for my answer. You can rest assured that no matter what, I will stand firmly by your side. Because I know, and so will you and Emma. A normal relationship is by no means a unilateral contribution by one party. That's not affection, that's support. Li Feng can accept Hela or do anything for Emma. Likewise, Li Feng also believed that Hela and Emma would give up everything for 407. They love each other and support each other. They are not only lovers but also relatives. They form a family, and their love for each other flows in each other's blood. In the year of meeting and falling in love with White Queen, Li Feng never asked the two of them to do anything for themselves. The same is true for Hela, even if Li Feng's ability can help her a lot. They love each other sincerely and will spontaneously pay for each other. This is the fundamental reason why Li Feng can hold his heart and ignore those yin-yang-yanyans from the outside world. Whether it is Hela or White Queen, they are indispensable people, and they have already satisfied all Li Feng's imagination of a lover. Although Hela had already anticipated Li Feng's reaction, she knew in her heart that Li Feng's feelings for her would not be shaken by her past. But at this moment, Hela was still moved. From birth to now, Hela has gone through a long time, but no one has ever believed in her like Li Feng, regardless of the reason. This kind of unconditional trust made Hela feel relieved, but at the same time moved him even more. At this moment, all of Hela's previous fears and worries were melted away like a snow field illuminated by the sun. I trust you. Hela didn't say much, but looked into Li Feng's eyes and said affectionately, but I know it's not fair to Emma and I want to hear her thoughts. After the words fell, a touch of emerald green flashed in Hela's eyes and the White Queen took over the body. Li Feng was taken aback when he heard this, then smiled and hugged White Queen tighter. If the two of them hadn't been too crazy last night, and Li Feng was worried that the White Queen's body would not be able to take it anymore, something indescribable would happen next. But this is actually not important. Sometimes life not only needs passion but also requires plainness to ferment. Both Li Feng and White Queen did not move but quietly enjoyed the tranquility of the moment. Hela's confession was already expected by Li Feng, and it was not unexpected. Overall, this is more like a small episode in the lives of the two. Apart from making the relationship between the two more inseparable, there is no other change. Li Feng will still prepare delicious food for the White Queen every day, and will still enjoy the cold and shy appearance of White Queen molesting Hela after agreeing to Hela taking over her body. Definitely, the White Queen and Hela will not have any differences. When Li Feng is not around, they are like sisters. They often admire their figures in the mirror, which makes the relationship between them better and better, more and more fit. However, it is worth mentioning that after the thorough confession, White Queen became much happier. At the very least, now and then I can turn against the guest and tease Li Feng a bit. Although Li Feng seized the opportunity to bully them severely in most cases, both of them enjoyed it. While the relationship between Li Feng, Hela, and Emma is heating up rapidly, The outside world is also undergoing earth-shaking changes. With the formation of the Avengers and the departure of Galactus, the plot of Iron Man 2 began. Tony Stark, who was fooling around with Thor all day long, was attacked at the racing track just like the plot. Besides, what broke Tony even more was that his time was numbered. Palladium metal poisoning nearly pronounced Tony's death sentence. If we don't find a new element to replace palladium metal, Tony's time may be numbered. Regarding this problem, although Li Feng knew about it, he did not intervene. Because Tony's father has arranged everything long ago, Tony will eventually solve it and complete the transformation from a child who doesn't grow up to a superhero. It can be said that this near-death experience was the main reason for Tony's complete metamorphosis. Li Feng doesn't want to interfere too much with the plot. He is more like an observer, a spectator, watching everything happening in the Marvel world up close. Just like in the Marvel world, those observers all over the universe are the same. In addition, there is another news that Li Feng is very concerned about. Loki, the descendant of the giants of Jotunheim, came to Earth and appeared before the eyes of the world. More importantly, the appearance of Loki also brought another very important thing, Tesseract. Li Feng knows the plot clearly, so he knows that once the Tesseract appears on the Earth, the plot will enter a new node. More importantly, there is an artifact called Space Gem in Tesseract. The unearthing of Loki and Tesseract symbolizes that the Marvel world has officially entered the prosperous age of superhero. After that, superhero will explode like a blowout on a large scale. The most exciting era in the Marvel world has just begun. At the same time, a certain purple sweet potato spirit who is still wandering in the universe also started the journey of gaining his own destiny. Thanos, the mad titan of the eternal 3-1 family. I am eager to collect all 6 infinite gems and fulfill my long-cherished wish that I have pursued all my life. A gorgeous and dangerous era is coming. At the same time, after confessing to Li Feng, Hela was pulled into the illusion by Odin again. Looking at the divine face in front of him, but which he hated so much, Hela took a deep breath, trying to restrain the urge to stab with a sword and calm down. She clearly knew that even if she attacked Odin here, it would not cause any harm and would be a waste of effort. What are you doing again? Kill me, or do you want to take me away by force? I know your divine body can't get out of Asgard, don't waste your time. Hela's face was indifferent, and she didn't have even the slightest affection for this father who tried to control her repeatedly. Even though he is the god who commands the 9 realms, he is still not a qualified father. Hela firmly believes in this. Hela, my daughter, god of death. If I said that I would like you to return to Asgard and succeed the lord of the temple, how would you choose? Odin's first words made Hela's face solemn and shocked. She couldn't even believe it. These words came from Odin's mouth. Could it be that Odin finally figured it out and reversed that stubborn character? That's not something Odin would say on a normal day. Are you begging me for mercy, begging me not to kill you? Hela sneered and questioned. She didn't understand at all what was Odin's reason for bringing this up. No, I just need a good heir. Currently, which one are you most suitable for? If you can complete my test, I will give you a chance. As for the past in 2007, I can selectively forget about it. Odin said to Hela with a kind face. Between the lines, it is convincing. At least for this reason, Hela is somewhat convinced. Because of Thor's performance, she also hears about it in the news and White Queen's mutant minions these days. It's not that Thor's performance is not good, but Thor at this stage does not have the character that Thor should have. Instead, he is like a mutant with a special ability without any Shen charm. Although Hela has never met Thor, she knows the brothers' itinerary very well. Going in and out of brothels with playboys, meeting female celebrities everywhere, and having spring dinners every night is fine. He is still addicted to alcohol and has no ambition to become stronger. To put it boldly, Thor's brain at this point is full of muscles and has no brain at all. It is precisely because of this that Hela is willing to believe the reason Odin said. After all, compared with an unmotivated heir, Hela, who once won the title of God of Death through her own efforts, is obviously more suitable. Seeing that Hela was silent, with hesitation in her expression, Odin knew that she was moved. She didn't agree, but she didn't object either, did she? That's enough. Therefore, Odin stopped hesitation and said, My daughter, I know you have always wanted to go back to Asgard. You might as well listen to your father. This test is actually very simple, and it can be done with your ability. Kill that mortal with you. He has stained the noble blood of Asgard. As long as you are willing to kill him, then my throne and my scepter will all belong to you. And you will also become the only goddess in the entire 9 realms for thousands of years. After laying the groundwork for so long, Odin finally bared his fangs. Hela, daughter, have you met? don't you have endless obsession with the throne of God? Father agrees with your opportunity. And the conditions are extremely simple. You only need to kill a mortal, which is not difficult for you at all, is it? It was just beyond Odin's expectation that Hela, who was originally calm, turned even colder after hearing this, and the murderous intent condensed into a substantial frost all over her body. The illusion trembled like ripples. The terrifying killing intent made Odin's heart tense. Odin didn't understand why Hela burst out with such a strong killing intent after listening to his own conditions. In Odin's eyes, his condition is actually not too much. Think about it, you only need to kill a mortal to become a god king. What a bargain this is for the obsessed Hela. Unfortunately, what Odin doesn't know is how important Li Feng is in Hela's heart now. Odin, did you know that he was the only light that shone through my long dark life? I can give up everything for him, even the god king of the 9 realms. Hela's aura is fully on, the former goddess of death has returned. Even Odin felt quite oppressed by that terrifying divine power. What makes Odin even more unbelievable is that Hela values Li Feng. The only light, the mortal, although he owes and disappoints Hela and Odin, he is completely enraged at the moment. Damn it, he is a father, but his daughter treats him as an enemy. On the contrary, a damn mortal has occupied all of my daughter's heart. For the first time, he felt a sense of frustration, a feeling that he had lost. But more, it was the killing intent towards Li Feng. This damned mortal not only polluted the blood of the Odinson family, but also polluted Hela's heart. Before Odin could express any opinion, Hela continued, I aspire to be the god king of the 9 realms, that is the position I deserve. But I will not bow to you, I will use my ability to empty back what should belong to me. Hela's meaning is obvious, she aspires to become the god king of the 9 realms, using her own means and rebellious methods. This is already a declaration of war, the second declaration of war. At this moment, Odin completely gave up on Hela. This child has completely lost his feelings for him and has become the biggest trouble for Asgard. You will regret this, Odin said coldly, then ended the illusion. Hela doesn't care about 133, the real decisive battle is never in the illusion. Asgard, she is bound to go back and take back everything she lost. Fighting and scrambling, these are the fine traditions of Asgard, and Hela has also perfectly inherited this. In fact, Odin's position as the king of gods originally did not come right. Few people know that Odin has 2 brothers, an older brother and a younger brother. And at the beginning, Odin was not the first heir to the throne of God King, his elder brother was. It's just Odin's potential that puts the God King in suspense. Then the bloody battle for the throne began. The son kills the father, although the being. Odin's elder brother killed Odin's father, that is, the previous generation of God King usurped the position of God King. Then, Odin killed his own brother and snatched the throne of God King. Compared with what Odin did, Hela's operation can only be regarded as a basic operation. After returning to reality again, Hela saw Li Feng standing in front of her. I'm fine. Facing Li Feng's concerned eyes, Hela said. Then, Hela thought of the conversation with Odin before, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's really ridiculous to expect her to kill Li Feng for the sake of becoming a god king. Hela would rather kill Odin, never get involved in the throne of God King, and it is impossible to take action against Li Feng. But when it comes to the position of God King, Hela does have plans to return to Asgard. Odin has sat on the God King for long enough, it's time for a replacement. Thinking of this, Hela shared her thoughts with Li Feng. Now she doesn't have to hide herself in front of Li Feng, she can speak her mind. After hearing Hela's plan to return to Asgard, Li Feng nodded without refusing. It just so happened that he also had an account to settle with Odin. Li Feng has a bad temper. Anyone who attacks him is his enemy and will face his counterattack. Odin is no exception. It is impossible for Li Feng to let him go after showing his killing intent to Li Feng. Time to settle accounts with Odin too. The couple hit it off immediately and immediately decided to go to Asgard to ask Odin to settle the debt. As for the position of God King, Hela is sure to win. She believes that after such a long period of dormancy, she already has the strength to challenge Li Ding. In fact, Hela, who can crush Mjolnir with bare hands, definitely has the ability to pose a great threat to Odin. Odin is strong, but Hela is not weak either. By the way, if you are the king of Asgard, then what am I? Suddenly, Li Feng thought of a question and asked Hela. Anyway, Li Feng has no idea about the position of the Asgard temple. He is not interested in being a leader. But in this way, his position is a bit awkward. Lover of the king of the 9 realms. After Hela heard Li Feng's words, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. My dear, then you are my queen. Hela smiled proudly. The United States, the capital. S.H.I.E.L.D. Thor has been feeling unlucky lately. After coming to Earth, he met a lot of interesting souls, especially the son-in-law named Tony Stark, and the two of them had a wonderful time. But before he was addicted, Thor received a message from Asgard, asking him to return to Asgard immediately without stopping for a moment. This order is said to have been issued by Odin himself. Thor is not a fool either. He can guess that the reason for this is probably because Odin saw everything he did on Earth. This also means that Odin is going to settle accounts with him. For his father, Thor respects and fears him at the same time, but it doesn't matter anyway. Thor has been beaten rarely since he was a child. Hitting and hitting, Thor got used to it. Besides, he didn't cause a big disaster. Didn't he just play around a bit? Didn't he just sleep with a few female celebrities? Before Odin married his mother, he was the king of God with countless daughters, so he shouldn't be too angry, right? With this in mind, Thor bid farewell to his good friend Tony Stark and a group of Avengers brothers, and directly contacted Heimdall to let him open Bifrost. Soon, Heimdall lowered Bifrost and took Thor back to Asgard smoothly. Just as soon as he returned to the main hall of Asgard, Thor realized the seriousness of the matter. Sitting on the throne of God, Odin is not only furious about what he has done on Earth, but also disappointed. Disappointed that my son is actually such an unmotivated waste. Not only does not have the strong nature of a qualified heir, even Asgard does not want to return to this very perimeter. He felt that Asgard was not far from destruction. Even Frigga, the kind mother who has always loved Thor very much, looked at Thor with a slight hatred of iron and steel in at the moment. Frigga has never doubted Thor's excellence. In fact, Thor is indeed a good boy. He is brave, strong, and full of integrity. Thor is a good man, but he is not a good heir to Asgard, nor does he have the determination to lead the 9 realms. He is too simple. Even if Thor can have 1/3 of Hela's ambition, Frigga and Odin will be satisfied. In fact, Thor has indeed grown in the future. Thor in Thor 3 has metamorphosed into a qualified king, but unfortunately the price of this metamorphosis is too high. Parents died, homes were destroyed, and the people of Asgard were massacred. The growth established in the tragedy, one can imagine how painful Thor will be in the future. But now that there is one more Li Feng, there are many more variables in Thor's future. Maybe it won't be as painful as in the original book, or maybe it will be darker. Father, did I do something wrong again? At the moment, Thor, who didn't know that his life was about to be tragic, looked at Odin cautiously and asked. Odin sighed, closed his eyes, and adjusted his mentality before looking at Thor again. Your matter, I will settle accounts with you later. As for now, you go and gather the troops, the enemy is coming. Odin said to Thor that the enemy, he said, was naturally Hela. Since the end of the previous illusion, Odin knew that Hela would definitely return to Asgard. And it won't be too late, it will definitely be while he is still alive. Because Odin knew that Hela cared more about taking revenge on himself than being the king of gods. That's why he called Thor back, just to meet the coming Hela. As for Thor, we can only expect him to grow up in the future. Asgard, which was once extremely brilliant, is now facing a major crisis, as Asgard prepares for a great war. Li Feng came to Camertage with Hela. That's right, the purpose of their coming here is to find Sorcerer Supreme. Ancient One was sitting in the hall drinking tea and was not surprised by the arrival of Li Feng and his wife. She was always so calm and full of guru demeanor. You too, I don't know why you are looking for me. Ancient One had a smile on his face. For this mysterious guy like Li Feng, she still has a lot of respect. After all, Li Feng saved the Earth before, although she is the only one who knows about it. Ancient One Magician, I know that you have a high level of attainment in space magic, and I really want to ask you for a favor this time. Hope you can open a passage to Asgard, Li Feng said to Ancient One with a calm face. Although Li Feng doesn't have a good impression of Ancient One, he must have the attitude of asking for help when he asks for help. And Ancient One has to say that this is a real unsung hero who should be respected. You'd be hard-pressed to find a magician's black spot from any angle. Asgard, are you going to Asgard to compete for the god position? Ancient One glanced at the White Queen at the side and quickly sensed that something was wrong and naturally guessed Hela's identity. Combined with the recent fluctuations she has noticed through the dark power, it is also reasonable to definitely guess the purpose of Hela and Li Feng. Odin's time is approaching. And Li Feng rushed to Asgard at this time, making it clear that he was going to Odin, the god king of Asgard. In fact, this is also normal. Sorcerer Supreme also knew about the previous rebellion in Asgard. After all, Hela was sealed on the earth back then. In addition, Li Feng went to trouble Odin, and Ancient One Magician was no surprise. Odin had looked for her before, hoping to erase this mortal. It's just that the Ancient One refused, only promising that Odin would teach the mortal some lessons. But in fact, Ancient One just wanted to trap Li Feng and make Li Feng owe her a favor. As for being an enemy of Li Feng, Ancient One is not crazy yet. Ancient One magician, don't worry about this matter, it has nothing to do with the earth. Hela also stood up at this time and said to Ancient One, the best way to travel to Asgard from Earth is definitely via Bifrost. But Asgard obviously won't teleport the two of them there, so they can only find other ways. For example, it is a good idea to seek help from Sorcerer Supreme. Okay, as you wish. Ancient One hesitated for a few seconds, nodded slightly, did not refuse, and agreed to send Li Feng and Hela to Asgard. 570. As for whether doing so will bring any harm to Odin, Ancient One doesn't care. Because Ancient One knew that Odin, like himself, would die and their era should be over. Li Feng can find him, so is it not a metaphor destined by heaven? Then, in front of Li Feng and his wife, Ancient One reached out and opened a huge amount of golden portal. On the other side of the portal is Bifrost in Asgard. Li Feng and Hela can reach Asgard just by crossing this portal. Li Feng, I still have to say, if you are interested, you can come to me anytime to learn the magic of camouflage. The promises I made to you are valid at any time. You are a very good earthling, better than everyone I have ever met. After opening the portal, Ancient One smiled and said to Li Feng, this was originally the plan of Ancient One. Even if Li Feng cannot become a member of Camertage, at least they must form a good relationship. For a strong person like Li Feng, it is much better to be a friend than an enemy. If there is a chance, I will come to ask for advice. Li Feng also nodded. Ahag. He thought about it carefully. Now that he has the time gem, if he has the opportunity, he must come and learn it. It may not be a bad thing to integrate magic and time gem. Especially since the Tesseract has already appeared on Earth, something will definitely happen by then, and it is always good to be more prepared. Might as well be the knife space gem as a result. That stuff isn't much worse than the time gem. And the space gem is stronger, easier to use, and the distance it can transmit is also more realistic. Maybe one day in the future you can collect all 6 infinite gems to play. Definitely, those are for later. Li Feng and Hela didn't have a hesitation, they directly stepped into the teleporters and entered Asgard's territory. The two looked at each other and they both saw a coldness in each other's eyes. Asgard, on Bifrost, Thor stood ready, because in front of him a portal is opening. It didn't take long for 2 figures to step over the teleporters and set foot on Bifrost. Li Feng, why are you? Thor, who originally thought it would be the enemy, looked at the 2 people who came out of the portal and asked in surprise. Because it was Li Feng and his wife who came out of the portal. Don't forget, Li Feng knew Thor at the party hosted by Tony Stark. Li Feng still knew Hela's true identity from Thor's mouth, so Li Feng was a little surprised when he saw Thor. Logically speaking, shouldn't my brother-in-law be on Earth? You guys know each other. Hela is also a little surprised why Li Feng actually knows this good-for-nothing brother. And it looks like they're still friends. It seems that Li Feng needs to be reminded not to play with Xiangzi. Meet once, we can be regarded as friends. Li Feng didn't explain much because they will not be friends soon. Rather, it is likely to become Thor's father-killing enemy. At this time, Hela no longer suppressed herself. After returning to the familiar land of Asgard, Hela felt that she had an endless field of force again. As long as she stands on this land, she can constantly improve her own power. The heart of the White Queen. Emma, can I take full control of your body? Next, I'm going to Chaos Realm to regain my divine body. Sister Hela, I believe in you. We must protect our husband well. Emma's worried voice sounded quickly. Don't worry, leave it to my sister. Hela laughed loudly, and then his whole body was shrouded in crystal-clear diamond green light, and 2 seconds later, in front of everyone, he rolled up his dark green long hair and pinned it over his head. A crown with a strange shape appeared on Hela's head. Even Hela's clothes changed from a decent black dress to a set of dark green diamond armor. White Queen's diamond form plus Hela Death God's soul body. The two integrate, beautiful as crown jade. And this is Hela's true appearance, and it is also a side that Li Feng has never seen. True Asgard, goddess of death. Feeling the huge pressure emanating from Hela, Thor's heart also became dignified. At this moment, he guessed Hela's identity. His sister, who has never been masked, is now Asgard's greatest enemy, a rebel who intends to rebel against the usurper. Where's Odin? Why doesn't he come out? Is it possible that he is afraid? After returning to a familiar place, Hela also restored her original character. She is a very mad god, domineering without explanation. Only when facing Li Feng will she reveal the posture of her little daughter. In front of other people, she has never been aggressive. Odin, get out of here. Hela's voice was like a bell resounding through the sky. However, there was no response. My dear sister, don't shout, father won't see you, he ordered me to stop you. Thor took a deep breath, clenched the Mjolnir in his hand and stood in front of Hela. In his eyes there is a touch of reluctance. After all, no matter what, he still has a little respect for Hela, a sister he has never met. But his father's life is like a mountain and he cannot disobey it. Especially in the realm of Asgard, he has a mission. There is no doubt that Hela, who fully displayed the aura of the goddess of death, brought Thor unimaginable pressure. Even not weaker than facing Odin. It's not that Hela is stronger than Gong, but that Gong would not release such a terrifying killing intent on Thor. That's right, Thor is 100% sure. Hela wants to kill herself. Moreover, this determination is very great. However, although Thor's personality is a little simpler, but in terms of courage, there is absolutely nothing to say. He is a fearless warrior who never thought of backing down from his enemies, let alone now Tilda. Therefore, after he felt the killing intent released by Hela, Thor determined that Hela was his enemy. He stopped hesitation and directly threw the Mjolnir in his hand and smashed it towards Hela's head. Needless to say, using the trick of Mjolnir to hit people, Thor can be said to be very sophisticated, and this trick can always have a good effect when facing the Hulk. Unfortunately. Little does Thor know, his opponent is a god who has no fear of Mjolnir. Facing Mjolnir galloping towards with terrifying divine power, Hela showed a sneer at the corner of her mouth. When Mjolnir was about to hit her, she stretched out her left hand and firmly fixed the flying Mjolnir. Watching Mjolnir struggling in Hela's hand but unable to escape, Thor's eyes widened in disbelief. This scene? It's too weird. Thor hadn't imagined this happening anyway. He knows that he is unlikely to be Hela's opponent, but it can't be too much difference, right? What's the matter, can you fight a little bit? But now this scene gave him too much impact. In his impression, it is very unlikely that 1 out of 100 people can catch Mjolnir. But now he was actually caught by his sister. You know, Mjolnir is an artifact with divine power. Among them, there is also the blessing of Odin's power, which will not be too far behind the eternal gun in Odin's hand, right? In Thor's impression, ordinary opponents, not to mention holding Mjolnir like Hela, may be difficult to even shake. He also specially tested on the Earth, even if it is a big man like Hulk, he can't shake Mjolnir at all. Those who cannot obtain the approval of Mjolnir cannot afford the hammer at all. But Hela broke this common sense. Normally speaking, with Hela's bloodthirsty personality, Mjolnir would definitely not be able to approve her. The current scene can only illustrate one point. That is, Hela can completely suppress Mjolnir's divine power and control it in her own hands by virtue of her powerful strength. This is true. This is impossible. After Thor thought of this possibility, he couldn't help blurting out. It was hard for him to believe that his sister, whom he had never met, could actually control Mjolnir as he wished. For the divine power contained in Mjolnir, Thor feels the deepest. When he lost Mjolnir's approval, no matter how much strength he used, he couldn't shake it. After hearing Thor's words, a strong disdain flashed in Hela's eyes. To be honest, Thor's performance made her a little sick. I don't know how Odin raised his younger brother. Is it possible to prevent him from following his own mistakes and raise him like a flower in a greenhouse? It was too disappointing. My stupid brother, you don't even know what 10,000 is. Facing Thor's disbelief, Hela raised the corner of her mouth and sneered. Then her 5 slender and white fingers suddenly exerted force. She's gonna crush Mjolnir. Hela is no stranger to Mjolnir, because in the early days this hammer was used by her. But Hela is completely different from Thor. She has always been the goddess of death, not the goddess of hammers. In her eyes, Mjolnir is just a weapon that is readily available. She has never relied on Mjolnir, let alone rely on his original power. The reason why she is famous in the 9 realms is entirely because of her own strength. Thor, on the other hand, is different. Although Mjolnir is his powerful help, it has also become a shackle that he cannot go further. The power of God's hammer is the root of Thor's delay in awakening his own divine power. Under Thor's desperate eyes, Hela's fingers closed, and fine lines visible to the naked eye appeared on Mjolnir. 0. Seeking flowers. This artifact, carefully forged by Odin, is at risk of being destroyed for the first time after going through a long campaign and gaining a great reputation. Hela didn't show mercy. The power on his left hand was still increasing constantly. Just relying on the sole power of the god of death is enough to destroy this artifact. Don't forget, the current Hela has not returned to the body of God. This is indeed the case, as Hela's power continues to increase. Mjolnir's cracks are also expanding, and the cobweb-like cracks are revealed one by one. Finally, with a huge amounts of crisp sound, a mass of terrifying lightning was released from the surface of Mjolnir like a thunderstorm. 2 seconds later, Zero Mjolnir shattered, turned into a pile of scattered iron blocks, and fell in front of Thor. The only thing that can be called intact is probably the handle of Mjolnir. After seeing Mjolnir shattered, Hela looked at Thor with a cruel look, very satisfied with the despair and disbelief on the other's face. "I heard that you called God. I see you are still called the Hammer God," Hela sneered, her face full of sarcasm. At this moment, the goddess of death who traversed the 9 realms finally bared her fangs. Li Feng was behind Hela watching this scene. His eyes were a little strange. This is the first time he has seen Hela like this, domineering, cold, powerful, and confident. As expected of the goddess of death, as for what Hela did, Li Feng actually didn't dislike it. This is not difficult to understand. First of all, Hela is his wife. No matter what the wife does, it is definitely right. Secondly, Li Feng was not originally a B****ch of the Holy Mother, and the reason why Hela returned to Asgard for revenge was not because Odin turned his face and refused to recognize anyone and beat her into the dungeon. If Hela hadn't escaped, she would never have seen the sun. What kind of damage is this? In addition, after learning about Hela's past, Li Feng really feels that Hela has absolutely no problem doing anything excessive to Asgard. No one is born a villain, and you need a reason to do evil. It is impossible for Hela to come to this point for no reason. Odin's approach so disappointing. It can only be said that Odin and Asgard are to blame for today's bad results. There is a saying that you will have to pay back sooner or later. Asgard, the same applies. No one can blame anyone. Besides, Li Feng has not experienced what Hela has experienced, so he is not qualified to judge Hela's behavior at all. Don't persuade others to be kind without others suffering. This approach is disgusting. At the moment, after Hela crushed Mjolnir, he didn't give Thor a chance to react, but walked slowly towards Thor step by step. At the same time, with every step she took, a diamond blade hovered around her, coated with a layer of purple light of death, and the pressure was enormous. She wants to teach Thor, this stupid brother, what is cruelty in the world. 273 also quickly adjusted his mood. Although he didn't have the confidence in his heart, he didn't flinch. After roaring and emboldening himself, Thor clenched his fists and rushed towards Hela. He is Thor of Asgard, the fearless warrior. How can I back down? However, before he came in front of Hela, the diamond blade suspended around Hela suddenly flew out, piercing Thor's thigh and left shoulder directly at an extremely fast speed. Put him in the middle of the sky. In front of Hela, who has experienced the 9 Realms War, Thor is immature like a child. However, even though his body was severely injured, Thor still gritted his teeth and endured the pain without shouting. His will is indeed commendable, but this does not change the situation under his strength. Hela came to Thor step by step. Each step gave Thor huge amounts of pressure. You're not sitting still, though. The moment Hela came in front of him, he gritted his teeth suddenly, and with his uninjured right hand, he clenched his fist and threw it at Hela. It's just that he was directly caught by Hela in this attack, and his right hand seemed to be clamped by steel clamps, unable to move. Well, my dear brother, I am a little disappointed that you are weak. When I was your age, I was able to defeat 100 with one. Odin hasn't forced you to slaughter on the battlefield, has he? Then you are really pitiful. Have you seen the giants of Jotunheim? Know how they deal with the warriors of Asgard? Hela controlled Thor's left arm disdainfully and raised it with one hand, snapping the bones in his left arm. Thor let out a faint growl. The bones of his body are divine bones. Hela, it just broke. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead and his face was extremely hideous. Forced to slaughter opponents on the battlefield. Is this Hela's past? Before Thor could figure out the problem, Hela clenched his right arm again and then twisted it again. The penetrating sound of bones colliding sounded again. Thor's right hand was directly crippled by Hela. This time Thor couldn't suppress the pain anymore and screamed directly. But as soon as the shout came out, it was interrupted by Hela holding his head and hitting Bifrost hard. When I was very young, I was forced to learn to fight, learn to kill, and learn to compete for life and death with those evil creatures from the 9 realms. You should be glad I saved you from this hell. Without me, the person sitting on the throne of Asgard today would not be Odin. However, this is also your sorrow. Too comfortable a life has made you weak. As if to vent part of the hatred towards Odin on Thor, every time Hela strikes, it is extremely ruthless. No matter how strong Thor was, at the moment he was lying on the ground without even the slightest strength left to struggle. At the same time, Thor kept thinking about what Hela said in his mind. For the first time in his life, his worship of his father was shaken. He realizes that maybe his father, King Odin, is not the kind and loving king he thought. Isn't the existence of Hela the best evidence? In fact, it is precisely because of the failure of Hela that Odin changed the way of training Thor. Otherwise, if the experiences that Hela had suffered were reproduced on Thor, his situation would not be much better than Hela. No one is born accustomed to killing. Hela was also transformed from a blank sheet of paper to what it is now by Odin step by step. When the faith in Thor's heart began to shake, Hela did not stop and continued to ravage his thoughts. She grabbed Thor by the collar, pulled Thor up, and then slammed on Bifrost hard. But just then, a huge amount of great sword came galloping from afar, packed with terrifying divine power, and it was about to strike Hela. Hela reacted at that moment, stretched out her hand to block the big sword out of thin air, turned around slowly, and looked at the place where the big sword flew. I saw Heimdall, who was in charge of guarding Bifrost, swooping down from Bifrost with a group of Asgard soldiers. Seeing this scene, Hela didn't intend to continue beating Thor but kicked him away and then walked towards Heimdall and the others. At this moment, Hela perfectly interpreted what a big villain is. His aura directly crushed everyone, and he had a terrifying aura of one enemy against 10,000, like a general who controls thousands of people. However, what Hela, who was fighting, didn't notice was that Thor, who had been beaten with a blurred will, flashed a few dark blue thunder powers in his empty eyes. The power that lurks in Thor's body and truly belongs to him has finally begun to recover. In the original plot, Thor was also beaten up by Hela before he awakened the power of Thor that really belonged to him. At that moment, he was the real Thor of Asgard. After that, there was Thor who came down from the sky in Avengers Alliance 3 with a Stormbreaker in hand. On the other hand, on Hela's side, the 2-6 Asgard warriors led by Heimdall quickly fought with her. However, just relying on these people alone cannot withstand Hela's terrifying aura. With almost every movement, Hela can easily harvest the lives of several Asgard soldiers. Precise and elegant, this is the best interpretation of Hela. Her every move makes Li Feng seem to appreciate the art of killing. Soon, those warriors of Asgard were all wiped out, and every soldier had a diamond blade with the power of death stuck in his body. Only Heimdall was left struggling under Hela's attack. In the absence of Odin, Asgard has no threat to Hela. Heimdall, my former right-wing guard. You are still alive. Looking at Heimdall, who couldn't get close to her with all her strength, Hela smiled and said to Heimdall. As an old man who followed Odin, Heimdall knew Hela. Heimdall had served as Hela's right guard during a long-ago campaign against one of the 9 realms. Although it was only for a while, he also clearly understood that with his own strength, he couldn't compete with Hela at all. Facing Hela's old reminiscence, Heimdall didn't dare to answer distractedly because Hela's aura was too terrifying, and he would die if he was not careful. Compared with a monster-level existence like Hela, his divine power is nothing at all. Now the only hope of Heimdall is to be able to hold on until Odin comes quickly, otherwise the whole of Asgard can't resist Hela at all. Just when Hela was almost idling in the garden, pushing Heimdall to a corner, the strongest Asgard finally arrived. Divine power instantly spread throughout Bifrost. Stop, my daughter, Hela. This old voice was not loud, but it spread throughout Asgard as if it sounded from everyone's heart. 7 Hela heard the words, stopped the movements in her hands, and turned her eyes to the other side of Bifrost, which is where the main hall of Asgard is located. In that place, Odin is suspended in the air, holding the Spear of Eternity, looking at Hela indifferently. Beside Odin, Frigg also looked at Hela with an inexplicable sadness in his eyes. It's time to settle accounts. Hela let go of Heimdall, who could be killed at any time, suspended several diamond blades around again, and walked towards Odin step by step. This meeting is completely different from the previous illusion. This time, it's really about life and death. This is also the first time that Li Feng has seen the real Odin, although it looks very dazzling. But this king of God, who has ruled the 9 realms for tens of thousands of years, looks very old now, even his back is slightly bent. At a glance, he was no different from an ordinary old man on Earth. But such a plain-looking person is the undisputed overlord of the 9 realms, God King Odin. While Li Feng was looking at Gong, Odin was also looking at him. When he recognized Li Feng as the mortal who broke his illusion, Odin's only one eye was filled with murderous intent. If you want to say who is the person Odin hates the most, it is definitely Li Feng. This lowly creature in the lower realm not only slept with his daughter, but also destroyed his duplication and slapped himself in the face. Odin couldn't swallow this breath without breaking Li Feng into 10,000 pieces. What's more, what Odin didn't expect was that this bold and lowly creature would dare to come to his door. This clearly shows that he, the Lord of the 9 realms, is not taken seriously. What Li Feng didn't know at all was that even just standing behind Hela and doing nothing was enough to attract Odin's hatred. There is no doubt that he is definitely the person with the highest hatred value in the field. But to Li Feng, this is not a terrible thing. He came here with Hela today, originally to support Hela. For Odin, Li Feng actually didn't have any hostility and definitely didn't have any good feelings either. If Odin is going to put himself to death because of his relationship with Hela then, there is no need to talk about it. Coupled with Odin's aloof judgment attitude before, it is even more impossible for Li Feng to have any good looks towards Odin. No matter how good-tempered Li Feng was, he couldn't forgive such an arrogant guy who had murderous intentions towards him. So when I came to Asgard this time, in addition to protecting Hela from accidents, I actually planned to solve the threat of Odin. Therefore, when Odin came forward, Li Feng had already acted, planning to use the power of the Steppenwolf template to test this old guy. However, there is someone who moves faster than Li Feng, and that is Hela. If anyone in the Nine Realms wants Odin to die more, it must be Hela. The hatred between the two is completely different from Li Feng. It was caused by Odin's betrayals over the long years. If there is even a slight possibility of Li Feng reconciling with Odin, then there is basically no chance of reconciliation between Hela and Odin. In short, in Hela's view, Aegong must die. Hela, with the diamond blade infused with the power of death suspended all over his body, swooped towards Odin at an extremely fast speed, and the dark and huge soul power filled Hela's body. After all, Odin is not a weakling like Thor and Heimdall, and Hela knows this too. Therefore, when facing Odin, Hela didn't hold back at all and just went all out when he came up. His own divine power is not reserved at all. When she ran away from Thor before, she still had a lot of strength left. Seeing Hela rushing towards him with soaring killing intent, Odin sighed. Do you regret it? Yes, there is a little bit. However, how high is useless now? Odin clearly knows that Hela has grown beyond his control, and even if he admits his mistake now, Hela will never forgive himself. Moreover, his pride as the king of God does not allow him to bow his head and admit his mistakes. Bring it on, my daughter, let me see how strong you are. Therefore, Odin held the eternal spear in his hand, roared a few times, and met the rushing Hela. Odin at this moment, where is the 450 still a little old? That stalwart figure is even faster than Hela. Holding the eternal spear in his hand, he stabbed fiercely at Hela. A life-and-death battle broke out between the father and daughter. In fact, many people have the illusion that Odin's strength is average, at least in the movie. He is not as outstanding as Hela. If you carefully read Odin's record, you would never say that. What kind of powerful means is it to suppress the Nine Realms, make the other gods of the Nine Realms bow their heads and admit to being ruled by Asgard? In addition, Odin even defeated Surt in his prime, taking the eternal fire into his treasury. Odin in the most powerful period almost overwhelmed the entire civilization in the Nine Realms. The most important thing is, Odin once faced the Celestial group and under the siege killed a member and escaped successfully. This record is rarely known. A long time ago, the Celestial group planned to use the Nine Realms as a testing ground, but Odin resisted. At that time, Odin, wearing the destroyer armor and holding the eternal spear, launched a bloody battle with the ancient god group, and the Nine Realms were in turmoil. The final outcome was that Aegong was seriously injured, and the Tension group lost a member and was even escaped by him. This battle also completely established Odin's position in the Nine Realms, and the Nine Realms escaped the pitiful end of being used as a petri dish by the ancient god group. Therefore, it can be said that Aegong's current reputation, just like Hela, was achieved by itself. He can definitely be called the most powerful god king in the history of Asgard. Even if it is as strong as Hela, when facing Odin, it can't take the slightest advantage. So not long after the battle on Bifrost, Hela fell into a disadvantage. Her combat experience accumulated on the battlefield seemed immature in front of Odin. The reason for this is that Odin has experienced many times more battles than Hela. Boom! With a terrifying bang, Odin swung the eternal spear in his hand and knocked Hela into the air. That powerful force caused violent fluctuations in the void. However, Hela is not without resistance ability. This level of attack can't put her to death at all. After realizing that he and Odin competed in supernatural power, close combat could not take advantage, Hela quickly changed his strategy. Next moment. A thick and dark divine power was released from Hela's body. This is the divine power of death, and wherever it goes, even the space is distorted. Along with it, there is also the huge world displayed by Hela, Field of Death. This is the kingdom of death constructed by Hela's soul power and death power. In the entire country, the souls of countless creatures wailed and roared, and all kinds of strange monsters composed of beings from the Nine Realms struggled and crawled on the ground. Seeing this scene, Odin finally became serious. Facing Hela, who was going all out, he had to take it seriously. Seeing Hela who summoned his own death domain, Odin took a deep breath and raised the eternal spear in his hand. At this moment, a terrifying and huge divine power gathered towards the peak of the eternal spear. Then, he aimed at Hela and the field of death behind her and threw it directly. The eternal spear carrying the power of a superstar seems to have turned into the brightest shooting star in the universe at this moment. Rushing towards Hela with a long tail flame, and a ray of light piercing the sky, this is the horror of the eternal gun. Will be in, without the blood of the target it will never stop. Similarly, it is also the trump card in the hands of Odin. Come on, Tilda. Hela completely entered the state, boiling with fighting spirit, looking solemnly at the huge sharp gun flying towards him. The huge death power gathered in his hands, and the diamond blade condensed into a huge spirit sword suspended above his head. When the divine power had gathered to a certain level, Hela yelled, raised her finger, pointed the diamond blade above her head at the flying spear of eternity and cut it off. The power of death transformed from divine power exuded an aura that made all life uneasy, and it slammed into the flying meteor, boom boom. The civilians in the city of Asgard were disturbed by the huge amounts of sonic boom. At the same time, the shockwave brought about by the collision of the gun of eternity, and the great diamond sword is also spreading at this moment. The divine water under the Bifrost was engulfed by the shockwave and turned into a huge wave thousands of meters high, rushing towards Asgard. If this level of fighting and collision happened on the Earth, it would be a catastrophe at the level of extermination. This is Asgard. It is the strongest city in the 9 realms. When those 1,000-meter-high waves were about to hit the city-state of Asgard, they were blocked out of thin air by a huge amounts of transparent barrier. This is Asgard's protective measure, and it is also the famous Wall of Asgard in mythology. Even so, the movement caused by this impact still left all the bystanders dumbfounded. Many Asgardians who had never seen Odin make a move understood for the first time what it means to be strong. Thor lay on the ground, watching this scene from the corner of his eye, feeling bitter in his heart. He realized that the gap between himself and Hela was much bigger than it showed. It is not difficult to guess that when Hela attacked him before, he was basically not serious. However, unlike others, Li Feng, standing behind Hela, paid more attention to the specific circumstances of the collision. Did Hela win or Odin win? As the divine power gradually dissipated, the result appeared in front of everyone. Hela was blown away by the divine shockwave and landed behind Li Feng. And Li Feng, who had keen 6 senses, instantly noticed that Hela's aura had weakened a lot. Obviously, she suffered a big loss in this fight. As for Odin, he was high above, shrouded in divine power, overlooking Ji Feng and Hela below. This time, the result of the match between Odin and Hela was no different from before. Odin can seal Hela once, and naturally he can seal Hela a second time. In terms of divine power, Hela, who has no divine body, is still no match for Odin in the late grade. After seeing this scene, the Asgard soldiers breathed a sigh of relief and then cheered for their god king. With such a powerful god king, the people of Asgard are naturally proud of it. As Odin repelled Hela, he set his sights on Li Feng. Although Li Feng is still an ordinary low-level creature in Odin's view, his threat degree is no lower than Hela. So this time, Odin, who had lost some divine power, didn't waste any more saliva, but really regarded Li Feng as an opponent. At the same time, the looming killing intent towards Li Feng was stronger than the killing intent towards Hela. Stupid lowly creature, your time of death is near. Asgard's authority cannot be challenged. Those who defile our bloodline die. With a roar and bursts of divine voices, Odin sentenced Li Zhao Feng to death. The words fall. He raised the tip of the eternal spear again and pointed it at Li Feng below. The gun of eternity will turn into a shooting star and penetrate your heart. Unlike the previous fight against Hela, this time Odin obviously didn't intend to hold back and directly used his trump card. He even directly released the ultimate move of the Spear of Eternity, striving to kill with one blow. This time, not only Odin's huge divine power gathered in the eternal gun, but even the land of Asgard under his feet responded at this moment. Infinite power, countless gorgeous divine powers rose from the earth and merged into the eternal gun. This shot was infinitely more terrifying than the previous shot against Hela. One of the members of the ancient god group died under the full force of Odin. It can even be boldly said that the power of this gun has definitely surpassed the level of the Heavenly Father and reached an unimaginable realm. Before this attack landed, Li Feng felt his whole body being shrunk by a terrifying tearing force, and his hairs grew terrified. This is the full blow of Odin, the Lord of the 9 realms. If it were any superhero, he would not choose the hard steel on the front, but Li Feng. There was no intention of retreating at all. and he was ready to face up to the difficulties with every step and confront this eternal gun that fell from the sky head-on. However, just as he was about to activate the Steppenwolf template with all his strength and cover the armor of the god of symbiosis, Hela's emerald green figure suddenly flashed and blocked Li Feng's body. This scene is different. Hela has to block this fatal shot for Li Feng. After getting along for this period of time, Hela and White Queen more or less know that Li Feng is not an ordinary person, but they don't know exactly how strong Li Feng is. Therefore, when facing Odin, a well-known ultimate move, Hela and White Queen had almost no hesitation and stood in front of Li Feng without hesitation. They chose to protect Li Feng with their bodies. In fact, for Hela, she has not returned to the divine body, and she is not sure to block the shot, but she did not think so much at all, because behind her is her favorite person. Seeing Hela standing in front of him without any hesitation, Li Feng was very moved. It is indeed a very lucky thing to have such a wife who is willing to sacrifice everything for herself. However, this does not mean that Li Feng must let her sacrifice. A man cannot hide behind a woman. Li Feng decided to do it himself. Odin's blow was clearly aimed at killing him, so it was absolutely impossible for him to back down. Therefore, Li Feng stepped forward slowly past Hela and said without looking back, "My wife, leave it to me and you can take a good rest." Odin naturally noticed the performance between Li Feng and Hela. Seeing that Hela stood in front of Li Feng without hesitation, Odin was extremely angry and at the same time felt an inexplicable sense of relief. This bloodthirsty goddess who once followed her to slaughter tens of thousands of creatures in the 9 realms finally learned to protect others. But even so, Odin's killing intent towards Li Feng became more and more intense, climbing to the peak. After seeing Li Feng crossing Hela, Odin stopped hesitation, injected a huge amount of divine power into the eternal spear again, and threw it down from the air. The eternal spear at the moment has completely turned into a ray of light, carrying the power of destroying the world, heading towards the monsoon. No one doubted that this blow could kill Li Feng, except for Hela. Seeing Li Feng's back standing in front of her, Hela calmed down for no reason, and a strong sense of security gushed out. She has never experienced the feeling of someone standing in front of you and protecting you from the wind and rain. But at this moment, Li Feng gave it to her. As for Li Feng, after taking a deep breath, he raised a sword finger in his right hand and suddenly said, "Field expansion, boundless." Li Feng spat out a few words, and the Spear of Eternity had already attacked and killed with a bright light all over the sky. Empty space. When the gun of eternity was about to pierce through Li Feng's heart, the bright light shining all around instantly dimmed. Then, on the entire Bifrost, there seemed to be a curtain that fell from the sky, covering the entire Asgard. And behind Li Feng, there is a huge emerald green pupil with an inverted triangle, staring at the whole of Asgard. The field expands and there is no limit to the space. Moreover, it has been magnified nearly 100 times. It is a scene created by using the Steppenwolf template and the God of Symbiosis template at the same time. The power of the new Protos of the Apocalypse Star, the genetic rewriting of the Venom symbiote, plus the mechanism of the field expansion. The entire Bifrost is shrouded in darkness. This area has completely become Li Feng's territory. Here it is no longer Asgard, no longer the territory of the 9 realms. Too immeasurable. Everyone covered by this field, including Odin, Frigga, Heimdall, Thor, and a group of Asgard soldiers, Aha. All of them constricted their pupils and felt a huge amount of killing intent descending on them on himself. This realm is more penetrating and awe-inspiring than the realm of death released by Hela before. Could it be an evil law outside the 9 realms? It's not the first time I saw Odin who released Boundless Space by Li Feng. At the moment his heart beat violently. He didn't think about it. It was completely unexpected that Li Feng could stretch this thing to such a large size that it even covered the entire Bifrost. At the moment of the test, the huge pupils behind Li Feng expanded again, and at the same time there were countless roars of demons all around, which were the screams and wailing from the hell of the new god race. And Hela, who was standing behind Li Feng, even covered her small cherry mouth, her face full of shock. Is it still the husband in my memory? Why is it so tyrannical? As soon as this idea came out, Li Feng's whole body was covered with a layer of dazzling silver and black armor, and 3 black stars appeared around him, circling up and down with Li Feng's every move. This is the product of the evolution of the god of symbiosis after absorbing the gene of Galactus, dark matter. Old man Odin, do you dare to take a punch from me? Li Feng laughed loudly and suddenly punched the eternal spear floating above his head as if hit by a hold spell. The fist, which contained terrifying power, directly hit the tip of the eternal spear. Instantly, the aurora all over the sky collapsed and countless fragments of divine power exploded. The Spear of Eternity, which had slaughtered countless enemies in the 9 realms, was unable to advance an inch under Li Feng's domineering strength. What's even more frightening is that after 2 seconds, the Eternal Spear seemed to be unable to withstand Li Feng's power anymore. Starting from the tip of the spear, countless fine cracks began to spread along the gun body. Known as the Eternal Divine Spear, the divine spear that once made countless lords of the 9 realms succumb, was defeated by a more powerful force at this moment. Then, inch by inch cracked. Not only that, the remaining power of Li Feng's punch also shattered the wall of a Sag garden, which was said to never fall. Even the space layer above the Asgard land is separated by a straight line. The sea water below was also divided into 2 meters under Li Feng's punch. It's not over yet. After smashing the Eternal Spear, Li Feng's figure was suspended in midair, and he pinched his sword finger with one hand, buzz buzz. A huge amount of ripples spread from his body, and the inverted triangular pupils behind him suddenly widened. Odin's divine power floating around was suppressed and wiped out. On Bifrost, quiet, deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at Li Feng's tall and slender figure, unable to speak a word. The soldiers of Asgard couldn't imagine that such a terrifying force could erupt from such an ordinary body. He has no divine power, let alone huge amounts of body, and is completely a lowly creature. Why can it cause such a big commotion? Odin also stared blankly at Li Feng without the slightest arrogance as before. Even he has not been able to react so far. His heart is full of confusion. What happened? Is the gun of eternity broken like this? These 2 questions kept circling in Odin's mind. Let alone him, even Hela is looking at Li Feng stupidly at the moment. No matter how much she deceived herself, she couldn't believe that the man who was as brave as a god just now, who shattered the Spear of Eternity with just one punch, was actually her husband. Although both Hela and the White Queen knew that Li Feng was not an ordinary person, they never expected that he would be so strong. It's unbelievable. Seeing the effect he created, Li Feng nodded in satisfaction. This is why he withdrew his strength. If he fully releases the dark matter power imitated by the god of symbiosis through the Galactus gene, the entire Bifrost may collapse because of this. It is worth mentioning that this move of his directly defeated Odin's proud self-esteem. Odin's ridiculous pride was even more shattered. Seeing the fragments of the Spear of Eternity shattered by Li Feng turned into dots of starlight and fell in front of his eyes, Odin's eyes were lifeless, and there was a touch of death. The old body fell directly from the sky. This is impossible. How is this possible? That is the Spear of Eternity, the Spear of Eternity that has been fighting with me for tens of thousands of years. Even though the fact was right in front of Odin's eyes, he still couldn't accept it. He couldn't believe that Gungnir, the eternal gun, would be smashed to pieces by a lowly creature from the earth. In fact, let alone Odin, even those Asgardians behind him are full of despair at the moment. Even God King Odin has failed, and even the so-called eternal gun has been crushed. Who else can stop that man? Could it be that Asgard, which has lasted for countless years in the universe, will be destroyed by a person on Earth today? No one can answer this question, because no one knows the answer to this question. All Asgard people seem to have realized something, and there is only deep despair and anxiety in their hearts. As for Li Feng, naturally he will not soften his heart because of this. He is aware of the damage he has caused. When Odin's divine power was dissipated by his domain and he fell powerlessly, he slowly walked towards Odin. This bad old man who just yelled to kill him and pierce his heart is still unwilling to agree to marry Hela. Who gave you such courage? Liang Jingru. Hela, I am married to Li Feng. Don't say you are Odin. It doesn't matter when Jesus comes. However, just when Li Feng was about to say a few words to mock Odin, Hela hurried up and stopped Li Feng. Honey, let me do it. Hela looked at Li Feng with a pleading tone. Her meaning is also very obvious. Odin's life must be taken by her own hands. Li Feng thought for a while but did not refuse the request. Fair enough. The reason why this battle happened was originally because of the enmity between Hela and Odin, and it is undoubtedly the most appropriate for the father and daughter to resolve it by themselves. As for what Odin offended him just now, Li Feng suppressed it for the sake of his wife. After seeing Li Feng nodding in agreement, Hela showed a tense face and finally showed a touching smile. Then step by step, she took the steps that a goddess should have, and with a flick of her fingers, hundreds of brilliant diamond blades floated out of the air, wrapped in the air around her and lost towards Odin. Odin, as if he didn't see her movements, still stared blankly at the shattered eternal gun. He couldn't accept the reality until now, and it was also difficult for him to admit that he had failed. In other words, the Gun of Eternity is his old friend who has been with him for the longest time since he became Odin. He has traveled with him through the 9 realms and has long developed feelings for him. But Li Feng's punch not only shattered the Spear of Eternity, but also completely shattered the proud heart of the King of God. For the first time, Odin, who has traversed the 9 realms for millions of years, was trampled underfoot by an earthling. Although he is old and his strength is not as good as when he was young, it is still difficult to accept this blow. So much so that Hela, who was approaching slowly, was put aside. However, just as Hela was walking towards Odin, the benevolent Queen Frigga stepped out from the side and stood in front of Hela. "My daughter, enough is enough, stop." At this moment, Frigga was limp beside Odin, supporting his fragile body, full of pleadings, and said to Hela, although she is very angry with Odin's many practices, Odin is her husband after all, and the only one she has loved for tens of thousands of years. How is it possible for her to watch Odin die and be killed by the daughter she once raised? However, when Hela heard this, her eyes were still firm and she shook her head. She couldn't let Odin go, just as Li couldn't let her go. Therefore, even if Frigga intercedes, Hela will not change her mind. Those pains and betrayals brought by Odin have always become her demons. If she doesn't get rid of this demon, how can she be calm? Get out of the way, Frigg, don't think I'm afraid to kill you. Looking at Frigga, who was still standing in front of her, Hela said coldly, "It is undeniable that Frigga used to be very nice to her, but so what? In the end, isn't watching Odin raise her into a god of death? Didn't you watch Odin imprison himself in the dungeon, never to escape? If Frigga could stand up and stop Odin at that time and reach out to hold her when she slipped into the abyss, would all this still happen today? Sometimes looking at evil deeds and not stopping them originally is an evil deed. Hela, I beg you, let your father go. He is indeed wrong, but you can't kill him. He is the Lord of the 9 worlds, the King of God, and even your father. If you kill her, how can you convince the people of Asgard you will be infamous?" Frigga was still unwilling to give in and opened her arms to block Odin. She couldn't just watch her daughter kill her father, so no matter what, she wants to stop Hela. Even though she has no magic power, this is as much for Odin as it is for Hela. If Hela really kills Odin, he will bear Lu's father's reputation in the future.